series of novels about a planet transformed into a survival attraction. You can buy a tour there, like a resort, the only difference being that you might never return. But there's no shortage of people willing to try. Too many want to test themselves and escape their familiar world. But if that were all, everything would be too simple. Is the game fair? What kind of planet is this? And what might happen if things suddenly don't go according to plan? Listeners can find out by listening to this series of audiobook novels. Survivalists. Hunting. From the moment he first saw the ad, Semyon already knew that he would definitely buy a survivalist tour. He didn't know when, and didn't really understand why, but he knew that he would definitely buy it. Deep down, somewhere very deep. Without realizing it, he devoted his entire life to preparing for this tour. To begin with, he started running in the mornings. When he felt more or less in shape, he went to the gym. 6 months later, he decided that this was not enough and signed up for synthetic martial arts. Over the next few years, he tried many different sports: swimming, diving, running, shooting, pedaling, climbing walls, jumping from towers, spending the night in the forest, going on hikes. He tried almost everything. As an added bonus, the quality of his life improved dramatically from all these activities. People stopped perceiving him as a puny bore. He became active, fit, sociable, and even cheerful. Those positive qualities that had been dormant in him for many years were awakened by a new, active lifestyle. People around him noticed the changes, but were not very surprised. Everything happened gradually, and people had time to get used to the new Semyon. He also had time to get used to himself, although sometimes, looking back, it seemed strange to him that he had changed so much, and he did not fully recognize his old self. All these changes, for which most people lack the will, strength, desire, and God knows what else, turned out to be possible because Semyon had a goal. Even if he did not realize that he had one until a certain time. His subconscious worked clearly and led him along the path of preparation for the survival tour. It must be said that there were no special preparation conditions for purchasing the tour. Anyone could go. The difficulty levels could be chosen depending on one's own strengths and capabilities. But Semyon obviously didn't want to lose face, and since he was going to get involved in this adventure, he was going to do it to the fullest extent. He spent 4.5 years preparing and saving money. It wasn't a cheap pleasure. One flight to the survivalist planet cost almost a year's salary. Plus, Semyon didn't choose a budget tour. Not the most expensive or advanced, but given his financial and increased physical capabilities, it was quite difficult. It took him 4.5 years to realize why he was doing all this. It was as if someone else, inside him, had planned everything in detail and was whispering in his ear what he should do. And he, as if hypnotized, obediently followed all the instructions. He started the tour registration process. And only after he paid for an apartment for a year in advance and unsuccessfully tried to get an unscheduled and long 3-month vacation at work and quit, Semyon finally seemed to wake up. It happened unexpectedly. He was standing calmly and waiting for the transport capsule that was supposed to take him to the cinema. Suddenly, as if a gust of wind had blown away the fog in his head, he saw the world as completely new. Like after the rain, bright, fresh, and clean. His legs gave way, and he sat down on the sidewalk where he had been standing. The feeling was very similar to waking up. As if everything that had happened before was not here, not with him, and not now. After sitting for a couple of minutes, turning his head from side to side and marveling at the new world around him, Syoma got up and trudged home in the same state of semi-shock. At home, he lay in bed for 3 days, thinking about what had happened to him. He tried to understand how he had ended up at the point in his life where he was. He was putting a theoretical basis for everything that had happened to him in recent years. On the 4th day, he woke up with the realization that all the I's had finally been dotted. The conclusion was this: his life was complete crap, disgusting work, poor health, a tendency device, the absence of a normal personal life and family, and just constant melancholy destroyed him from the inside year after year. And somewhere inside, the instincts of self-preservation began to work, designed to protect him from complete degradation and self-destruction. Semyon came to the conclusion that everything that happened was a great blessing, that everything was going as it should have been, that now his life was just beginning. Chapter 1. The morning of a new day was wonderful. The alarm clock had not even rung yet, although there was no need for it. After all, There was no need to go to work now. Semyon opened his eyes and lay for a few minutes, enjoying the cool morning breeze from the slightly open window. Light curtains fluttered slightly, immediately bringing a sense of life and movement. He wanted to act. He sat up abruptly, yawned loudly, stretched, lowered his feet to the floor, felt for his slippers, and walked energetically to the kitchen. It wasn't far to go. The kitchen was in the same room, separated by a bar counter. Going around it, Syoma slapped the button to turn on the coffee maker and, without stopping, went to the bathroom. When he returned, the mug of coffee was already full. A light steam rose from it, and the aroma filled the room. Syoma took it, went to the window, and began to sip it, looking out onto the street. It was already light, but both moons were still visible in the sky at the same time, which is rare. He also considered this a good sign that a new day of a new life. A better life. The first thing he had to do today was meet one of his few friends. And if you think about it, his best friend. He couldn't leave without saying goodbye and telling Kalunya about his plans. After all, they had been friends since childhood, although they had begun to drift apart lately. Kalunya had settled in better than Syoma in life. He had an interesting job, traveling all over the planet and checking the serviceability of robotic agricultural stations. Constantly new places, new people, and a pretty decent salary. Plus daily allowances, travel expenses, bonuses, transportation, it all added up pretty well. Perhaps that's why, despite the constant moving, Kalunya began to swell like yeast. At first it bothered him, but then he spat, and when his weight went over 100, he stopped reporting to Syoma and, in general, began to avoid this topic in every possible way. They agreed to meet at 9 a.m. because Kalunya was heading off on another business trip after lunch. There was still plenty of time ahead, and Semyon decided to take a walk in the park. He needed to weigh everything up again. Coming out of the elevator, he greeted the person on duty. Today it was a neatly trimmed old man, whose name he didn't know yet, since he had only been working there for a week. After checking his mailbox, Semyon went outside. It was still cool. One moon had already set below the horizon, and the other had noticeably turned pale. It was a 15-minute walk to the park, and he, lifting the collar of his windbreaker, slowly moved towards the trees visible at the end of the street. Semyon lost his parents early, at the age of 12. It all happened banally, stupidly, and offensively. The ship on which they were returning from vacation crashed during landing. Such cases are quite rare. Security systems in public transport have reached, if not perfection, then very high reliability. But a blind chance, an incredible coincidence. A small delivery drone, which was delivering groceries to an ordinary family, broke down. The navigation program went wrong, and it flew a route known only to it. It flew into the restricted area of the spaceport, met a landing transport ship, flew into its air intake, through it hit the engine, which ultimately led to an explosion. The explosion had such devastating consequences that the ship fell like a stone onto the runway. No one survived. The probability of a drone hitting the air intake is close to zero. It was small enough that the security devices did not notice it and to pass through the air intake grate, but large enough to cause destruction in the engine's interior, which subsequently led to a detonation. A fatal, incredible coincidence. Syoma survived because for the first time his parents went on vacation without him. He had exams at school, and they were given vacation earlier than usual. He had to register for full board at the school hotel and hang around there preparing for exams. Very often he regretted that he had not flown with his parents and died with them. Everything would have been much simpler. His usual, measured, and, in general, happy life collapsed in an instant because someone decided to eat. Because of this, Syoma had a thing. He never ordered delivery using drones. He always went to stores and pick up points on his own feet, even if it was far and inconvenient. He understood in his mind that this would not save anyone's life and would not prevent any tragedy. But he could not do anything about it. At the same time, he did not judge others who use flying assistants. It was just as if they did not exist in his life. After the accident, his life was not that bad. Social support on Fazil, the Earth-like planet where he lived with his parents, was at a good level. He was placed in a boarding school, given the opportunity to get any education he was capable of, and helped with employment. However, it turned out that he didn't have that many abilities. As a result, he ended up in the accounting and statistics department, in a boring, uncreative job. All this time, he was slowly souring. He didn't see any particular prospects, and there weren't any. He worked, ate, slept, tried to meet girls, often unsuccessfully or for a short time, had fun as much as he could and fantasized about. And all this measured drudgery ended the moment he saw an advertisement for survival tours. True, at that moment he didn't understand it, but his subconscious began active work, completely changing his life in 4.5 years. And now, slowly wandering along the empty paths of the park at that hour, he was replaying his entire life in his head. Everything that had happened before seemed to be happening not to him, but to some other person. And the new Simeon looked at this alien life and was surprised how one could burn through one's best years like that. Having reached the next bench, he sat down, leaned his elbows on the back, spread his arms out to the sides, and raised his head to the sky. The clouds slowly crawled towards the horizon. Trying not to think about anything else, he watched them for several minutes, enjoying the feeling of the newness and juiciness of the world that did not leave him now. It was about 8:30, and he decided that he could head to the meeting place. If he walked very, very slowly, he would arrive just in time. Sayoma stood up, but immediately thought that he did not want to leave the park. He was probably afraid to ruin the state that had taken hold of him. After hesitating for a minute, he nevertheless headed for the exit. Contrary to his usual lateness, Kalunya was already waiting for him. Sayoma saw his friend through the glass of the cafe and was amazed at how much he had gained weight. "They don't even want to serve you here," he began, as usual, without saying hello. "I've been waiting for coffee for 20 minutes already." "You're early. You should have called. I was deliberately stalling for time." "Fine. I was just filling out the paperwork for the trip. Haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? You're blooming and smelling great. It's as if we're moving in different directions along the age line. I won't argue. You need to think seriously about your health. How much do you weigh now?" It started again. "Don't worry. Everything is under control. Let's talk about you instead. What happened? What's the rush? Judging by your appearance, something good. Are you getting married?" "No, I'm leaving." "For good?" "I hope not." "So maybe for good?" "We'll see." "Well, then tell me." At that moment, the auto waiter drove up and started unloading coffee and buns from its belly onto the table. "Why is it taking so long? We apologize to our esteemed visitors for the forced delay. A small technical failure in the kitchen has already been fixed and further." "Okay, get out of here." Kalunya waved his hand irritably, and the waiter rolled down the aisle, quietly clinking the cups in his insides. Sayoma leaned his elbows on the table, leaned forward, and looking his friend in the eyes said, "I bought a survivalist tour." Kalunya froze, not quite bringing the bun to his mouth, then put it back on the plate. "Are you crazy? Do you know that you might not come back from there? You pay crazy money, and no one guarantees that you'll stay alive. That's the whole point. It's survival. And I see you're in the know. You understand what's what. And who doesn't? Their ads are on every corner." I suddenly understood everything. "You've been preparing for this for a long time. That's why you got into sports, right?" "Maybe. I myself don't fully understand what I was preparing for anything. I'm just tired of living like this. It's boring. You'll die. It'll be fun." Kalunya leaned back in his chair, looking closely at Semyon. "Since the decision was not spontaneous, you probably weighed everything up well, and there's no point in dissuading you. Am I right?" "Yes. But that doesn't mean I won't. Try it. I'm even interested. And probably the part of me that's afraid even wants you to talk me out of it. So you have a chance. Not much, though." "Okay." Kalunya thought for a moment. "What do I know about it?" "It's a planet called Crazy Thing. Wild Thing is a commercial name, not an official one. A pseudonym if you like." Sayoma grinned. "It doesn't matter. In short, it's a whole planet. Of all the colonies, thrill seekers strive to get there to risk their lives. Quite a few never come back. It's expensive. There are different difficulty levels. What else? Yes, there are no prizes, bonuses, or refunds. Well, surviving is already a prize. According to statistics, not many die or get maimed, by the way. There is a risk, of course, but without it, it would just be a sanatorium. If you believe these statistics, you work in this field yourself, you should understand what's what." "I understand. I've studied the issue." "Okay, that's what we know from advertising. They even advertise losses on purpose to gain trust and create a sense of real danger. But there are also things they don't talk about. Did you know that prisoners are sent there? It's a prison at the same time. I imagine it like this. Bored idiots are dumped on the planet, and scumbags brought from all over the galaxy hunt them down. Nikolai, you've just demonstrated your complete ignorance of this issue. Really? Well, enlighten me then. Kalunya finally took a bite of the bun and took a hearty, loud sip of coffee. There really are prisoners on the planet, but it's a whole planet. It's stupid to use it only as an attraction. A prison and an attraction for a planet are still not enough. Why wasn't it colonized like other Earth-type planets? Did someone buy it? Nonsense. No one has enough money to buy a planet. Something is wrong here. It's your job to look for what's wrong and where. Habit is second nature. Kalunya shrugged, but did not respond to the attack. Well, they don't hide the prison either. They don't say anything in the ad so as not to scare off potential clients, but they lay all their cards on the table for those who are interested. They sent me a very detailed letter in which all the weak points are discussed in detail. The survival training ground is a separate continent. It is separated from the others by a considerable distance, and the planet has no technology to overcome it. They monitor this very closely. They have a huge station in orbit through which all traffic to and from the planet is carried out, as well as control and management of all life. The sky is stuffed with satellites, and prisoners are unlikely to be able to build anything larger than a raft. Although the word prisoners doesn't really suit them. More like exiles or something. So why didn't they colonize? They didn't report this? It seems to me that this is where the dog is buried. Briefly, a detailed lecture on the history of discovery and development will be there at the orbital station during the training course. But you're right, there was an attempt. Unsuccessful. Something happened. The entire colony perished. Several million people. 300 years have passed since then. They assure that nothing like this has ever happened again, but after the tragedy, colonization was deemed too risky. But for criminals and adventurers, it's just the thing. So what happened? Kalunya took up the last bun. Unknown. Everyone disappeared. Without exception. No one left. Not a single living soul. Cool. And you're going there. Voluntarily. And you're even paying for it. Spot on. Mda. Kalunya finished his coffee and put the cup on the table. What about work? Did they let me go? Quit. Apartment? I paid for a year in advance. Put some money aside. When I come back, I'll have time to look for a new job. If I come back, Semyon, if. And you, I see, are an optimist. You know how to support a friend. Semyon finally took his cup. I'm a realist. I don't believe in advertising. It's an adventure, and a very dangerous one at that. That's the whole point. Kolya, I don't know why I live. I don't see my future. I can't even dream of it. I just don't know what to want. I need a shake-up. A serious one. So much so that it takes your breath away. Perhaps some people become criminals from such feelings. But this is not my path. I don't want to harm anyone, but I'm ready to make a big bet. Life. Exactly. That's why I chose a rather complicated program. This is also not in the advertising, but if you sign a contract, you are told the survival rates of different programs. There are some where almost 100% survive. But I suppose that's not your case? Yes, I chose 75%. 3 out of 4 return. Not bad, I think. And considering that I prepared, and what if everyone prepared? What if they prepared better? And what exactly will be the difficulty? What threatens life? It depends. I chose the difficulty, but I didn't choose the route. I'll do that on the spot, after a detailed review. There are routes where the main danger is cold. There are routes where wild animals. There are routes where water is. There are routes with a combination of factors. Dozens of options for every taste, color, and wallet. So how exactly do you plan to try to kill yourself? I'm leaning toward the forest and wild animals in a temperate climate. I don't like the cold, and hanging out on a raft in the middle of the ocean doesn't appeal to me either. Don't you think that if we follow your logic about the shake-up, you should have chosen exactly what doesn't appeal to you? It's like you're going on a picnic, only with a survival rate. You can't please me. I'm either a fool for risking my life, or a fool because the risk isn't extreme enough. I didn't call you a fool. I just want to understand. Kolya pressed a button on the table and the waiter, who was wiping down the next table, quickly drove up to them. Kolya showed him his cup. He pulled out a straw and poured hot coffee. Then, realizing that nothing more was required of him, he returned to the interrupted cleaning. Is it possible to stop everything? Well, for example, changed his mind? Realized that he overestimated his strength? Just got scared? Is there a concept, stop the game? Actually, there is. You can turn on the beacon and order an emergency evacuation in case of emergency. But it's expensive. It costs almost as much as a whole tour. And it doesn't matter how many people are evacuated, the insurance amount will be written off from each one in full. 1 or 10 will fly away, you have to pay in full. And if you have nothing to pay with, did you spend the last on the trip? No, they have everything thought out. The money is put on deposit in advance. Used, written off. Didn't use, they return it after the end, or transfer it to where you say, if that's not so. Smart. I'm going to save money on this. Did you write a will? Kalunya smiled broadly. Actually, yes. So who's the lucky one? Doomed to pray for your untimely death? You, of course. What's this all of a sudden? Well, first of all, I don't think you're capable of wishing me death because of the inheritance. Secondly, even if I'm wrong and you are, the insignificance of the possible benefit will not allow you to stoop to such meanness, at least out of a sense of pride. And thirdly, you are, after all, my best friend. Semyon smiled now. Yes, Semyon, if I really am your best friend, then things are really bad. Of course, you and I are inseparable. But we've known each other since childhood. We never broke off our relationship. We helped each other out in difficult times. I have no one closer to you. Well then, go. You haven't convinced me, of course, but I'll have to accept the inevitable. When are you starting? Tomorrow, Kalunya, tomorrow already. Kalunya, the only one who called me that besides you was my mother. I guess I learned it from her. Okay. Kalunya stood up. It's time for me to go. I'm already late. Good luck to you. My most important parting word will be, use your head. It's not the strong who survive, but the smart ones. When you come back, you'll tell me whether it was worth it or not. If I come back, as my friend says. When you come back. Kalunya stood up, extended his hand to Semyon, shook it firmly, and then suddenly pulled him towards himself and hugged him. Good luck to you, my friend. With all my heart, good luck. He turned abruptly and walked towards the exit. Then suddenly, as if he remembered something, he came back. Oh, I forgot. I do have health problems. I won't burden you with details. Everything is under control. I have an operation in a week. I wanted to tell you when it's all over, but it's probably better now. When you come back, I'll be a cucumber. I repeat, when. Oh, wow. Well, good luck to you too. I won't need it. I'm telling you, everything is under control. I'm running. Kalunya quickly walked to the exit again, but this time nothing stopped him, and once outside he quickly disappeared from sight. Semyon sat back down and began to look at the passers-by through the panoramic window, thinking about the meeting that had taken place. Kalunya had disturbed him a little. Not much. Semyon was ready for them to dissuade him, but still, his balance was shaken. Rather, it was the unexpected hugs that had an effect. They were more likely to sow doubts than the arguments of reason. Syoma felt a small but ever-expanding fear rising from somewhere in his stomach to his chest. To prevent reflection, he stood up and quickly went outside. I don't need to start doubting, he thought, striding towards home. Kalunya was also quickly moving away from the cafe, but he was overcome by completely different thoughts. He lied about being in a hurry. He still had time. It was just that everything had been said, and it was awkward to stay. The conversation would start going in circles. But most importantly, an unexpected and all-encompassing feeling of envy washed over him. This was unexpected. Kalunya was not used to envy, but his old friend had hit the nail on the head. The feeling of the meaninglessness of what was happening had been tormenting him for a long time. And then there were the health problems. Syoma is great. Syoma made up his mind. He thought, striding along the sidewalk with his heavy 120-kilogram body, ignoring the transport capsule silently sliding next to him and waiting for him to deign to get into it. Oh well, maybe I will too, someday, when I get my health back, he said to himself, realizing that in reality it was unlikely. Having entered the house, Syoma decided to start getting ready. He went to the closet, slid the door to the side, and stared blankly at his clothes. It was unclear what to take. The equipment should be issued on site, so nothing special would be needed. Probably, only ordinary, everyday things were needed. A change of underwear, spare shoes, 2 weeks of flight, 2 weeks of instruction, the return trip. He decided to pack as if he were going on a business trip. He took out a medium-sized backpack and began to put things in it. Chapter 2. The last time Semyon left the planet was when his parents were still alive. They loved to fly every year on vacation to some other colony. They called it family space exploration, until the last fatal incident. After that, Semyon had no need to fly away from the planet. He didn't seem to be afraid of flying. The accident hadn't given him a phobia, but he hadn't seen any point in flying anywhere before. And now, many years later, he's approaching the cosmodrome again. According to his vague memories, everything seemed to be just like that. The same complex of giant buildings, a huge concrete field with ships of all shapes and colors scattered here and there, and the air teeming with transport capsules, from single-seat ones like his to large group ones. His capsule flew through a hole in the roof and ended up in a pipe, all the walls of which were covered with capsules. They were constantly flying in and out. Their numbers were enormous. It felt like large masses of people were moving. Everyone had their own business, their own point they wanted to get to. After a measured and calm life in the city, where the traffic flows were organized and hidden from view, the stormy movement of the spaceport caused a feeling of confusion and drove into stupor. It seemed that a person would never understand what was happening here, where he needed to go, and what to do. But Semyon knew that in fact, of course, this was not so. After leaving the capsule, he found himself in a long green corridor encircling the parking pipe. Right in front of him was a small terminal on which the sign blinked. "Attach your identification card," which he immediately did. The board blinked, greeted him, and suggested that he follow the green arrow. Right there on the floor, right in front of the toes of his boots, an arrow blinked and floated along the corridor. Semyon followed it. There was no need to worry about getting lost. He knew that now. No matter how hard he tried, the arrow would not let go until it delivered him to his destination. The journey through all the corridors, elevators, escalators, and conveyors took about 20 minutes. Not that long. Probably because the traffic flows were regulated by a computer, there were no large crowds of people anywhere. Not a single bottleneck, not a single queue, not a single crowd. The customs terminal also did not cause any difficulties. Another 15 minutes later, the airport capsule delivered him to the ship. The girl at the entrance checked his identity, and another arrow led him straight to his personal cabin. The entire journey from home took about an hour and a half. But due to the unusually fast change of locations, it seemed to Semyon that most of the day had already passed. The cabin turned out to be small, but ergonomically equipped. It had everything necessary for a long journey. Semyon had to spend 2 weeks in it. The journey ahead was not short, with many transfers. But these transfers did not particularly bother the passengers. A modular system had long been used in transport. When transferring passengers, they were moved to another ship together with their cabin. More precisely, the cabin together with the passengers. Like train cars were recoupled in ancient times. With each landing, and sometimes right in space in huge holds, a new configuration of the interior space from residential modules was assembled like from a construction set. It was a brilliant invention, considering the abundance and branching of space routes. Getting from point A to point B without transfers was almost impossible, unless the destination was a neighboring planet. The introduction of a modular system greatly simplified traffic and practically reduced the lag from your ship to zero. The main thing at the moment of transformation was to be in your cabin, but this was vigilantly monitored by the ship's computer, tracking the location of all passengers in real time. So for the next 2 weeks, this cabin was to become Semyon's home. There were still about 2 hours left before departure. Not knowing what to do with himself, Semyon turned on the multimedia panel, found the news, and stared blankly at the screen. Perhaps it was the overexcitement from the realization that it had all already begun, that he had set out on a path, and now he would have to go all the way to the end, but his brain refused to perceive what was happening on the screen. Everything that was shown seemed like an incoherent set of pictures and words. "This must be panic," Semyon said to himself, and after these words he began to fall asleep. His brain decided to take a break. He woke up from a slight vibration. Opening his eyes, he saw a planet moving away on the screen. The ship's external cameras transmitted the image to all screens so that passengers could enjoy the takeoff. Semyon did not feel any particular regret that he missed the moment of takeoff. He stood up, stretched, and decided to walk around the ship, look around. A green light was burning above the door, which meant that it was time to leave. The navigation was organized perfectly. He found a cafe without difficulty. Fortunately, there were signs on every corner. There were almost no people. Only a boy of about 15 was eating a cake, and an elderly couple were drinking something from glasses with ice floating in them and watching their planet move away on the screen. You cannot take into account the automatic waiters. Initially, Semyon came here to drink tea, but now he suddenly realized that he was seriously hungry. He sat down at a small table by the wall and began to study the menu on the interactive screen. The thoughts about what kind of side dish would go best with the cutlet were interrupted by a group of teenagers noisily tumbling into the cafeteria. There he is," the guy in the red cap said loudly, addressing the 4 friends following him. Then he suddenly, with a bang, pulled up a chair and sat down opposite the guy with the cake. "And we've been running all over the ship looking for him." He turned to his friends again, and they nodded in unison. "Where did you run off to?" The guy slowly put the cake on a plate. "I didn't run away. I just left when I wanted to. They told you to wait for us at the end of the corridor. Who knows what someone said? I don't obey you." The red cap grabbed the unfinished cake and threw it with all his might at the wall, where it hung as a colored spot. Sayoma shuddered. This no longer resembled a friendly squabble. There was a real, primal aggression in the air. The couple with drinks pretended that there was no one else there. The waiter only had time to roll up to the wall and start scrubbing the cream off it. Like any ordinary person in such a situation, Sayoma thought that maybe he was imagining things and that everything would end with laughter and friendly pats on the shoulder. Before that, this whole situation did not fit in with the surroundings. In a cozy cafeteria, on a spaceship, right after takeoff, such a situation seemed simply impossible. But teenagers can see anyway when and where to assert themselves. "We are in an iron can. There is nowhere to run," the red cap continued. "I'm telling you, I'm not running from you. You think that I'm afraid, but I'm not. You want to think so, but you're not scary," the guy smiled. Red Cap's face began to change. It was clear that he was boiling inside. "Guys, did you watch the takeoff?" Unexpectedly for everyone, including himself, Semyon said loudly for the whole hall to hear, after which he stood up and approached them. "I slept through the whole thing. Now, I regret it. Was it at least beautiful? What do you want?" Red Cap said through clenched teeth. It was clear that he was barely holding himself in check. "Oh, I just wanted to chat. It's boring." Semyon caught the gaze of the guy who was eating a cake and was surprised to note that he was unhappy with his interference. He looked at him not as a savior, but as a person who had interfered with his plans. "Look, no matter how much fun we start, you won't get it." The red cap continued to seethe inside, but it seemed that the threat of an explosion had passed. "Are you threatening?" "Of course. Do you have the guts?" "Mine, no, but we will definitely check yours." The couple quickly finished their drinks and headed for the exit, continuing to play the game that they were alone here. The red cap saw them off with a slight contemptuous smile. It was clear that the peak of the aggravation had passed. The retinue gradually lost their courage, began to turn their head from side to side, and shift from foot to foot. Those accompanying the red cap turned out to be just loose ballast, and as soon as the situation began to drag on, they began to become embarrassed. Their leader keenly sensed their mood and decided to retreat. As it turned out, temporarily. "Okay, lifeguard, we'll talk some more, and don't relax, stay alert, we're not done yet." He turned to the guy with the cake, after which he turned sharply on his heels and quickly walked to the exit. The retinue trotted after him. "A pathetic sight," said Semyon, looking after the departing ones, and sat down next to the guy. "Who asked you to interfere?" There was poorly concealed irritation in his voice. Semyon raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I helped you, didn't I?" "Of course not. You ruined everything. When has outside interference ever helped improve relationships between teenagers? Until we sort things out among ourselves, nothing will end. Teenagers usually don't call themselves teenagers. So I'm not ordinary. Listen, I'm sorry. I didn't want anything bad. I wasn't even going to interfere. It just happened." Reflexively, Semyon really felt awkward. "Okay, now you can't rewind. Forget it. But I must warn you that he will take revenge on you. For what? For interfering, disrupting his plans, daring to contradict him." The guy quietly switched to familiar form of address. He's a kid. Really? His strength is no longer childish. You're probably stronger, but if they attack in a crowd, you won't cope. And they always attack in a crowd. Stop it. We're on a spaceship. There are cameras everywhere, security systems. It's just impossible. Impossible and seeming impossible are not the same thing. And to you, believe me, it seems so. Okay, what's your name, philosopher? Sergey, and you? My name is Semyon. We've already switched to familiar form of address. Yes, forgive me. Forgive me. Can you describe the situation? I'm just curious. What's there to explain? I'm just new. Sergey pressed the image of the same cake on the display, which he still hadn't managed to finish. Seema, looking at it, remembered that he himself hadn't placed an order, pulled the second screen closer to himself, and quickly ordered a cutlet with potatoes, cranberry juice, and bread. Where's the new guy? Here some movement could be heard in the depths of the kitchen. The robots got to work, and soon they could expect food. At the boarding school, I was recently transferred from another colony to the school named after the heroes of space exploration Vakrushin and Losman. In my native colony, the boarding schools are overcrowded after a big accident on the asteroids. Hundreds of thousands of people died when the factories exploded. Haven't you heard about it? Of course I heard. It was on all the news for 2 weeks. It was all they talked about. The workers died, and the children in the colony were left orphans. Many children. The boarding schools were overcrowded, so they started sending us to other colonies. Half a year has passed, and they still can't squeeze us in. Now it's my turn. You lost your parents? My condolences. No, or rather, not this time. My parents died when I was little. I was transferred as more mature and adapted to life. No one thinks about the fact that in a new place, it is often harder for adults to overcome environmental pressure. I understand you. In fact, I also grew up in a boarding school, and in the same one, in the Capital Branch. And which one are you from? On the island of Rhodes. It's strange. My home planet also had an island of Rhodes. Nothing strange. It's an old tradition when developing a new planet to give earthly names to cities, rivers, islands, and so on. Why invent them all over again if there are ready-made ones? In new colonies, Earth names can make up to 90%. Gradually, with development, many of their own names appear, and in old colonies the share decreases to 25-30. Interesting, I didn't know. I do statistics. For us, it's ABC. So your situation is familiar to me, although I was not transferred, and I did not have to win my authority again. And I was transferred many times, so I know this kitchen well. But this time it is the hardest. I am not just from another place. I am from another planet, doubly alien. And I was also unlucky with the team. Every time there is some freak, but this time it is especially hard. This one, in the red cap, his name is Michael. He is not really an orphan. His father is alive, but he is a big shot in the army. So this scumbag does whatever he wants. If anything happens, Dad will bail him out and cover up the troubles. I don't know if it's true or not, but they say that he killed a couple of people. The guys who didn't want to obey him. They wrote it all off as accidents. He feels complete impunity. Plus, he's a complete psycho. Can I help with something? Semyon felt genuine pity for the boy. Remembered his time in the boarding school. Despite all the difficulties, he had never encountered such lawlessness. No, I have to figure it out myself. I'll get by somehow. The waiter rolled a serving trolley over and started putting food on the table. Where are you being taken? Semyon pulled a plate closer to him. A guided tour of the colonies. They'll show how space was explored, how the colonies developed. We're supposed to visit 8 planets. Semyon whistled. Wow. We've never been screwed like that. We've never been screwed at all. And all thanks to that same military dad. So that his son can get away with everything. He squeezes money for all sorts of entertainment. Our branch is packed to the brim. But I'd rather go to a poor place, but have normal people. Yeah, the human factor. Semyon finally started eating. After sitting in the cafeteria for about 20 minutes and chatting about this and that, he decided that it would be nice to take a walk and see what else was interesting on the ship. Sergey didn't want to go. He said he wanted to sit and think. After leafing through the ship's plan, Semyon decided to go to the greenhouse. Its size and description were impressive. As soon as he chose his destination, a green arrow helpfully blinked on the floor. He stood up and extended his hand to Sergey. It was nice to meet you. Maybe we'll see each other again. I doubt it, the ship is huge. Although, who knows? Sayoma followed the green arrow. After a few turns, he saw the elevators at the end of the corridor, but then he didn't have time to understand what happened. Something knocked him down, then something hit him on the head, and then the blows rained down one after another. They kicked him, tried to hit him on the head, but they also hit him in the stomach and back. Having recovered from the initial shock, he tried to jump up abruptly because he understood that if he didn't get up, he was finished. The thought that something like this couldn't happen here no longer occurred to him. He couldn't get up. The blows rained down one after another. His head was already foggy and swimming. Sayoma thought that if he was hit in the head again, he would lose consciousness. Suddenly, everything changed. He saw a shadow flash. The sound of falling was heard. The blows suddenly stopped. Sayoma took his hands off his head. Sergei was sitting astride one of the attackers who was lying on the floor and was pounding his head into the floor with quick, strong blows. All this happened in a matter of seconds. When Sergei knocked down one of the attackers and started beating him, the others were confused for a split second. Sayoma realized, now or never. He jumped up abruptly, grabbed the closest one by the neck with both hands, pulled him towards himself, and hit him with his forehead on the bridge of his nose with all his might. And then he realized that he had done in vain. Everything swam before his eyes. He began to fall. With the last of his strength, he twisted around so that the attacker he was still holding was underneath him and fell on him with the entire weight of his body. After the fall, he immediately went limp, apparently hitting the back of his head hard on the floor. They fell right between Sergei and the remaining 3 attackers. They were all wearing masks. Those who were still standing rushed to attack. Sayoma rolled onto his back and kicked the man running at him right between the legs. The man grunted, folded in half, and howled. Sayoma bent his leg and slammed his heel into his forehead with all his might. At that moment, Sergei flashed to the right, bending forward, slammed his shoulder into another attacker, grabbed him under the knees, jerked him up so that he flew flat on his back onto the floor, rolled over him, jumped to his feet, and immediately jumped onto his knees, landing on the man's shoulders. The last of the attackers froze in a daze, not knowing what to do. Sayoma slowly got up. He was swaying. Sergei also got up. The 2 of them slowly walked towards him. "Are you scared?" Sayoma asked. "This is not 5 against 1 from around the corner. Take off your mask." The attacker shook his head. Sergei grabbed it sharply and pulled it off his head. It was, of course, one of those guys in the cafeteria, although it was immediately clear who it was. They went through everyone and took off their masks. 2 were unconscious. Michael, the leader of the attackers, who was the first to be knocked down by Sergei, and the one on whom Semyon fell. 2 more were lying and groaning, and the one who was not injured had completely fallen into a stupor, apparently because he did not know how to explain later to his leader that he did not have a scratch on him. He would have preferred to lie on the floor with the others now. But Semyon did not care about all this. He was worried about another thought. Sergei, of course, saved him, but what awaited him now, and how to help him? He did not see the answer. He did not have time to say anything either, because the clatter of many feet was heard, and a whole crowd of people in uniform ran out from around the corner. "And here comes the guards, as always on time." All Semyon managed to say was when they were attacked, thrown to the floor, and their arms were twisted. Chapter 3. After sitting in the cell for a day, Semyon came to the conclusion that he could hardly count on justice. He vividly imagined a furry paw that interferes with the justice process and influences the decisions of those in charge. After he was grabbed in the corridor, he was not examined by a doctor, although he was sure that he had suffered a concussion, perhaps a slight one. But still, they did not ask him a single question. They did not talk to him at all. They simply brought him to the cell, locked him in, and seemed to have forgotten. But he knew that they had not forgotten, since the food was delivered strictly on schedule. But most of all, he was worried about Sergei's fate. He himself was still an adult and was responsible for himself, but Sergei was at the mercy of the system, and his fate, given the powerful enemy in the person of his military father, remained unclear. The cell in which Semyon was sitting was exactly like his cabin, only without the household frills. It only had a bed, a table, and chair. Indeed, why reinvent the wheel? In this form, a cell for those who have misbehaved, added a kettle, an economy-class cabin, hung up a TV panel, already comfort class. How arbitrary and relative everything is. Semyon was also interested in whether he was flying where he was heading, or his cell was already on board another ship, and he was being taken somewhere to be convicted of beating children. Judging by the sensations, during this time there was one landing and several dockings in space, during which many passenger and cargo modules migrated to other ships. Semyon decided not to knock on the door, not to demand an answer, not to throw tantrums, but to just sit and wait. To be patient. He decided that for now this was the best tactic. And so, a day later, they came for him. The office they brought him to looked like a typical office. He worked at something like that. This calmed him down a bit, because his imagination was starting to draw images of torture chambers from history books. You sit alone in the unknown, and even more strange things will come to mind. A middle-aged woman in a formal suit was sitting at the desk. The screen on the entire wall imitated a panoramic window in a skyscraper, which offered a stunning view of the city. Syoma had a fleeting feeling that he had come to get a job. He sat down on a chair opposite the woman. The only thing that spoiled the interview feeling were the two uniformed guards who remained standing by the door. The woman looked him in the eye. Syoma held her gaze. Finally, she spoke. "So what should I do with you? You've given us a lot of fun." Syoma had expected something like this. After his wait in the cell began to drag on, he already realized that they would try to shift the responsibility onto him. "What are you supposed to do with me? What am I supposed to do with you? I was attacked on your ship, beaten, then locked in a cell without a doctor, and kept there for a whole day. How do you explain all this? You crippled the children. I was defending myself. Let's be honest. I have an idea of how the security system works. You probably have a video showing the entire development of the situation. I think that they didn't come for me for a whole day because you were studying it and thinking how to pin the blame on me. Because it clearly shows that I am the victim. And what are you going to say now? That there is no video, the camera malfunctioned? A virus destroyed the file? Or will you come up with something else?" "The camera malfunctioned," the woman said calmly, still looking intently at Semyon. He went cold inside. It seemed to him that if he listed all the obvious options, she would be embarrassed to use them. It was very naive to think so. "Well, I think it's useless to appeal to your conscience." Semyon leaned back in his chair and decided to give the initiative into her hands because he realized that nothing depended on him here. The woman stood up, went to the fake window, and began to look at the city. The pause dragged on. Finally, she turned to him. "Let's be honest, we all need to get out of this situation with the least losses. We cannot blame the children due to certain reasons. I even know which ones." Catching an irritated look, Semyon decided that it was better not to tease the person on whom his fate quite possibly depended. But someone has to answer for what happened. A bad feeling stirred inside Semyon. "You said that you can't blame the children, or does the one who tried to help me not fall under this definition? He is completely uncontrollable. He is nothing but trouble." "We're talking about the same person now, aren't we? Are you talking about Sergei? Of course, he is not socialized at all. You wanted to be honest? Then what is the point of all this lace? He is a completely normal guy. His only fault is that he tried to help me to his own detriment. No need to make a scapegoat out of him. Since you are so smart, offer your own option. There is only one condition. Someone will definitely have to be punished." And she sat down at the table again. Suddenly, Semyon felt very small. A small part in a big machine on which nothing depends. How can he resist the system? As long as you live your ordinary, uninteresting life, everything can be fine. But as soon as you get into a difficult situation, the millstones of the system will grind you into flour if it turns out that you cross someone in power. Semyon sighed. "If so, take me. On one condition. Sergei needs to be transferred to another boarding school, preferably to another colony. Otherwise, they will devour him. You are in no position to dictate terms. But you are in a position to show mercy and not ruin the guy's life. Very noble of you, but they want exactly him." Syoma realized that she had gone to the extreme frankness for her situation and that she was really having a hard time right now. She understood and knew everything, but she couldn't do anything. "Well, If nothing here depends on us at all, then what is the point of this conversation? Maybe it doesn't. I just wanted to see what kind of person you are. Tell me, does your fate not bother you at all? Of course it does. But I grew up in a boarding school myself, and I know that the guy has no one to count on. If you break him now, he may never recover, and he should have a chance to build his own life. I had one. Maybe I didn't use it in the best way, but it was there. That's why you decided to play for survival? What? Not in the best way. Maybe. I am the senior operator of this ship. Do you know what kind of position that is? I solve all the complex and non-standard issues that arise during a flight. And for the past 24 hours, having put all my business aside, I have been busy cleaning up the aftermath of a teenage fight. Excuse me, what is your name? My name is Ludmilla. It is not a secret, but this information will not give you anything. Am I patronymic? You can do without a patronymic. I don't like it. Listen, Ludmilla, I beg you, you can do whatever you want with me. Court, prison, forced labor, but try to help the boy. Ludmilla stood up again and went to the window. She is probably over 50, maybe even older, but she is holding up well. At a glance, you wouldn't give her more than 40, thought Semyon. He did not lose hope of persuading her to stand up for Sergei. It's simple with you. You'll sit in your cell for the entire flight, as a temporary detainee, then go on your survival tour. And if you come back, you'll be charged with causing harm to health. She nodded to the guards. They came over, and Semyon had to stand up. And Sergei? Goodbye. She turned to the window and began to look at the city again. Semyon realized that he couldn't do anything more. He was again overcome by a feeling of hopelessness. He lowered his head and trudged under guard to his cell. The 2 weeks of the flight seemed incredibly long. Although Semyon had a multimedia panel brought to his cell, and he could read or watch movies, sitting in a confined space was quite tiring, and he realized that claustrophobia was not alien to him. The first days were especially hard for him. The troubles that had suddenly befallen him, which, as he realized, were not over at all, but only just beginning, brought him into a state of confusion. Syoma could not find a place for himself. He could neither sit, nor lie, nor stand. If he stayed in one position for several minutes, he would immediately jump up and start pacing from corner to corner. There was little space, so it looked like he was rushing around in his cage like a wild animal. Even at night, he would jump up and start pacing the room. A person gets used to everything and cannot stay in one state forever. So Syoma, not that he calmed down and resigned himself, but the degree of intensity decreased. The thoughts remained the same, but they no longer exploded his brain from the inside. It was unclear why he was allowed to take part in the survival tour, since he was guilty. In theory, they should have immediately sent him to court. And if he was not guilty, then what charges would they bring against him later? Criminals are usually not released on tour packages, even paid ones. The story was getting a bit murky, and he was also very concerned about Sergei's fate. He felt responsible for the boy. If you think about it, by trying to stand up for him, he launched the subsequent chain of events. He really wanted to help him, but he had no idea how. All he could do was wait and hope for the best. By the end of the flight, Semyon stopped rushing about and, on the contrary, fell into a state close to suspended animation. What had occupied him in recent years, and for which he had been preparing for so long, the survival tour, had receded into the background. And although he was inexorably approaching the wild thing, he felt neither fear nor excitement. Even if his thoughts turned to this topic, there was no adrenaline rush, and his heart did not start beating faster. It was as if he just wanted to walk in the park. For the rest of the time, no one came to him, and they did not tell him anything. It felt like they had forgotten about him altogether. Only the food was continuously supplied to the automatic receiver, and the garbage was also continuously disappearing. Finally, the numbers of the countdown to arrival appeared on the board above the door. There were 12 hours left. As soon as the numbers appeared, Semyon sat up on the bed, which he did less and less often. Apparently, somewhere in the depths of his subconscious, his brain decided that he couldn't do anything about the situation that had occupied his thoughts the entire flight, but he could do something about what awaited him and on which his life might depend. So he needed to focus on the survivalists, because if he didn't do this, he might not survive, and then further questions would disappear by themselves. The pendulum swung in the other direction, and Semyon marveled in passing at how the brain could adapt. Now all his thoughts were spinning around the survivalist tour. A sudden feeling of lost time rolled over him. In order to somehow make up for it and tone his muscles, Semyon began to do push-ups. It was unlikely that this helped him prepare, but he felt a surge of energy, and his thoughts began to gather together. He spent almost all the remaining time, except for sleep, doing various exercises that were possible in the cramped cabin, the cell, and by the time he arrived, he was completely exhausted. When the countdown of the last hour began, Semyon realized that he had overdone it. He collected the few things that he had here, sat down on the bed, and began to wait. Chapter 4. When the cell opened, no one came. The automatic lock simply worked, as if nothing had happened. Semyon went out and followed the arrow to the exit. Before leaving the ship completely, a gloomy crew member gave him a backpack and insincerely wished him a happy day. After walking down a long corridor, already at the orbital station, he found himself in a huge hall, where people were streaming from many doors. These were all new arrivals, who had arrived with him on the same ship. There were a lot of people. Hundreds of people. Yes, their business is thriving, thought Semyon. He was also wondering if the docking was broadcast to anyone, or just to him. He wanted to look at the orbital station from the outside. But no matter how he tormented the panel in his cell, the screen remained blank. If they didn't show him the docking, that was understandable. He was, after all, a prisoner. But if they broadcast it to everyone, that was strange. Broadcasting takeoff, landing, docking, undocking is a tradition. It was abandoned only at military and strategic facilities. But this is kind of an attraction. Why such secrecy? As soon as he left the corridor, in which there were no branches and it was impossible to get lost, a familiar arrow began to blink on the floor in front of him. Apparently, the ship he had arrived on shared his personal data with the station, and the system recognized him immediately. Well, convenient. The arrow led him to one of the check-in desks, where several people were in front of him. After standing for no more than 5 minutes, he found himself in front of a pretty girl in a maroon suit and a cap. "Hello, Semyon." She began immediately, glancing at the screen. "We are very glad that you are here. I hope after this tour, you will become our regular guest. Maybe if I get a discount as a regular customer." Semyon tried to joke banally. The girl smiled out of politeness, although it was clear that she was not laughing. "Take the information bracelet." She handed him a black bracelet with an oblong screen. "It will be your ID, key, and warning system at our station. The navigation system will take you to your room. In an hour we have lunch, and in 3 hours, I hope this will be enough time for you to rest, eat, and get settled. There will be an introductory lecture in the conference room for all arrivals. Attendance at all scheduled events is mandatory, since information may be given there that your life will depend on. If you miss a scheduled event, a decision may be made to cancel your tour without compensation. I am not scaring you. I am just reminding you. These points are in the contract. Have a nice day." "Thank you." Semyon took the bracelet and wandered after the arrow. The room turned out to be very spacious and packed to the brim. Here he had to spend about the same amount of time as on the ship, but he hoped that this time would be more productive. The program should be very intense, briefings and training that should prepare him for his stay on the planet. After all, as they say, we are interested in you surviving. We need regular customers, not a bad reputation. But customers still die. That's the whole point. Otherwise, this entertainment would not be so popular. Real risk and real adrenaline. Semyon once again felt a chill on his back and thought that perhaps it was worth choosing a simpler tour after all. But he immediately began to drive these thoughts away. Having quickly unpacked his things, he realized that it would actually be nice to have lunch and went to look for a canteen. Probably, like all the general-purpose rooms at the station, the canteen was huge, much larger than the registration hall. The tables seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. The distribution area was just as long. There were a lot of people. It was clearly the peak of the visit. Maneuvering between people coming from the distribution area with trays and looking for a place, Semyon began to make his way to the front of the line. The menu for a canteen was very rich. The abundance of dishes made his eyes run wild. He decided not to torture himself with choice and take the easy way out. He took a vegetable salad, potatoes with meat, the first cake he came across, and compote. He decided that he would try something exotic later, if he wanted to. There was no need to pay. Everything was included in the ticket. The tables closest to the distribution area were packed to capacity, and Semyon decided to go somewhere further away, where it was freer and quieter. Each table was designed for about 10 people. Having found a more or less free one, he put the tray opposite two girls, about 25 years old. "Do you mind?" he asked for decency's sake. "Of course not." The one with short black hair answered, "Sit down." "New?" "Yes, I arrived a couple of hours ago. I don't know anything yet. I don't know my way around here. Anyway, if you give me any useful advice, I'll be grateful." Christina, the dark-haired one, introduced herself. "And this is Suzanne." She pointed to her friend, who, unlike her, had light and long hair. "Nice to meet you, Semyon." He introduced himself, setting the plates in front of him. "We're also very pleased, aren't we, Susie?" She nodded. "Although I don't know what advice to give. We've been here for almost 10 days. We've completed more than half of the training program. They've thought everything out very well. The bracelet won't let you oversleep or get lost. To do this, you need to make a conscious effort. But maybe there are some informal nuances. For example, beware of a man in a black cloak. Don't open a red door, or vice versa. Open it as soon as you see it." The girl smiled. "No, there's nothing like that," answered Suzanne. Her voice was low and hoarse. "Everything is businesslike here. Training, lessons, briefings. The schedule is tight, but not overloaded. People don't pay to be bullied. The balance is generally maintained. There is time for entertainment. Like what, for example? For every taste. But you'd better be in your room. Look at the interactive panel. There's a very detailed guide to the station built in. Study it. You'll definitely find something for yourself. Are there really no hot facts, rumors, gossip? You've probably talked to other people, right? I don't want to disappoint you, but no." Christina had already answered that. "Oh, that's a pity." Semyon started eating. "And do you have a difficult tour?" The girls exchanged glances. "Well, by the way, it turns out there are nuances. It's not customary to ask such questions here," Christina said, and looked at Suzanne. She nodded. "But we'll answer, because we were interested ourselves. We have 75%. And you?" Semyon whistled. 75? Cool. Me too, actually, but you. What? Do you think women can cope worse? That's not the point. It just seems to me that men are more likely to risk their lives unnecessarily. If you look around, there are quite a lot of women here. No less than men. And if there are fewer, then not much. I didn't think about it specifically, but by default it seemed to me that they choose easy tours. No offense. It's okay. Susie pushed her hair out of her face. But it's not worth dragging yourself so far and paying so much money for a hiking trip. You can take a walk in the forest on almost any planet. And we can survive no worse than men. Better. That's probably why I thought that you shouldn't risk so much by your own choice. Your instinct for self-preservation works better. It's all nonsense in our heads. Syoma smiled. Well done, you got out of it cleverly. Christina extended her hand to him, smiling. Touch your bracelet to mine. Syoma did as he was asked. When they touched, the orange lights on the bracelets started blinking. Christina touched the light, and it changed color to green. She motioned with her eyes for Semyon to do the same. He touched it, and his light also changed color. We made the bracelets friends. Now we are in each other's contacts and can contact each other if we want. Suz, make your bracelet friends too. She extended her hand, and they repeated the ritual. So, if it gets boring, call me. Maybe we can go to the movies, or just to the cafeteria. There are a lot of people here. By chance, we may never meet again. One more thing, and you said there was nothing to tell. Yes, it turned out there was something. Chris, we have to go. Otherwise we'll be late for class. Suzanne was the first to get up from the table, took a tray with dirty dishes, and walked across the hall. Good luck to you, Semyon. Christina followed her friend. Then they suddenly turned around in unison and winked at him. Semyon leaned back in his chair, watched the girls go, noting that they both had athletic builds, and when they disappeared behind the backs of other people, he looked around the dining hall, smiled slightly, and said quietly, Well, it's not bad here at all, and finally began to eat normally. After lunch, there was still time before the introductory lecture, and Semyon decided to walk around, see how everything was arranged here. The first area he ended up in was the sports area. As expected, everything was striking in size. A huge gym, a huge gymnastics hall, an incredible hall with swimming pools. One pool in the center of the hall was no smaller than 2 football fields, and around it there were a bunch of others, smaller, but also much larger than the standard ones that Semyon was used to seeing in sports clubs. And everything was filled with people. They were running, jumping, pressing barbells and dumbbells, climbing ropes, swimming, wrestling, and so on. From the upper balcony, where Semyon was walking, it looked like an anthill. God, how many people are here, he thought. Couldn't they have chopped up a smaller room? It would have been much more comfortable and productive to train. And here you begin to understand what a fly feels when it flies into a gym. Although, perhaps, there was a meaning in all this. All this was not developed by fools. Fools do not have a business for which an entire planet is used. When those who are preparing to land see how many other people are doing the same thing, see that they are not alone, not a small bunch of idiots who decided to play with death, this probably motivates and gives confidence. At least Semyon felt such confidence. It was obvious that he had not gotten involved with a bunch of scammers who wanted to rip off their clients, but with a serious organization. This organization had everything thought out, debugged, put on stream. All the shortcomings and omissions that probably existed have already been corrected through experience. After all, they have been doing this for a very long time. This means that all the risks are calculated and justified. Your life will not be endangered just like that, but only in the way you choose. So that if you survive, you can be proud of yourself. That you overcame what you took on yourself, and now you can tell this story all your life. And it is best if you want to return yourself and persuade your friends to do so. The possibility of dying is a necessary spice, without which business would not go, as strange as it may sound. Humanity has strived for safety throughout its history, but having achieved it, many people chose risk in order to feel the taste of life. The paradox of the human psyche, and it has always been like this. Semyon's thoughts were interrupted by some extraneous sound. He shuddered, but immediately realized that it was his bracelet softly beeping, which also flickered with a bluish color. He looked at the board. It said, "The introductory lecture will begin in 30 minutes. The way to the conference room will take 20 minutes. Do not be late." Semyon looked at his feet. The arrow was already there. There is still time, he thought, and decided to walk to the end of the hall with pools, and then go to the lecture. But as soon as he took a few steps, the bracelet began to beep again, and with each step the volume increased and increased. Well, even if you wanna, you can't skip it. However, maybe it's for the best. At least they won't send you home without dropping you off. Their contract is very strictly drawn up. He obeyed the system and followed the arrow to the conference hall. After some time, more and more people he encountered along the way began to follow a parallel course. Everyone was going to the lecture. The entrance to the hall was through a whole row of doors, at least 10, and there was a crowd of people at each one. Having entered, Semyon found himself in, as usual, a huge auditorium in the form of an amphitheater. Having estimated by eye, he decided that there were at least 3,000 seats in it. The entrance was located on the upper tier, and he began to go down the stairs to get closer to the stage. Having walked more than half the way, he decided that enough was enough and turned left. Squeezing past 4 people already seated, he sat down in the first free seat. In front of him was a table with a zipped folder and a small screen. As soon as he sat down, the screen read, "Hello, Semyon. Thank you for coming on time. Please take a notepad and pen out of the folder in case you want to write something down. We also inform you that the recording of this lecture, like all the others you will attend, will be available for viewing in your room on the multimedia screen." The technologies that were used to track his movements were nothing supernatural. All this had been known for hundreds of years. But humanity has generally abandoned their constant use. People do not like to be under surveillance all the time. It has a detrimental effect on their psyche. And if the psyche of the population, say, of the entire planet begins to deteriorate, then it is not far from an explosion. Therefore, it was decided to give people more freedom so that they do not feel the leash tied to their collar. Of course, in some places the use of such methods was justified. For example, in spaceports and at all transport hubs. It helps people navigate. But the use of identifiers and tracking systems is usually strictly dosed. Here, apparently, The system monitors guests constantly. It was a little annoying, but the owner is the master. But you don't have to think, just do what you're told. Occupy your brain with something useful. In general, Semyon suspected that these technologies, in ordinary life, have not gone anywhere. They've just been moved into the shadows, and their use is not advertised. The governments are not such fools as to throw away such a valuable resource. Is it occupied? Semyon was brought out of his thoughts by a blond man making his way from the aisle to a free, neighboring seat. No, sit down. The guy was about the same age, short, stocky, and obviously very energetic. It was evident in everything. In his movements, his quick, sharp gaze, in his speech, although he only said one phrase. Phew, I thought I'd be late. It's strange, they seem to have thought of everything here. And Semyon raised his hand, showing the bracelet. Yeah, but I forgot. I met a girl. I wanted to arrange a meeting, otherwise I might not find her later. You can exchange contacts here using bracelets, and always find each other. He raised his hand again, showing his device. Really? How? It was immediately obvious that the guy was interested. Semyon demonstrated the entire procedure to him, after which he extended his hand. Semyon, by the way, the guy responded to the handshake. And I'm Valera, he continued poking at the screen. Yeah, I figured it out. Oh, it's a pity I didn't know before. At this time, the lights in the hall began to slowly fade, and a screensaver appeared on the huge screen that took up the entire wall. After which mountains appeared on the screen, the camera quickly flew in their direction, soared upward, flew along the mountain range, dived down, quickly flew over the forest, flew out to a large expanse of water, and flew over it. Then it began to rise higher and higher. Large areas of land began to come into view. Finally, the camera flew into space, and the planet appeared on the screen in its entirety, in all its splendor. Semyon thought that it was quite similar to Earth, the cradle of human civilization. He himself had never been there, but every schoolchild knew what it looked like, as did the history of the Earth. The location of the continents was completely different, but the ratio of water and land, the polar caps, the color scheme, and something else elusive, evoked an instant association with Earth. By and large, all the planets suitable for colonization were similar. The presence of water, an oxygen atmosphere, and a certain temperature regime, allowing water to exist on the planet in 3 aggregate states, left their mark and made all the planets quite identical. But at the same time, each had its own face. And here, despite all the obvious differences, it was like a brother, or rather a sister of the Earth. Survivalists, the lecturer's voice rang out. A beam of light precisely snatched him from the darkness at the bottom of the screen. I will call you that. Survivalists. You ended up here for different reasons, but with one goal: to experience intense emotions and survive. This is our goal too, that we want you to experience intense emotions, and we want you to survive. I won't hide it. This is the basis of our well-being. The lecturer smiled, and light laughter was heard in the hall. That's why we have quite strict rules here. Discipline close to the army. After all, we are talking about your life. We want you, regardless of your level of training, to be as prepared as possible to face the difficulties that await you by the time of landing. Our meeting will be structured as follows. First, a historical excursion. Then I will tell you what awaits you here, at the preparation stage, after which I will describe in general what awaits you on the planet. You will receive detailed information about the details of the landing in your smaller groups, depending on the difficulty you have chosen. And finally, answers to questions that you can start asking now, through the terminal that is in front of you. My assistants will sort them, combine frequently repeated ones, throw out stupid ones, and those whose answers will be announced during the lecture, so don't be upset if your question is not announced. The main thing is that there are no questions left when you leave the hall. He's spreading the word softly. Well, let's listen, Valera said, sliding down in his chair and getting comfortable. So, history. The lecturer began. This planet was discovered a long time ago, more than 500 years ago. It was given a scientific name, consisting of letters and numbers, which no one, including me, remembers, but it is listed in reference books, as well as a civilian name that people were supposed to use. And it was with this name that there was a mistake. It is unknown who came up with this idea, but the planet was called Siren. I think many people know who the Sirens are in mythology, They lured sailors with sweet songs and killed them. Naming a planet that was planned to be colonized like that was pure madness. Personally, I think it happened due to a lack of education. Someone liked the word, and no one bothered to find out what it meant, one way or another. But the name turned out to be fatal for the planet. After almost 100 years of colonization, when it was already decently developed and the population reached 100 million, a catastrophe occurred. Although the word catastrophe is not very suitable here. In fact, we still do not know what happened. People simply disappeared. Every single one. No one was left. No old people. No children. No pets. Not a single corpse was found. It was as if everyone had evaporated. 100 million people. Countless commissions, investigative groups, scientific expeditions. No one could answer the question, what happened here? There are many versions of what happened, but I will not list them here because none of them gives a convincing answer to the question of what happened. This information is in the public domain. If you are interested, you can read it. After this tragedy, due to the fact that its causes were never established, colonization was frozen, and the planet stood empty for several decades. And to be exact, 43 years since the disappearance of people, when it was finally sold to our company. I draw your attention to the fact that this is the first and still the only case of selling a planet suitable for colonization. Asteroids, satellites, planets unsuitable for life, used for mining, as many as you like. But all planets suitable for life are controlled by the universal government and, by law, cannot be transferred to private hands. But given the exceptional nature of the case and the fact that it is essentially impossible to persuade colonists to settle on it voluntarily, an unprecedented decision was made to transfer the planet to private hands. The announcer fell silent, the lights dimmed again, and an image appeared on the screen. An advertising video about survival tours began to play. Approximately the same ones were shown on all media resources, but this one was much longer and more detailed. Valera leaned over to the board and began to type some text. Semyon thought that he probably had a question. On the screen, cheerful guys overcame difficulties in all possible variations. In the next frame, a guy appeared naked to the waist, empty-handed and barefoot. Opposite him stood a large animal that looked like a lion, only black. Sioma's inside sank. He had a premonition that this video would not have a good ending. And he was right. The next moment, the beast jumped and bit off the guy's head with one lightning-fast movement. The entire audience screamed in unison. The headless guy even remained standing on his feet. Blood spurted upwards. His body began to fall towards the camera until the stream hit the lens. Only at this point did the video end. The lights flashed, and the lecturer continued his monologue. Quite harsh, I agree. But we don't have the goal of scaring you. We just want you to have a good idea of what awaits you. Some of you will die. People die everywhere, even at beach resorts where they are safe. But we want you not to die stupidly, like this guy. If you are thrown into an area with wild animals, even if you do not see them at the moment, this does not mean that they are not nearby and you can walk without weapons and equipment. We want you to really understand that death is near and always be on guard. For our part, we will do everything possible to prepare you for what awaits you. Of course, your money is already with us, and if you leave, refusing to disembark, then there is no return under the contract. Some may think that this is profitable for the organizers, and they are deliberately intimidating their clients. This is not true. The one who leaves without passing the test never returns. Perhaps out of a sense of shame in front of himself, because no one wants to consider himself a coward. And such a person will never bring his friends here. But about 30% of those who come decided to contact us because their friends had already been here, and it changed their lives. Those who managed to preserve it, Valera whispered, leaning closer to Semyon's ear. We have already started receiving questions, and I would like to immediately highlight one topic that worries many of those who come. The lecturer continued, looking at the screen of the tablet standing nearby on the lectern. Most of you are probably interested in learning more about the prisoners housed on the planet, and whether they pose an additional and unplanned danger. I asked, Valera whispered again. No matter how widely we expand our activities, even we cannot cover the entire planet. A separate continent has been allocated for prisoners, divided into two parts by a wide strait, located as far away from the rest as possible. The climate there is quite harsh. People who end up there are those whom the court has decided to isolate from society for life. Those who cannot be corrected, as an alternative to the death penalty. Opponents of this method say that they can settle there and build their own society. So it does not really look like a punishment. This is partly true. They are building. Sometimes something even works out. But since society consists mostly of social elements, no power lasts long. Plus, we do our best to restrain their technological development. Of course, it's not the Stone Age, but something like what's called the Earth Middle Ages. They process metal, but they don't have access to any mechanisms. We control this very strictly. And if a smart guy appears who wants to set up production of something more complex than a spear, we take measures and block such an opportunity. I wonder how? They're throwing away the inventor, no doubt. Valera perked up again. It's curious that the most marginal individuals who go against the system and the entire social order, when gathered together, are again divided into ordinary citizens and criminals. In order not to die of hunger, they have to engage in subsistence farming. And most of the exiles, who have never worked in their lives, suddenly begin to grow crops. And only a small part, about 8%, continue to try to lead their previous way of life. Moreover, these are not always the most desperate of them. Metamorphoses occur periodically, and incorrigible maniacs suddenly become farmers, and bespectacled swindlers suddenly try to become kings. But, as I have already said, no power lasts long. A large group of psychologists and sociologists observes the prison, and we call this continent prison. And the discoveries made during the existence of our prison indicate that this is a very progressive and humane method of punishment and correction. Yes, you can't return from there. Such an option is not provided. But if you want, you can live a decent life in this harsh land. This is a kind of atonement. Of course, the mortality rate there is high. They also survive, but without the opportunity to return to their normal life. What else did I forget? Oh yes. On the two halves of the continent, there are male and female colonies. We divided them for several reasons. Firstly, men would dominate, and there is a risk of turning women into a commodity. That is, for female exiles, the punishment would have been much more severe. Secondly, it was necessary to prevent reproduction. It would not have been humane to condemn future children to life in such harsh conditions. The two parts of the continent are separated by a strait about 80 kilometers wide. It is all studded with reefs. The cold ocean current getting there, due to the shallow depth, accelerates to a furious speed. The rapids rushing over the rock fragments sticking out of the water are a sea hell. The icy water will kill anyone who ends up in it if they are not crushed against the rocks first. If we tried to separate the two halves of the continent ourselves, we would not be able to do it as well as nature did. Not a single person has managed to get from one shore to the other. The same currents wash the entire continent, which makes navigation very difficult. Plus, satellites keep constant watch over the entire coast, and the construction of any floating craft larger than a fishing boat is suppressed. Just as no one has managed to get to the other half, so no one has managed to leave the prison. I dwell on this in such detail because there are many rumors and contradictory information about the prison. Also, most of the questions also concern the prisoners. Therefore, I tried to answer them in advance. To sum up, I will say, the prisoners are completely isolated on their continent. They do not pose any threat. There are no special secrets here. It is not clear why this prison is surrounded by so many rumors. Of course, there is secret information. This is the number of prisoners, the exact location and geography of the continent. It is present on all maps, but its image does not quite correspond to reality, accurate information about the social structure. All this is kept secret for security reasons. There were attempts to penetrate from the outside to free their friends, let's call them that. But all the general information is absolutely reliable. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Okay, enough about prisoners. Let's get back to our survival business. In the next part of our lecture, I will review the most popular and sought-after routes. I will introduce you to the nature and climate of the planet in more detail. Despite the fact that Semyon studied all the materials very carefully, choosing a tour, he learned quite a lot of interesting things. About survival on a raft in the open sea, about overcoming an icy desert, about a zone of volcanic activity, survival in which was more like a lottery, about tours through the desert, about cave labyrinths, about mountain paths, and much more. And everywhere, in addition to nature, the survivalists were confronted by aggressive fauna, and sometimes even flora. Having looked at all these passions, Simeon thought that his tour looked like a pretty easy walk, despite the rather high complexity. At least the climate zone was quite comfortable. But hanging out on a raft in the middle of the ocean, and even possibly alone, individual tours also exist, is too much. Although, there are probably enough such maniacs. If there was no demand, there would be no supply. In short, the next 2 hours were not in vain. Valera, sitting next to him, constantly made jokes about what was happening on the screen. Not always successful, but they made it clear that he was not a bad person and close in his worldview. During the lecture, Sioma had taken a certain liking to him and decided that they could become friends, at least for the time of preparation. Chapter 5. The master was puzzled by something. It seemed that everything was going as usual, but something was obviously bothering him. Liana leaned over the map. There hasn't been a landing in my zone for a long time. Usually, when there's a pause like this, it means something big is being prepared. Listen to me at least this once. The master began to stir sugar in his herbal drink, looking at which, Liana shuddered. She never understood how he could drink this crap. Don't go alone. It's better to skip the next landing altogether. No one goes alone except you. You're the best breadwinner of all I've ever seen. I wouldn't want to lose you. And it's not that you bring more junk than anyone else. You're like a daughter to me. I promised your father that I would look after you. I'm the best, precisely because I work alone. No one can let me down or screw me over. I'm responsible for myself. And I can't let anyone down either, when there's no one to let down. If the situation gets out of control, I can calmly run away, and I don't have to think about how to get my partner out. And I won't miss the landing. I need the money. Why? You've earned a lot in the last year. More than anyone, even more than me. What are you saving up for? A spaceship? Even if you save up, where will you buy it? No, I don't need a ship. I'm not going to fly away, but I have a goal. I'm not going to rob tourists forever. You need to plan for the future. Plan, whoever is stopping you, but don't go this time. Trust my experience and intuition. When the landing schedule is disrupted, it means the next one that comes will not be standard. And you never know what to expect from non-standard landings. With non-standard landings, the probability of the hunter dying increases significantly. And most of those who go die. They can even abandon the hunters, and you know what this is fraught with. It will be almost impossible to get out of the valley. Non-standard landing, non-standard equipment. It will be possible to earn good money. Maybe I will get something useful for myself. And as for hunters, there haven't been any here for 30 years. The dead don't need money. And equipment, too. And it's always like that with hunters. You never know when and where they will show up next. I hear rumors from other regions that they often graze there. The fact that we haven't had them for a long time doesn't mean that they won't be here again. On the contrary, the chances are increasing. I'm not just dissuading you, everyone. Those who I have the power to forbid, I simply forbid. But I can't handle you. Master, you know me. I won't lie. I could say that I won't go, and then quietly disappear. But I don't do that. Don't worry, I'm very careful. I'll sit and watch. If something's wrong, I'll pack my things and go home. If everything is okay, I'll work for a couple of weeks. Besides, if there's no one else in the clearing, I'll get all the junk. It turns out that by trying to talk you out of it, I actually pushed you. No, I'd still go. It's interesting. To be honest, I'm tired of regular landings. Getting junk has become a routine. And when dangerous work becomes routine, expect trouble. Vigilance drops, self-confidence increases, and a fatal mistake is just a stone's throw away. If you want to know, it's the instinct for self-preservation that's pushing me to go. I need to refresh my reflexes. Shake myself up, get out of the usual pattern. Refresh my improvisation skills, so to speak. He who can't improvise perishes. How you turn everything upside down. It's very difficult to argue with you. Maybe because I'm right. You just don't know how I work. I don't know. You don't reveal your secrets. Of course, that's why they are secrets. But I can open the door a little. I never rush into trouble. I always study the clientele carefully choose the victim, and plan everything in great detail. The formula seems simple, but if you strictly follow it, success is guaranteed. That's not your secret. That's not it. But this is also very important. If everyone followed these rules and didn't act like a gang of reckless robbers, the number of deaths among us would be much lower. and among tourists too. But if we overdo it, they might send a cleanup team, and then no one will be happy. No, they shouldn't have a cleanup team. They can have hunters, non-standard tourists with some non-regulated weapons, like 12 years ago, remember? Millionaires with smart guns flew in. They shoot into the forest, and the bullet flies by itself and looks for the victim. Almost everyone who was on the raid died. It's good that you were away then. That's what I'm afraid of. And they only send a cleanup team for lawlessness. If we had wiped out all the tourists, then yes, either a cleanup or a bomb. But we're killing off tourists here, just the way they need, 3 out of 4. On the contrary, we support their statistics. I keep an eye on it. If any of the hunters starts to bury themselves or show bloodthirstiness, we have methods to put them in their place. I know your methods, and I don't give a damn about statistics. I have my own principles. I don't kill people for junk, only if they're trying to kill me and there's no choice. But that rarely happens. I'm asking you for the last time, for the sake of your father's memory, don't go. No need for your father's memory. Maybe he's still alive. If he were alive, he would have returned long ago. 20 years have passed. I'm not forbidding you to hope, but sooner or later you need to come to terms with and accept the reality. He's gone. I won't argue, but I think he's alive. He can't return, but he's alive. It's definitely up to me to believe it or not. And I'll go on the raid. You knew from the very beginning that you wouldn't be able to talk me out of it. I understand. You had to try. That's my job. I can only promise one thing, that I'll be very careful. I'm not looking for death. I have other goals. Okay, do as you please. Let's consider that I've had an educational talk with you. Tell me instead, is there anything that matches my interests? No, books haven't been brought in for a long time. I remember you. I always ask everyone to take me if there is an opportunity. I promise a good reward, but there are a lot of young people among the miners now, and they do not perceive books as loot. They take weapons, camping gear, food, but if they happen to come across a book, they will not even look at it. Yes, the youth are poorly educated lately. Where are the elders looking? If this continues, we will completely go wild. And so we are driven underground. We lack education and culture. Maybe you should retrain from miners to become a teacher? You would do well. And you have yet to find such smart and well-read people even among the elders. That's it. I'm going, otherwise it looks like I'm running into another sermon. When are you leaving? Probably in the morning. I'll go look around, check the caches, spare shelters, deliver food, weapons. If there is a landing this week, it will be in the next 3 days. And if the pause drags on, I will sit and wait. I will not go back. I need to take more food. The master slowly, with difficulty, rose and extended his arms to Liana. Come, I will hug you. She came up and laid her head on his shoulder. He hugged her. Please be careful. I have no one but you. You know that. If something happens to you, there will be no one to bury me. Oh, you old egoist, Liana said sternly, but affectionately. It turns out you care about yourself. And about yourself too, he smiled. Get out. Don't torment my soul. She also smiled. As soon as I return, straight to you. The main thing is to return. I promise. Liana went outside. It was already getting dark. The night promised to be warm. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Despite the fact that it was still twilight, the orbital station was shining brightly in the sky. Liana thought once again how huge it was. Well, go ahead, send your tourists. We'll meet them here as expected, she said to the artificial satellite and walked towards home. Chapter 6. The training was quite intensive. Every day there were 2 physical training sessions and 2 theoretical classes. By evening, Semyon was simply falling off his feet. With the girls from the cafeteria, Suzanne and Christina, or Susie and Chris, as they called each other, and Semyon, looking at them, also began to use these abbreviated names, as well as with Valera, his neighbor in the lecture. They formed a small but friendly and cheerful company. Imitating the girls, the guys also tried to shorten their names and call each other Val and Siam, but somehow it didn't catch on because of the awkward sound. The training course was designed for 2 weeks, but it turned out that this was inaccurate. 2 weeks was the minimum required. Siam and Valera had already spent a week here, and considering that the girls had arrived 10 days earlier, they were supposed to land 3 days ago. But their deadline was constantly being pushed back. The organizers did not go into details, citing unfavorable environmental factors. It is unclear what factors could have hindered them, because the goal was precisely survival. But perhaps something was happening in the planned landing zone that would have destroyed the entire group, so there was no point in arguing with them. They probably knew better, especially since they did not charge extra for the delay. Therefore, the girls treated it calmly, as an additional vacation. Their training intensity had decreased since the main program was over, and they were now keeping fit to it. Turned out that they were both runners, that is, accustomed to exercise, and in addition to scheduled training, they liked to hang out in the gym. Sayoma was glad that they were late. He liked their small group, although they never split into pairs. At first, he liked Chris more. She was brighter and more active, but gradually his sympathies began to lean towards Susie, calmer and more reasonable. It was also unclear who liked which of the guys. Semyon decided not to upset the balance and let things slide. As it will be, so it will be. He did not discuss this topic with Valera because he had not yet decided on his sympathy, and he apparently followed a similar strategy. Perhaps an affair was not what they all needed. Friendly company while waiting for a risky venture was a more acceptable option. It was obvious that not everyone was experiencing delays. The number of people at the station did not increase. Familiar faces disappeared, but new ones appeared. With a large number of people in general, it was almost impossible to track this, but it was noticeable how the residents in neighboring rooms or in the dining room changed. People who were used to sitting at the same tables disappeared. It seemed that the disembarkations continued. Perhaps there were complications in a certain region. Deep down, Semyon hoped that they would all get into the same disembarkation. The chances of this were slim, but, as they say, you never know. And every day of delay gave additional hope. Today, after the evening training, they wanted to go fly on the simulators. Space battles, girls against boys. The idea, as always, came from the girls. They generally had a very strong competitive spirit. Almost any pastime they offered had to have a winner. Sayoma did not object. Even this could be seen as training. All these competitions charged them with victory, increased their determination, and this was not superfluous while waiting for the landing. He was still standing under the shower when the call beeped on the bracelet. Sayoma pressed the answer. "I hear the water pouring." Chris's voice rang out. "We've been waiting for you for 10 minutes. Are you still splashing around? Valera is already here, and you finished with him together. Darling, I just want to come to you clean. Can you blame me for that? You can't do that, but you can do that by making the girls wait. And Valera." A voice was heard in the background. "You make the girls and Valera wait. That's okay. You have 5 minutes. Come later, you'll be punished." "And how exactly?" "I don't know yet. But don't worry, we'll think of something." "After your words, I even wanted to be late to find out how you'd punish me. Not me, but us. And there won't be anything like what you've imagined in your soul." It's been 4 minutes already, and Chris hung up. Sayoma turned off the water and turned on the dryer, smiling. Streams of warm air slid over his body, and in the meantime, he began to comb his hair so that it wouldn't dry out on end. How he liked this communication. They always had fun, teased each other, flirted a little. Mutual understanding arose immediately. Nothing needed to be explained 100 times. In his entire life, Sayoma had not had so many friends and companies in which he felt at home, and it was definitely never as good as it was now. Even for this reason, it was worth coming here. The only sad thing was that they were all from different planets. If everything went well, if everyone stayed alive, Sayoma decided not to break off the connection under any circumstances, even if it was remote. Although deep down he understood that what was happening now could not be saved and preserved. Perhaps everything that was happening was dictated by the situation itself, leaving the usual habitat, impending danger. Perhaps, if they had met in a different situation, such unity would not have arisen. It was as if they had become different people for a while. All this is true, but now it is, and I really want to save it. It will be difficult to do this, but you can try. The main thing is that everyone stays alive. Thinking about this, Sayoma got dressed, went out into the corridor, and headed towards the play area. The girls won, as in most cases, although no one gave in to them, but that was good. It meant they would be in a good mood the whole evening. Losing was hard for them. After that, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't maintain a good mood. It was impossible to give in to them. They immediately figured it out, and such a victory did not bring satisfaction, but was worse than defeat. They began to get angry at the guys. It was ideal when they won, overcoming desperate resistance. This situation suited everyone. They enjoyed the victory, and the guys enjoyed their good mood. The evening was going brilliantly, and now, they were walking to dinner, chatting cheerfully and interrupting each other. "By the way," began Susie, "we had a meeting today about the delay." The guys immediately fell silent and became serious. The topic was important. "Exactly," Chris picked up. "Before this, they sent out a message that the landing was being postponed, and today they gathered a group and sent a curator to explain everything to us. Besides us, there were about 30 people there. Probably that's everyone affected by the delay." "What are they saying?" Valera couldn't resist. "They say we're waiting for now," said Susie, and looked slyly at the guys. Seeing the relief on their faces, she added, "I knew you'd be happy." "Of course, we're happy." Semyon couldn't help but smile. "How much longer are they leaving you? What are they even saying?" 3 or 4 days for sure," Chris said, and enjoyed the effect it produced. "The guys were really happy, so maybe you'll wait for us. We'll fly together." Valera voiced Semyon's hopes. "To be honest, I've been thinking about it for a long time," he confirmed. "Bad idea," said Chris. "Instead of taking care of ourselves, we'll have to save you too. You're like ignorant children. It's very cruel of you, mademoiselle, to question our ability to survive." Valera was unnaturally offended. "Wait a minute." Semyon cleared his throat. "If you consider us so worthless and don't want to fly with us, then you're ready to doom us to certain death, right? And what about our friendship? All these few days, is that worthless?" "Exactly," Valera chimed in. "Cruel and heartless old women." "Guys," Chris stood between them and hugged them by the shoulders. "Understand us correctly. We are still very young. We are only 25 years old. We still have a long life. And we don't want to die because of some guys we barely know saving their lives. We only have one life, and there will be a million more like you." She smiled broadly and ruffled their hair. "What million? I thought we were together forever. You wrote us off so quickly." Valera shook off Chris's hand and frowned. "Seriously, it would be great to fly together, but it's practically unrealistic." Susie put her hand on the shoulder of the offended Valera. "Teamwork is always more effective. We already know each other more or less. We can trust each other. This increases our chances of survival. But look around. There are so many people here. Can you imagine how many groups are sent to land every day? Even if we make it to your time, and even if we disembark on the same day, it's unlikely that we'll end up in the same zone. But there are group tours. Maybe we can come to some kind of agreement?" Semyon didn't want to lose hope. "Those who come together, like us, initially specify in the contract that they should also disembark together. But you, despite the fact that you arrived on the same day, I'm not sure that you'll end up at the disembarkation together. And it won't be possible to come to an agreement. Again, the contract specifies that they form groups at their own discretion. So, all we can do is hope for a miracle." "Yes, Susie, as always, you are the voice of reason." Semyon was already truly sad. "Okay, guys, while we're together, let's not indulge in despondency. We were going to eat. It's high time, before sad thoughts eat you up," Chris said, and was the first to go towards the dining room. The others followed her, but sadness hung over their company all evening. Chapter 7. Liana waited at her observation post for 3 days, but there was still no landing. On her territory, if tourists did not arrive at the beginning of the week, then there was no need to wait until the following Monday. Monday, Tuesday, at worst Wednesday, that was the custom. Omits happened extremely rarely, and as the master said, usually promised trouble. And now for the second week, without landing. Liana did not remember anything like that. It was alarming. If they did something up there, and, for example, decided to close the testing ground, then it would be a disaster. The entire way of life would collapse. A lot of people would be left without work. Of course, living by robbing tourists is not the most noble occupation, but that is why they fly here for thrills. True, they are not warned that they can run into other people here. They think that they will survive in the wild. Well, that makes it all the more interesting. And yet, if there is no landing this week, then going back home is just a waste of time. She needs to do something with the end of the week. Liana decided to go through all her dugouts, hiding places, and rookeries. It was high time to distribute food and update her gear. Over the past 2 months, she had eaten most of it in her caches. These points were scattered throughout her territory. There were many of them. The main base, 3 dugouts where you can spend the night, or even live for several days. 9 small caches where you can wait out the danger and hide. Plus more than a dozen caches with food and gear. And, of course, the most secret place, which she did not go to unless necessary and did not use it during work. She was afraid that someone would track her down and find out. And this could not be allowed. Not a single person knew about it except her father and grandfather. This place, like the entire network of caches, was passed down from generation to generation. Now only Liana knew about it. Her grandfather and father had disappeared. But if they suddenly returned, which was a hope, but a weak one, they would first come there to lick their wounds and get their bearings. Therefore, Liana always kept a full supply of food and medicine there. She decided to start her rounds from the northern part of her territory. She had been working there more often lately, and the supplies were depleted. In order to go around everything, she simply would not have enough strength to carry so much stuff. Probably, it was worth stocking up all the caches to a minimum, then several completely. She thought about what would be best to take. Small dry rations, concentrates, crackers. She couldn't stand all of this, but hunger, as they say, is not an ant. There should always be a reserve, and if possible, she preferred to live by hunting. She also had good canned food, but it was heavy to carry. She had been planning to buy a walker for a long time, a cargo 4-legged robot, about 500 kilograms, a pony model. They climb mountains quite well, but she always felt sorry for the money. That was when she felt sorry for it at home, and when she was dragging heavy things in the forest, she always scolded herself and her thriftiness. In general, she had such a robot, but it broke down, and to fix it, she needed to deliver it to the city, and it weighs almost 300 kilograms. How would she drag it? The all-terrain vehicle she arrives on has to be left almost 5 kilometers from the main base, and it is in a secret place, another 20 kilometers away. It's a good thing it broke down not in the forest, but at the base. It just didn't turn on one fine day, and that's it. To pick it up from there now, you need another one. Liana made herself some tea in a large mug and went out onto the terrace through a narrow passage. The terrace was a rocky ledge about 30 square meters, about 4 by 7. There was soil on it, thanks to which it was heavily overgrown. There were several trees and bushes here, so you could observe all the surroundings, practically all of your territory remaining unnoticed, even with strong optics. She sat down on a large boulder, which was still warm from the sun, although it had already crawled into the shade, and began to slowly and tastefully sip her tea. The sun was already very low, the breeze was light and warm, and she thought that she should bring a sleeping bag and lie down to sleep here. She liked to do this in good weather. The only way to get to this terrace was from a cave, the entrance to which was much lower and to the side. The grandfather who found and equipped all this was simply a genius. He knew how to find places that no one else would have thought of, like this one, for example, which served as the main base, an inconspicuous entrance to a labyrinth of caves, where it's easy to get lost, and in this labyrinth an even more inconspicuous ascent to the upper tier, which can only be reached with a certain amount of skill. The load then has to be lifted on a winch. After walking along the corridor, you find yourself in another labyrinth. And if you know the way, then at the end you will find yourself in front of a camouflage door. And behind it is practically a house. A curved gallery, with branches going off in both directions, which are rooms of different sizes, which mainly contain storage rooms. And at the very end is the main room with a door. It contains a fireplace, a bed, and a bunch of equipment. Grandfather dotted all approaches to the base with cameras and all sorts of sensors. So, when you are inside, it is almost impossible to get there unnoticed. Grandfather was not paranoid. Long ago, when their activities were just beginning and the situation had not reached equilibrium, the organizers of survival tours did not like that their clients were hunted and robbed. They periodically tried to catch the miners, as they called themselves. They could not exterminate them, but the confrontation continued for quite a long time. So the measures taken by grandfather were dictated by necessity. Their family was the only one that did not lose a single person during mining. They had the only dynasty. All the others were temporary. Some died, some quit this business. But the infrastructure created by grandfather allowed mining to be carried out effectively and relatively safely, and somewhere even with comfort. Gradually, a balance was found. The miners did not kill tourists unless absolutely necessary, but they provided additional extreme. They stopped touching them. And although there were no threats from the organizers for a long time, the activity itself was quite dangerous. So Liana continued to follow all the rules developed. God protects those who are careful. As Liana sipped her tea, she thought that she would have probably left here long ago if it weren't for the inheritance left by her grandfather and father. It was a pity to abandon all this farming, and especially, she couldn't imagine how to live without a secret place. Her heart was there, and she loved danger. Risk was very exciting, cleared her mind, added spice to life. In principle, she understood why tourists came here, for the same sensations that she herself constantly experienced. But work is work. Where else on this planet can you get modern weapons, ammunition, and electronics? And sometimes you could get a pretty good deal on food if elite tourists came with their delicacies. The sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon. Liana finished her tea, splashed the rest on the grass, and went for a sleeping bag. She would need to get up early tomorrow to cover as much territory as possible. Taking the sleeping bag and the remote control for the security system, she stood there for a while, thinking, then put everything on the table and decided to pack a backpack for tomorrow before going to bed so that she could leave at dawn. Since she hadn't replenished her supplies for a long time, she would have to work as a workhorse tomorrow. Oh well, it was her own fault. Only after getting out of the cave labyrinth did Liana realize that she had overdone it. She wasn't a newbie, but she had made a mistake. The backpack probably weighed about 30 kilograms. And although she led a very active lifestyle and had plenty of strength and endurance, it was still too much for a girl. So she would walk slowly, rest often, and the entire route would take much longer than she had expected. Deciding that returning was a bad omen, she decided not to change anything, adjusted her backpack more comfortably, and headed north. She tried to take a new route each time, so as not to tread the path to the base. Ideally, she would try to step on rocks, but she decided not to do this with a heavy backpack. It was about 7 kilometers to the first cache. An hour later, she had covered almost half the distance and was so wet that it seemed like she had just gotten out of the water. She decided to make a long stop. She stuck her backpack under a large bush and took out a thermal mat, which when rolled up was no bigger than her fist, but was the size of a good sleeping place. The day was hot, but it was still not worth lying on the ground all hot. She spread it out on a clearing, where the shadow from the tree crown was diffused and let in a little sun. She sat down on the ground and took off her high boots. They were also sweaty through. She took off her camouflage jacket and pants. She laid it all out in the sun and froze in indecision. She was left wearing only panties and a compression top, which she wore so that her breasts wouldn't get in the way when running. They were also soaking wet. She had nothing to change into, and it wasn't very pleasant to dry them on herself. She knew for sure that there had been no ships in the last few days. She had observed it herself, and the control systems at the base hadn't detected anything. And it's hard to miss the landing of shuttles. The master had said that there shouldn't be any miners in the raid, and even if someone had gone, no one usually wandered into her territory. Everyone knows whose clearing this is. But even if someone did come in, what are the chances of meeting them in the huge forest? Almost none. But something stopped her from undressing completely. Probably not even the fear of being seen. No, the forest was empty as a drum. Rather, she was embarrassed by the fact that she would feel defenseless, completely without clothes. It would seem, not much difference, only underwear. But no, without it, some important barrier disappeared. Oh, come on, really, she finally said to herself, and abruptly took off the rest of her clothes. Well, nothing to worry about. She laid out her things to dry, stood facing the sun, spreading her legs wide and spreading her arms out to the sides, and closed her eyes, exposing her face to the warm rays. How nice. She stood like that, warming herself for a couple of minutes, and then lay down and stretched out on the rug. She often lay naked in the sun, but she did it on the terrace of the base, where she felt protected. But like this, in a clearing, in the middle of the forest, it added new sensations and slightly tickled her nerves. Although she did not intend to do this, but having warmed up, she somehow imperceptibly slipped into sleep. Look at what a fabulous picture. At first she thought that this was part of a dream. How often in the forest can you find such a flower in a clearing? A rough neighing of several voices was heard. The dream instantly flew away, Liana sat up abruptly. There were 3 of them. What immediately caught my eye was that one of them was holding her panties in his hands. Having twirled them in his fingers, he brought them to his nose and slowly inhaled. The rest of her clothes were not visible. Apparently, they threw them somewhere in the bushes. It immediately became clear that this was not a harmless joke, and that it would not end well. She did not give in to the urge to cover herself with her hands, having time to think that this would immediately put her in the role of a victim. Instead, she stood up abruptly, turned to face them, and put her hands on her hips. "I know you." She decided to immediately take the initiative into her own hands. "You have only recently started working in our area, and you probably don't know that this is my territory. You shouldn't come here. Look at how businesslike you are." The one standing in the middle was obviously in charge. Liana also noticed that although they were holding their guns as if they were relaxed, the barrels were pointed approximately in her direction, their hands were on the handles, and their fingers were not far from the triggers. They were not here by chance. They knew perfectly well who she was and that they needed to be on the lookout. So, they were looking for her. Maybe they were following her. But for how long, and what did they know? Maybe they tracked down where the base is. Then that's really bad. That means they're outlaws who have their eye on her property, and they'll have to be finished off. It's easier said than done, though. So far the situation hasn't been in her favor. Good. It's right that we didn't shoot her right away. We should take advantage of such goodness, said the one holding the panties. Take your time. First she will show you where her base is, and then do whatever you want. The main one answered. So, they don't know where the base is, but they somehow found it, which means they have some information. Thought Liana, and this calmed her down a little. For some reason, the secrecy of the base's location worried her more than her own life. So what? Will you show us your lair? We heard a lot of interesting things there. You earned well and spent almost nothing. You must have a lot of money, but we found nothing in your house. Yes. Why are you looking at us so surprised? We searched your house. I must tell you that it doesn't give the impression that a woman lives there. It's as if no one lives there at all. You only spend the night there when necessary. There are no personal belongings of yours. Like a hotel room. He's not a fool at all, thought Liana. He noticed everything accurately, which means that the situation is even worse than it seemed. Although, where could it be worse? So you consider your base your home. So you keep all your savings there. They say that you have a wonderland there. Rare weapons, devices that are impossible to get on this planet. If you sold everything, you could probably buy yourself a starship if they were sold here. But you keep everything. We developed you for a long time. We collected information, prepared. There was one problem. They said that you were very dangerous, and it was impossible to catch you by surprise. If only those who said this could see you now. So, were the rumors about you greatly exaggerated, or were we just incredibly lucky? You will find out everything before sunset. Liana tried to calculate different options, but so far she did not see a way out. The situation needs to change, something needs to happen, then maybe there will be room for maneuver. In the meantime, she stood proud but completely naked in front of 3 armed men. Is that a threat? The leader smiled. A statement of fact. Liana smiled back. Okay, agreed. We know the direction, the distance is about the same. Even the location is almost exact. We were watching you with a mug on the rocky ledge. But we need an entrance. So, it's time to go back. And they moved towards her, going around her from all sides. Liana decided that what she definitely would not allow was to be abused. She pulled herself together internally and became like a compressed spring, preparing to fight back. Calculating the possible course of the fight, she did not keep an eye on one of them, and he ended up on the side and slightly behind. She caught some movement, but did not have time to react, and the butt of the gun met her head. Her vision went dark and she lost consciousness. The last thought that flashed through her mind was, how stupid. Consciousness returned slowly, as if she was emerging from great depths. At first, she did not understand where she was and what was happening. Instinct told her to try not to give away the fact that she had come to. She realized that she was being carried over a shoulder, with her head back. Opening her eyes, she saw the back of the one who was carrying her in front of her. Trying to be as relaxed as possible, so that not a single involuntary muscle contraction would give away her awakening, she tried to assess the situation. She was still completely naked. Her hair, which had previously been gathered into a bun, was disheveled and now hung down, blocking her already poor view. Although this was even good, from the outside it was not visible that she had woken up, if anyone looked. As far as she felt, she had not been raped while she was unconscious. Although her head was buzzing after the blow and her body was aching in some places, apparently they hadn't been particularly kind to her while she was unconscious. The place where she lay with her stomach on her shoulder hurt especially. Apparently they had been carrying her for quite a while, and everything there was chafed. Also, the button on her shoulder strap was pressed somewhere under her hip, causing unbearable discomfort and pain. She had to make superhuman efforts not to move. Her arms hung limply down and periodically hit the butt of the gun, which was hanging on the other shoulder of the one who was carrying her. There was probably a bruise there too. On the other side of her belt, she saw a knife, tied with a fixing strap. It was located just below her face, almost at elbow level. She decided that this knife was her main chance for survival. She's taking a long time to come to her senses. It was the voice of the leader. It turned out that he was walking behind her, at some distance. This was bad, which meant he could see and control her every move. Idiot, why did you have to hit her? We had the situation under complete control. But you yourself said that she was very dangerous. The one who was carrying her answered in a breathless and breaking voice. Apparently, he was forced to drag her as punishment for knocking her out. What? Are you completely out of breath? But she could have walked on her own 2 feet if you hadn't hit her. Pray that she wakes up, because if you damaged her brain and she can't show us all her secrets, I'll cut you into pieces alive, and you know that's not a figure of speech. Boss, I didn't hit you very hard. She's a woman, she doesn't need much. Look how puny she is. A month of work could go down the drain. I told you, she's a resource. You need to treat her with as much care as possible. And here's such luck, they took her without resistance. I was afraid when we were going to catch her that we might decide, and then out of nowhere such a screw up. No, I'll definitely kill you if anything goes wrong. Since she's alive, that means she'll wake up. Don't be afraid. We'll find out everything, and then we'll fuck her properly. Well, you're definitely an idiot. Don't confuse work with entertainment. If you have money, you can buy yourself as many women as you want and any kind of women you want. She is money. Got it. You yourself promised to give her to us when she was no longer needed. I promised, since you liked her so much. And now I regret it. We need to finish the job and dispose of her. And while you're having fun with her, something might go wrong. What if she runs away? Then the whole operation will go down the drain. She'll come back with reinforcements. No, she won't run away. We'll try. Do you want us to cut the tendons on your legs? We'll see. I gave my word, I'll keep it. But this is the last time. At work, you'll think with your head, not your dick. But we've never met such cool ones before. How can we not think with our dick? He doesn't ask permission. He chuckled. Although each phrase was getting harder and harder for him, it was obvious that the conversation had knocked him out of his rhythm and taken his last strength. Liana thought that was good. That's the problem. Almost there. The main one caught up with them and began to move a little to the side. Apparently looking for a landmark, IT was not very clear where the third one was. He was walking ahead. Sometimes Liana heard the sounds of his steps. She, swaying in time with the movements of the one carrying, caught the moment, and without changing the rhythm, bent her arm a little more, so that it was next to the knife, and, with a slight movement, unfastened the fixing strap. The one who was carrying her did not notice anything. The main one continued to move forward and to the side, and Liana decided that she had to act now or never. Although her brain tried to tell her that it was very dangerous, that she had to wait for a more convenient moment, that maybe everything would work out, because this could not happen to her, and all this was probably just a joke. She did not let her consciousness convince her, and although she was very scared, she decided to do it. Trying to leave the body limp until the last, she, just as carefully as when she unfastened the strap, with a light movement snatched the knife from the sheath, put the tip to the spine, and like a hammer on a nail, struck the handle with an open palm, driving the blade into the spine. Pain pierced her hand from the blow, but the result was just as she expected. The knife hit between the vertebrae, and the second blow, for which she was prepared, was no longer needed. He obviously felt something at the last moment, but did not have time to understand anything, much less do anything. Perhaps he thought that she was just coming to her senses. And the next moment he croaked muffledly, his legs buckled, and he began to fall. But Liana was no longer there. Immediately after the blow, She slid off his shoulder, landed like a cat, and silently rushed into the bushes. From the moment she snatched the knife until she disappeared into the bushes, hardly more than 3 seconds passed. Those who were walking ahead heard the sound of a fall behind them, turned around, saw only a lying body and no trace of the captive, as if she had never been there. No, a scream cut through the silence of the forest. Of course, the main one was screaming. At this time, Liana was already several dozen meters away and continued to rapidly move away. She had probably never run so fast, although running was very difficult for her. From hanging on the shoulder for a long time, her body was numb. Her legs were pierced by thousands of needles. They were like cotton wool and did not obey well, but she did not pay attention to this and forced herself to run as fast as she could, trying not to make noise. In her head, she kept one thought that if she did not run now, then perhaps she would never have to run again. But now she had freedom and a knife. The pursuers were quite far away. She could hear them well, because they were running through the forest and screaming incessantly, cursing her with the worst words. They had chosen almost the right direction of pursuit, but they were moving rather slowly, apparently not having yet recovered from what had happened and not having enough hope of catching her. After all, having turned around, they did not see how and where she had gone. For them, she had simply disappeared. This made the pursuit very difficult. If you see the fugitive, or at least saw how he disappeared from sight, that is one thing. But to start a pursuit completely blind is difficult. Liana already understood perfectly well where she was. This was her forest, her territory near the base. Apparently, they really managed to track her down. She was faced with the question, what to do? Get to some cache or hiding place, get dressed, arm herself, and take revenge? But this would take quite a long time. It is unknown what they will have time to do. They might suddenly disappear, and then she would have to be wary of their return all the time, and every approach to the base would be like a reconnaissance operation, and in general, she would no longer feel calm in her forest. Trying to penetrate the base and do the same thing is possible, but risky. If they know where the entrance to the cave is, they can set up an ambush and wait for her there. But even if they succeed, this will again give them time if they want to hide. Liana already knew what she would do. The issue must be resolved immediately. Perhaps the lack of clothes and the fog in her head caused by the blow awakened her animal instincts. She turned into a wild cat, a wounded tigress. She didn't even need a weapon anymore. A trophy knife was enough. The handle, heated in her hand, inspired confidence that this steel tooth would not spare any of the enemies. She didn't need clothes either. They had already seen all her charms anyway, and they didn't have long to live. So what is there to be ashamed of? And the small abrasions and scratches that covered her skin while running through the forest did not bother her at all. Too small a nuisance in a game where life is at stake. The voices of her pursuers died down. Apparently, the emotional shock of her escape had passed, and they realized that screaming would only make things worse. They would give them away. Liana did not know whether they would continue to pursue her or get scared. She decided that they would most likely continue. They thought that she was naked, had just come to her senses. It was unclear whether they knew about the knife. If they examined the body, they could have guessed. If they immediately ran after her, they probably thought that she was unarmed. So they would want to take her while the trail was hot. Liana smiled predatorily. She made a large circle to get behind them. Returning to the place of escape, she hid in the bushes and began to watch. The one who carried her was apparently lying where he fell. But he was not dead. His legs were strangely bent. One arm was also unnaturally twisted when he fell. He lay completely motionless and quietly groaned. It seemed that he was paralyzed. There was nothing to hear nearby. It did not look like an ambush. They could hardly have imagined that in her condition she would return here. Most likely they thought that she would try to run as far as possible. In their place, she would have thought exactly that. It remained to be seen how good trackers they were. Would they be able to find her tracks and follow her along them? After waiting a couple more minutes and making sure that there was definitely no one nearby, she ran up to the paralyzed man, bending low, got down on all fours next to him, and bent her arms at the elbows to be face to face with him. He, who had been moaning steadily all this time, saw her and widened his eyes, held his breath, and let out a much longer and more intense moan. "Do you still want me?" Liana brought the knife to his throat, but then changed her mind and decided not to interrupt the torment. Instead, she pulled the gun off her shoulder, unfastened the leather belt that held the cartridge belt and knife sheath, and a couple more closed pockets. She looked longingly at his boots, but this bastard had grown himself size 45 flippers. This was too much for her, and she needed shoes. The adrenaline released abundantly by her body was gradually being processed, and pain from numerous injuries was coming. And her legs bothered her the most. She had badly injured them during her extreme run through the forest. She ducked low and ran into the bushes for a few minutes in the direction her pursuers had gone. Then she stopped and listened to the sounds of the forest for a long time. It seemed they weren't going back yet. She tried on the belt. It was too big. She drilled an extra hole with the tip of the knife and put it on herself. The belt was quite old, the leather was mashed, and it didn't press or rub even on her bare skin. She put the knife in the sheath and examined the contents of the pockets on the belt. One of them contained a small dry ration, a chocolate bar, nutritional capsules, and concentrates. Solid chemicals, but a very useful set in an extreme situation. In the second pocket was a mini first aid kit, also only the most necessary. Liana chose a painkiller, took 3 capsules, then reluctantly put 2 back, reasonably judging that too large a dose could slow down the reaction. She also took 1 stimulant tablet. She knew this drug well. She had used it during raids, so she could predict the reaction to it. She put it all on a leaf next to her. There was nothing to wash it down with. It was strange that he didn't have a flask. They had surprisingly little equipment. So there was a camp somewhere, and probably not far away. There was also a cartridge belt on the belt, for pockets in each of which lay a magazine for a shotgun with 12 rounds. 1 magazine was sticking out of the gun, and that was 60, but she knew that she wouldn't need that much. She also carefully examined the gun. An old one, a regular firearm with lead bullets. The most common weapon on this planet. It was obvious that despite its age, the gun was in good condition. It was looked after, lubricated, and cleaned. It shouldn't misfire. That's the biggest danger when handling an unfamiliar weapon. Of course, she still wanted to strangle them with her bare hands, or, at worst, with a knife, but she wasn't going to make her life difficult on purpose. A bullet to the head would do just as well. Liana stood up, adjusted her belt, hung the gun on her shoulder, took 2 pills she had prepared in her fist, and carefully walked forward, listening attentively to the forest and looking out for a puddle of water, because she knew that there was no river or stream nearby. She found a hole filled with rotten water about 100 meters away. It was possible that she shouldn't have drunk from there, but her head and feet were hurting more and more. She didn't know exactly when she would find her enemies, and the medicine needed time to work. She brushed aside the garbage and leaves floating on top, scooped up some of the settled water with her palm, and washed down the pills. The water tasted sickening. Liana thought that this could backfire on her, reached into the first aid kit, and pulled out a pill for poisoning. She drank it, washed it down with half a chocolate bar to kill the taste of the water, and set off in pursuit. With each step, the pain receded and her head cleared. Now Liana felt like a hunter, and they were assigned the role of game. They left a lot of tracks, and for an experienced tracker like her, they could be read like an open book. They seemed to be amateurs in forest life, but it was not worth losing vigilance. There was always a chance that this was an enemy trick. The forest in this place was quite young. The crowns had not yet grown and let in enough light, but everything below was heavily overgrown with young growth and bushes. So, despite the abundance of light, the forest was almost invisible. This helped her a lot when escaping. She was able to quickly disappear from sight, but it was a hindrance during the chase. It was easy to run into an ambush. The only thing that encouraged her was that they were unlikely to think that she would pursue them. Just in case, she turned right from the tracks and made an arc, planning to cross their trail later, when the forest thinned out a little and it would be easier to see. And there was just such a place ahead. The fact that she left the trail saved her life. Otherwise, having come out from behind another bush, she would have just run into them. They were sitting on the opposite slope of the ravine, facing the direction from which they had come. The weapons lay on their knees. They were silent. If Liana had continued walking straight, she would have gotten out of the thicket, just opposite, and would have turned out to be an excellent target. Then there was a shootout, 2 barrels against 1. Besides, the leader had an automatic weapon and could fire in bursts. Even if she tried to hide in the bushes, The chances of being hit by a stray bullet were high. But she was crossing a ravine much higher up the slope. Her eye caught something foreign, not belonging to nature. Having hidden and gotten closer, she finally saw them. At first it was unclear what was happening. She thought it was probably an ambush. But for an ambush, they themselves were sitting too openly. If she jumped out at them, it would be a great success for them, and the last chance to gain the upper hand. She thanked her intuition once again. And then it dawned on her. They didn't know what to do next. Apparently, this silent sitting on the slope was preceded by a serious discussion, maybe even an argument. They gradually realized what situation they were in. And now they were ashamed to run away with their tails between their legs, and they were afraid to continue hunting her. So they stopped halfway. Most likely, they decided that after escaping, she would try to get to where she had clothes and weapons, and only then would she start hunting them. Common sense dictated this. Liana herself was thinking about doing the same. But she ignored common sense, and therefore kept them at gunpoint now. And they thought that they had time to think while she licked her wounds. She got a little closer. I'm telling you, if we leave now, we won't just be empty-handed. We'll have to run far from here, because they'll declare a hunt for us. The main one obviously wanted to continue, and tried to persuade his partner, but we'll be alive. She's not human. She just vanished. We underestimated her. Human, an ordinary human, and a woman at that. Yes, well prepared, but a woman. Python is to blame for everything. If he hadn't stunned her, we would have tied her up and let her on a rope. She wouldn't have gone anywhere. I was following behind her the whole time, watching, and got distracted for a second. She was just lucky. I'm not sure of anything anymore. But what if we started tying her up and she pulled some kind of trick and killed us all? Don't go crazy. We can set up an ambush at her cave. There are only 2 of us, and this is her forest. She feels at home here. And she's alone. Okay, let's go see how Python is doing. Running around the forest blindly is pointless anyway. Although, I don't think he's a long-term resident. How do you know? We didn't even check on him. I don't think she was humane. Let's go? The chief stood up abruptly. Liana had been targeting them for a long time. At first she thought about trying to take them both out with one shot. There was such a possibility. They were sitting one behind the other. The pervert who sniffed her panties was closer to her, and the chief was behind him. Then she decided that it would be good to take one of them alive. They knew too much. Someone must have supplied them with information and was probably in on it. They needed to find the rat. Liana decided to eliminate the chief as the most dangerous by the end of the conversation. She was about to pull the trigger when the chief stood up abruptly and the second leaned forward, getting ready to get up. She fired. The bullet meant for the chief hit the second one right in the temple, passed through, tearing a huge chunk out of his head on the way out, and hit the chief's thigh, splashing him with blood and pieces of brains. He fell, but before he even reached the ground, he fired a burst quite accurately at the place where Liana was sitting. Her left arm was burned just below the shoulder. Damn it. Liana rolled behind a tree. Bastard. How did he get there? She was truly perplexed. Although he was an amateur in the forest, he seemed to be an ace when it came to combat training. Probably a former military man, and not an ordinary soldier. You could feel the class. Literally a second later, she looked out from behind the tree, but he was no longer there. Only the corpse remained on the slope of the ravine. They had to leave immediately. Under cover of the bushes, she ran back, and then began to go to the right. They should have ended up on different sides of the ravine. He wouldn't have had time to cross it in that time, and then he probably wouldn't have risked it, because the ravine was clearly visible. The wound in his arm didn't hurt much, but it was bleeding profusely. The bullet had passed through without hitting the bone. Having found a secluded hollow near the fallen trees, Liana crouched down and began to listen. There were no extraneous sounds. She put the gun in front of her, with the safety off, and reached into the first aid kit. She took out a tiny tube of antiseptic, treated the wound, then took out a pressed bandage and wrapped her arm. "Your name was Python," she said, remembering who she had taken the belt from. "Well, thank you for being so provident. Let's assume that you have atoned for your guilt." It's strange that she missed. Perhaps the gun was poorly aimed, that the pills affected her reaction, that the blow to the head was making itself felt. Or perhaps a combination of factors. She chose the right victim, but she hit the wrong one. It's good that she hit him at all. Otherwise, 2 people would be chasing her now. She saw that she had wounded the one who was still alive in the leg. This wound is more serious than hers. He won't be able to move quickly. Damn, but what kind of reaction does he have? She thought. Probably shouldn't set herself the goal of taking him alive. Too dangerous. Having finished treating the wound, she wiped the blood off her hand as best she could with leaves. And, using a knife, out of habit, she dug up all the trash so as not to leave traces and covered everything with rotten leaves on top. Liana began to slowly make her way to the scene of the shootout. Once she was close, she spent a long time looking for movement on the opposite side, but everything was quiet there. It was unlikely that he, wounded, stayed nearby. Most likely, like her, he ran away to treat the wound. Crossing the open space was dangerous, but necessary. She returned here to pick up a scent. Trying not to make noise, she quickly ran down the slope and began to climb to the other side. Passing by the dead bandit, she noticed that he also had almost the same belt, but she did not take it. There was no time for this. Her attention was also drawn to the fact that something was sticking out from the breast pocket of his jacket. Carefully peering into the upper edge of the ravine, she could not resist and climbed there with her hand. That's right. Her premonitions did not deceive her. These were her panties. Running up, she quickly pulled them on herself, for a second turning from a hunting tigress into a woman. This small piece of fabric made her feel like she was finally dressed and gave her confidence. Pure psychology, she thought, and began to look for traces. It was not difficult. Blood was gushing from the main man's wound, obviously, because the bloody trail was practically continuous. So he could not have gone far. Perhaps he was very close. Liana felt cold inside. It was very reckless to cross the ravine here. He could have stayed in this place and hidden. But, fortunately, he did not stay, and the trail went further and further. As was her habit, she did not follow the trail directly to avoid surprises. She went to the side. She did not have to go far. Apparently, the bullet had cut the artery in his thigh, and he could not stop the bleeding. He sat with his back pressed against a tree, tore his jacket into shreds with a knife, and plugged the wound. His automatic rifle was standing nearby, leaning against a tree. Liana took aim at it. It was a shame to ruin such a machine. She didn't have one like that in her arsenal. A hybrid of a rifle and an automatic rifle. High accuracy and the ability to fire in bursts. She lowered the sight a little lower, to the butt, and fired. The rifle flew off to the side. The boss didn't even flinch, he just froze. Then he glanced sideways at the weapon that had flown quite far away. He realized that he wouldn't be able to get it. He looked in the direction where Liana was hiding. "Okay, I give up," he shouted. She didn't answer. "Let's come to an agreement." "It's too late. You have nothing to offer me." "I think I do. Otherwise you would have shot at me, not the weapon. Come out, let's chat. Where did you serve? Did you figure me out?" "In the Special Forces." "How did you get here?" "Too many questions. I would like something in return." "You are alive for now. That is enough." Reasonable. He decided to meet her halfway and answer her questions, because if she lost interest in the conversation, she might pull the trigger. "Okay, I'll tell you. I seriously screwed up at work, got involved in something I shouldn't have, and they sent me away to prison out of harm's way. And I ran away, wandered around for a long time, then met these two idiots who were robbing miners and joined them. And eventually I led them. They were stupid. They were. They moved from region to region, from training ground to training ground, until they ran into you. They thought this would be the fattest piece of all time. They were wrong, as you can see. Here's my biography in brief. You can't escape from prison. Who told you that? Do you believe in these tales about a cold, impregnable continent? You can. Not everyone and not always, but you can. If you're interested, I can tell you how. But that would be a separate agreement. I'd like to get my life for it. And I can add on my own behalf, who leaked the information about the miners. That's why I'm still alive, right? You need to find the rat. I'll find it without you. Not necessarily. Are you still running around naked? Come out. Don't be shy. I've already looked at you anyway. You won't surprise me with anything. I'm a sensible person. I know how to admit defeat. You are a worthy opponent. I respect you and am ready to submit to you as a winner. For some reason, I don't believe you. You've crossed the line. People like you are not to be trusted. Liana held him at gunpoint, through the swaying leaves. She decided to leave him alive for now, but waited for the moment to safely approach him and tie him up. She noticed that his speech was becoming more and more confused and uncertain. It seemed he was floating from loss of blood. Wait a minute. What the hell? Aren't we doing the same thing? You rob tourists too. And we rob those who rob them. Yes, we are noble robbers. We are all in the same boat on this damned planet. That's not true. We are forced to obtain what we are forbidden to produce. Those we rob come here of their own free will, in search of thrills. But by taking from them what we need, we never humiliate them. No one rapes them, no one kills them. We have our own code. And if someone breaks it, then we punish him ourselves. This is all theory. In practice, you know that everything is not so. I know more than you. I'm not sure. I've traveled a lot, and I've seen many miners. You are far from angels. There is no point in arguing. Liana kept her eyes on the knife, which he was still holding in his hand, but tried not to let her see it. This devalued all his assurances of good intentions. Stick the knife into the tree to your left. There was a fairly thick aspen about 3 meters away. I can't reach it. There was obvious disappointment in her voice that she remembered about the knife. Throw it away. Having given up, he seemed to casually throw the knife, but it went into the trunk, almost half the blade. Well done. She quickly stood up, and still holding him at gunpoint, quickly walked towards him. Seeing her, he smiled quite sincerely, but up close it was clear that his gaze was completely clouded. Apparently, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. And this belt suits you. She, without answering, came up and immediately hit him on the side of the head with the butt, thereby contributing to the loss of consciousness. She poked him with the gun, checking that he had definitely passed out, after which she took his small backpack, moved out of reach just in case, and, without taking her eyes off him, shook the contents onto the ground. As she expected, there was rope inside, among other things. She rolled him onto his stomach and tied his hands tightly behind his back. If there was one thing she knew how to do, it was that. Her grandfather taught her to tie many different knots, and in her work it was simply necessary. She had to take prisoners often. Then she took his first aid kit, which was richer than his friend's, rather roughly pulled the bullet out of his leg with a knife, treated and stitched the wound, after which she took some canned food from his things, opened it with a knife, and began to eat. Strangely, while she was taking out the bullet, he did not come to his senses, but only groaned weakly. Apparently, things were bad for him. But Liana thought, what will be, will be. He will die, no great loss. If he survives, she will try to find out who gave out so much information about her. While waiting for him to come to his senses, and also restoring her strength, she went to the corpse of her comrade and looked at what useful things she could take from him. In addition to the equipment on his belt, she took off his jacket. It was stained with blood on one side, but there was no choice. The chief had cut his into bandages. It became a little more comfortable, and she finally felt that the situation was completely under her control. After all the morning shocks, it was like the beginning of a new life. She suddenly realized especially clearly how close she had been to death. She wanted to kill the main one right there and then, and leave this topic completely in the past. But she held back. He was still needed. Returning to him, she saw that he was still unconscious. Having tied his legs just in case, she sat down at some distance, pointed the gun at him, and began to wait. Gradually, her eyelids became heavy, and the difficult start of the day, along with the blow to the head, made themselves felt. She passed out imperceptibly. In her sleep, she jerked sharply and squeezed the gun. It seemed to her that she was falling. Opening her eyes, she instantly remembered everything. The main one was lying and looking at her. His gaze was completely calm and meaningful. It seemed that everything remained the same. He did not come untied. The knife was sticking out of the wood. The things were in their places. I was admiring how you were sleeping, he smiled. It's a pity that we met under such circumstances. Otherwise, I feel like we could have become friends. I doubt it. Liana came up, checked the ropes. Everything was tight. Untied his legs. Get up. Can't you see that I'm wounded? You patched me up, as I noticed, and thank you for that. But I'm not ready to go yet. Choose. Either go now or stay here forever. Well, if that's the question, I see I have no choice. He rose with difficulty and stood up unsteadily. Liana hung the gun she had shot him with, having unloaded it first, on him, and she took the one he had, an automatic. I see you like my car. That's right, it's a good thing. I'm giving it to you. As if someone were asking you. She's not yours anymore. She's a battle trophy. That's reasonable. We have a long way to go, But first let's deal with your friends. What about them? There's no help for them anymore. Let's not scatter corpses around the forest. Besides, one of them might still be alive. We need to free him from his torment. Python? Poor thing. He had big plans for you. And now look how everything turned out. Don't you think that you are saying things that can't make your fate easier? My tongue is my enemy. I have never been able to restrain myself. That is partly why I ended up here. Let's go. First they went to the ravine. There was no shovel, and Liana pushed the body to the very bottom, and there she tried to cover it with earth and stones. It didn't work out very well. But at least this way, she reasoned. Then they went to Python. Oddly enough, he was still alive. But he was lying in the same position and was almost no longer moaning. His gaze became insane. Apparently, the awareness of his fate and helplessness finished him off. Liana did not think for long and showed weakness. She came up and covered her mouth and nose with her hand. Python moaned, but couldn't do anything, and in a few minutes it was all over. And you're tough. Or maybe merciful. It depends on how you look at it. Maybe, but you're cool-headed. I admire you more and more. Flattery won't help you, especially such rude flattery. What next? Let's go to your base? You're dreaming. There are places that suit you better. Which ones, if it's not a secret? You'll find out. Everything has its time. She had a rule, never to bring prisoners to the base, and especially not to a secret place. She told the truth. She had special places for that. Did you leave my clothes where you caught me? Yes. We decided that you wouldn't need them anymore. We weren't going to dress you. And your huge backpack was left there too. We weren't interested in your dry rations. Okay, let's go back. She pointed the barrel in the direction. And by the way, where is your camp? Somewhere nearby, right? I don't think you came here light. The main camp is an hour's walk away. We were afraid that you would find us, and there is an observation post next to your base. Camouflaged. If you look from your rocky ledge, it will be on the left, about 500 meters away. Were there really only 3 of you? Yes, you can be sure. This is the optimal number when problems begin. It is difficult to agree on anything. See, I am cooperating in every way. I hope this will be counted in my favor. Hope, who will forbid you? It was not possible to bury the python. Even symbolically, they had to simply throw branches at him. Liana decided that she would definitely bury him later. She did not want to remember every time she approached the base that human remains were lying here, in the bushes. The main one really had a hard time walking. He limped badly. He felt weak from loss of blood. His hands tied behind his back also made it difficult to walk. He fell several times, and she waited until he could get up. She did not help him. She led him to the cage. This tool was simply necessary for her work. She had to take prisoners quite often. True, the way to it was not short, about 15 kilometers. Having reached the place where it all began, she pointed to a tree under which her prisoner could lie down, and she herself went to collect her things. She found her clothes behind the nearest bush, where they had simply been thrown away as unnecessary. What happiness it was to throw off someone else's bloody, sweat-smelling jacket from her naked body and put on her own things. The true value of something can only be understood by losing it. She spent quite a lot of time barefoot, and her feet, not accustomed to such treatment, were badly wounded and sore. She treated them with antiseptic and smeared them with healing ointment. After that, she put on socks, boots, walked around. Yes, the sensations were not pleasant. And she wanted to take the backpack. It would be hard to walk with such a weight. There was a great temptation to hang the load on the prisoner, but he himself could barely walk. After thinking about it, she still decided to take him with her. On the way to the cage, she would have to stop at the cache, where she was going at first, and leave the supplies there, taking the bare minimum, and then distribute them to the points later. Today's day is ruined anyway. Liana thought that no more than 3 hours had passed since she fell asleep in the clearing. But due to the richness of events, it seemed like a whole life had passed. She looked at the prisoner. He was in really bad shape. She took a stimulant pill from the captured first aid kit, put it in his mouth, and gave him something to wash down with from her flask, which was in a large backpack. Let's go. We still have a long way to go. He stood up with difficulty and slowly walked where she pointed. He no longer had the strength for jokes and conversations. But he did not resist, did not say that he could not go. She realized that he would go until he fell. After all, combat training makes itself felt. She needed to watch him more closely. If he fell, it would be additional problems. and she did not need them at all now. Chapter 8. Chris's voice was very excited. Sioma, can you imagine? We're flying on the same day, and it looks like we're going to the same zone. It's probably completely unrealistic to end up in the same group, but who knows? I'm calling you first to tell you the news. Are you happy? Of course, we didn't even count on it. I only had modest hopes. It would be great to go the whole way together. I'm even afraid to think about it. What if I scare away my luck? I wonder who's so lucky. Listen, we need to celebrate. Come on, take Valera and head to the dining room. Chris, I'm really happy. Me too. Even though we were egging you on the whole time, we actually wanted to fly together. And now there's a real chance. She hung up. Their landing was still being postponed, and in any other case, it would have caused discontent and additional nervous tension. This is exactly what happened to the others who waited with them. There was even one nervous breakdown, and the guy was hospitalized. Now it is unknown whether he will participate in the landing at all, and that he will miss this one. That is for sure. You can understand him. He was preparing, getting ready, and then delay after delay. Not everyone can decide to risk their lives. And when they decide, such disruptions in the schedule do not add to the nerves. Others, on the contrary, perceive the postponement of the deadlines as a postponement of inevitable death, and were happy. They obviously already regretted that they came, and fear began to take hold of them more and more. For them, the delay in the deadlines was also destructive. Internal panic was growing. Both those who wanted to shoot quickly and those who wanted to delay everything as long as possible. Everyone was in a very nervous state. Another story with the girls. Thanks to the friendship that had developed and the cheerful company that had formed, they perceived the delays as a blessing. It turned into a kind of game. Will they wait for the guys to land or not? And each news of another delay brought the whole company into an excited state. But unlike the rest of those waiting, joyful. And now everything was decided. One day, one zone. They knew that in any case there would be many groups, but they would land nearby, and their routes would be parallel. They would go to the same place, from where they would be picked up. And this means that they can try to unite. It is strange that Chris called him first. Lately they have somehow become closer to Valera. Or did he imagine it? Despite the time spent together, they could not step over the line of friendship. Thinking about this, Simeon came to the conclusion that perhaps the expectation of a risky adventure was holding them back. It turned on some kind of internal break. Although, it would seem, on the contrary, it should have thrown them into each other's arms, given them a chance to breathe before possible death. But no. Perhaps, when everything is over, they will simply pounce on each other, and on the one who is closer. He was also a little puzzled by the fact that they still had not become a clearly defined couple. Some rapprochement was happening, but its vectors sometimes changed. Maybe it was because of the lack of love and the passion that followed from it. Sometimes he thought with surprise that his attitude towards the girls was close to brotherly. He had neither brothers nor sisters, but here he seemed to have found them. When he began to think of them as sisters, his soul became warm and calm. And then he became anxious that they were going to expose themselves to danger, and he, no matter what, must take care of them. Then he became anxious that he thought of them as sisters. Why would that be? They are both beautiful, athletic, cheerful, kindred spirits. Maybe there is something wrong with him, or maybe with them. Something he hasn't been able to grasp yet. He usually thought about all this before going to bed, and without coming to any conclusions, he fell asleep, worried. And now everything was decided. The landing was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. They had tonight and tomorrow left at the station. Not much. Simeon felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. He periodically forgot that these were survival tours. And when he suddenly remembered, he was overcome by this feeling, like now. It was hard to think in such a state. His thoughts were confused and tried to scatter. It was good that this did not last long. He needed to switch himself off and occupy himself with something. Now Simeon quickly got ready and almost ran to the dining room to meet his friends. Everyone was already there, even Valera, who learned the news after him. The company was in a state of joyful excitement. Well, what do you think? They pounced on him. What can I think? I'm very happy, but I think we shouldn't fall into euphoria. We need to put emotions aside and try to consider all possible options. Having chosen the most realistic ones, develop an action plan after landing. There it is, the voice of reason. Chris lightly patted him on the top of the head with her palm. But you are not the only one with reason. Susie said almost word for word a minute ago. Susie moved to him, put her hand on his shoulder, looked tenderly into his eyes, and said affectionately, "Yes, we think on the same wavelength." Then she turned to the guys and suggested, "Let's do it this way. We will be the voice of reason, and you will be the voice of emotions. In these roles, we will brainstorm." She took out a notebook and a pen. "Throw in." "Oh, I'll throw it at you now." Chris narrowed her eyes. "You know that I have my eye on him. Where was your voice of reason when you climbed up to hug him?" "Darling," Susie was not embarrassed. "I will return him to you if you want, but now I need him as a like-minded person. So calm down." This was an element of a long-running game. As soon as someone demonstrated their inclination towards someone, the other immediately declared their rights to him and showed jealousy. Everyone did this. It began imperceptibly and almost immediately, but has already grown into a habit. "So," Suz began, "we all want to be together during the tour, right?" Everyone nodded. "We, by some incredible, or maybe not so incredible, it doesn't matter, coincidence, end up in the same landing and in the same zone. But," what a but, Valera couldn't resist. "But we don't know how many groups there will be. There will be no more than 20 people in one group. And only Chris and I will definitely end up together." "Exactly." Valera slapped his forehead with his palm. "The fact that we got there on the same day taught me to think that we would go together, but that's not necessary." "So," Susie continued, "we can get into 3 different groups. Theoretically, we can all end up in the same group, but I think the first option is the most plausible. We need to proceed from it." Once, at one of the lectures, they said that no more than 10 ships take part in one landing, and 10 is the maximum value. This rarely happens. It just becomes very difficult for the team supervising the landing to monitor such a number of people. I suggest we proceed from the worst-case scenario, 10 ships, therefore 10 groups. As we also know from the lectures, we should not encounter any particular dangers in the first days. Apparently, this time is given for adaptation. Although I don't understand why they are so sure of this. Did they make a deal with the animals? Maybe their main habitats are on the route, and they are deliberately landing us not in the thick of things, so that we have a chance to prepare? Semyon suggested. Maybe, or maybe they are clearing the landing zone so that we are not immediately devoured. Maybe our delay is connected with this. Huh? Chris, what do you think? Maybe some kind of migration occurred, and they had to fiddle around? A logical assumption, but I'm afraid we will never know. Yes, it doesn't matter. What is important is that the first 3 or 4 days should be relatively calm. During this time, we should try to get together. And if we end up too far from each other, what should we do? Valera asked. The gathering point is on the ocean shore, which means that the landing zone will definitely not be a circle around it. Otherwise, if we were on opposite sides, we would certainly not be able to meet together. A semicircle at most, and I personally think that it will be a sector and not a very large one at that. Since I still think that they are preparing a zone, and it is difficult to control too large an area. What if there are 2 zones and part of the groups are dropped off in each? Valera got used to the role of a skeptic, for example, because of geographical features. This is possible, but you can't foresee everything. I think we need to decide what we can do, and if it turns out that it is too difficult on the spot, then we just need to carry out the survival program. Otherwise, our stupid desire to gather together could cost us our lives. Reasonable, Chris nodded. If we don't know where the others have landed, at least approximately, then we shouldn't deviate from the direction to the gathering point, since we can go in different directions. Valera rested his elbows on the table, clasped his hands, and rested his chin on them. Yes, Susie agreed. No information, no change in route. We don't know what kind of apparatus we'll be descending on, whether they'll have portholes, whether the ships themselves will have distinctive signs, and whether we'll know who's in which. If there's zero information, then it's worth simply following the route. If there's an understanding of who's where, then we try to move in cross courses. In extreme cases, we might meet closer to the assembly point where our routes will converge. They sat until lights out and tried to work out all sorts of options, but nothing really new or groundbreaking came to mind. Too much depended on them. The next day was devoted to collecting and checking equipment. All those participating in the landing were gathered in the auditorium for the final briefing, and the guys counted about 150 people. They were announced the distribution into teams. There were 8 teams, and as they had expected, Everyone except the girls were divided. That is, they were in 3 of the 8 teams. They were taken to a hangar and shown the ships they would fly on. They were absolutely identical, green without any numbers or distinguishing marks, but with portholes. It might be possible to make out something during landing. They were military landing boats with 20 seats, not counting the pilot. All weapons were removed from them, and they served as buses. They were also shown the ship that was supposed to pick them up. It was already quite large, but also a military landing ship. They left some weapons on it, just in case. He would have to stand at the evacuation point for a long time, waiting for everyone to gather. He would have to fly there in 10 days, in case someone got there earlier. The official end of the routes would occur 2 weeks after the start, but they were given 3 more days in reserve if someone didn't make it. In 17 days the ship would fly away, and the only way to get off the planet would be to call an evacuation boat. This was certainly an expensive pleasure, but what could you do if you were in a pinch? They already knew all this from previous briefings, but they decided to remind them. After which they were taken to the pre-launch preparation area, as they called it, and given weapons. They were exclusively firearms. There were no lasers, electromagnetic guns, smart cartridges, or other wonders of the modern military industry. It was considered unsportsmanlike. Only firearms with regular lead bullets. The Army had not used such things for hundreds of years. They were used only for sport and hunting. But they killed no worse for that. They were given a gun each, with a 24-round magazine and 7 spare clips. That was almost 200 rounds. It seemed like a lot, but it was for 2 weeks, and if serious problems arose, of course, it might not be enough. They were warned to save the cartridges and not just fire. It was better to have some left than to run out at a crucial moment. The truths seemed obvious, but they were so persistently focused on this that it became clear that many, having found themselves at the bottom, began to act contrary to reason. So they hammered it into their heads so that they would not forget. They were also given a pistol each, a small one, with small bullets, so that the magazine could hold as many as 20 of them, and 2 spare clips. Sayoma thought that they were stingy here. They could have been more generous. A knife, a flashlight, a hatchet, a tent, a sleeping bag, and so on. Everything you need to spend 2 weeks in the forest and walk 500 kilometers. That was the length of the route. They had been taught how to use all this equipment for the previous 2 weeks. From handling a firearm to pitching a tent and cooking food in a pot over a fire. And also how to protect yourself from wild animals, and what to do if you encounter them. It seemed that they had been prepared and equipped well. There was a joyful excitement throughout their large group, which was supposed to land with them on the same day. Anticipation tickled their nerves, breathing the spirit of adventure and recklessness. Although Sayoma thought that it would be more like a difficult and dangerous job. Once, finding himself next to Susie, he asked, "Listen, don't you think the atmosphere is too joyful? I don't think this is the emotion that should be in our heads." "Yes, there is. Do you find this strange?" "Yes, a little." "And what emotion should prevail in your opinion?" "Well, I don't know. Excitement is understandable, but joy. It seems to me that there should be concentrated excitement, maybe a little fear, somewhere confusion from thoughts. God, why did I get into all this? I think many people have such thoughts. For example, I constantly do. I think that all this is present, and the joy is just a mask behind which everyone hides it." "Susie, I think you're right. Listen, you are a great thinker. SOSO compliment. I would prefer it if you called me a beauty." "Well, that goes without saying. I didn't know that you forget about it and need to be reminded all the time." "Oh, I still have to educate you," she said, shaking her head reproachfully, and went to Chris. "Yeah, I really am a loser when it comes to communicating with the opposite sex," Semyon said to himself, and started to get his gear. In the afternoon, they were released and told to rest, which they did, agreeing to meet in the evening. For some reason, everyone wanted to be alone, to collect their thoughts. Semyon did not get out of bed for 2 hours, but only lay and thought. In the morning, the wake-up call was unexpected. The entire ceiling flashed red, and a siren sounded. At first, Semyon thought that it was an alarm and an emergency had happened at the station, but then a voice sounded, ordering them to quickly get ready and be in the hangar in 30 minutes, ready for landing. "Looks like we won't be able to have breakfast," Semyon thought. He also decided that all this was part of the program. They are deliberately wound up, brought into an excited state, so that everything does not look banal and ordinary. He decided to surrender to the will of the organizers and quickly got ready and hurried to the hangar. All his friends were already there and greeted him with light teasing, calling him a slowpoke and a sleepyhead. The organizers managed to cheer up their charges. A general nervousness was felt. There was no trace left of yesterday's joy of anticipation. Everyone was mostly silent. If they talked, then quietly. Most of them felt and checked their equipment, performing essentially unnecessary actions, serving only to put their hands somewhere, which did not find a place for themselves and betrayed excitement. Only a few sat calmly and waited for the landing. Sayoma succumbed to the general hysteria and reached into the backpack, checking if he forgot anything. What he could have forgotten is unknown, because everything was packed yesterday, under the supervision of the instructor. They were immediately divided into the groups they would fly in, so they had no time to talk. And there was nothing to talk about. Everything had been said yesterday. A group of girls in uniform arrived. Each one approached one of the teams and began handing out armbands. In Simmons' team, everyone had armbands with a large number 3. He glanced at Valera's team. Everyone there had armbands with the number 5. The girls had 6. In general, the numbers are not that far apart. It is just not clear. Will the ships land in the same order? The girls made sure that everyone put armbands on and left. Their group instructors and pilots came instead. They were supposed to deliver them to the planet and fly away. No one will go with them, only themselves. Once again imagining that very soon he would find himself on an unfamiliar planet, in a rather dangerous place, with a group of the same city dwellers who had never smelled gunpowder, his breath caught again, and a strange sensation arose in his testicles, as if they were trying to get inside his body. Semyon exhaled slowly. The main thing is not to panic and not call an evacuation capsule on the very first day. That would be a shame. And they haven't even flown out yet. It seems that he wasn't the only one who had such feelings. He noticed how one of the survivalists, who looked especially pale, approached his instructor and said something in his ear, who took him to the one who was senior to him in position and was monitoring the preparations, who also listened to him, and calling his assistant, sent him off somewhere with her. It looks like one of them dropped out of the race before it even started. It's also surprising that one of the 4 dies. We are not at all ready for this. This was his inner panicker speaking. Semyon tried not to listen to him. Many people noticed the departure of one of them, and, strangely enough, this somewhat raised the general spirit. Like, I'm not like that. I'm a good guy. I'm not a loser. Finally, they gave the command to land. Having stomped along the metal bridge, Semyon found himself inside a rather cramped hold, along the walls of which were chairs with locking frames, like on rides in an amusement park. The comfort was minimal, everything was strictly functional, but they didn't have much time to spend here. He sat down in the middle seat and tried to lower the frame towards himself, but it didn't budge. Perhaps this happens automatically, he thought. His teammates also took their places. A horn sounded. The locks slowly lowered and fastened them to the chairs. In case of an emergency, the pilot's voice came through the speaker. If it becomes necessary to leave your seat, and the frames remain locked, you must move the red cap in the chest area and switch the toggle switch. This will unlock the frame, and it can be lifted manually. Semyon looked down and really saw a cap with a finger rest to make it easier to move. The thought flashed that it would be much calmer this way than sitting chained and completely dependent on someone else's will. A red lamp blinked dimly but persistently. A quiet warning siren sounded. Then a voice countdown from 10 to 1 began. After 1, the word start was heard, and the gravity suddenly changed. First it intensified, and then disappeared. But not for long. About 10 seconds later it returned. Apparently the gravity compensators had turned on. Semyon thought that there was no such difference on civilian ships, and the undocking was practically unnoticeable for passengers. Although it was probably not a trivial task to do so. Exiting one field and turning on another, so that they did not overlap and people were not torn apart in the resulting meat grinder of gravitational vortices. The military do everything more simply, they just pause. And they apparently decided not to bother with the survivalists either. Let the people experience all the delights of a military landing. Semyon looked around at his teammates. There were 20 of them, including him. Almost all of them were men. There were only 3 women. 2 ladies about 40 years old, and one girl about 25. Among all the survivalists that Simeon saw at the station, women were quite rare to meet alone. There were some, but very few. Apparently, it was easier to decide on such an adventure with a friend, but men, on the contrary, were more often alone. Perhaps, deep down, they understood that it was easier to survive alone over a short distance. You don't have to worry about anyone but yourself. You don't have to be responsible for anyone. Having a partner completely changes the logic of behavior in an extreme situation. Decisions need to be made together, compromises need to be sought, and running away, if a friend can't, is also a bad idea. You'll have to help. When it comes to a long period, then yes, it's easier to survive in a group. But over a short distance, it's much more convenient to think only about yourself. And so, despite all this pragmatism, Simeon and his friends, on the contrary, tried in every way to take responsibility for other people. Perhaps because everything at the station seemed like a game. The dangers were ghostly and theoretical. But now bad. Base thoughts were creeping into their souls. There's no need to look for anyone. There's no need to meet anyone. The main thing is to survive yourself and get to the evacuation point. He shook his head, trying to shake off this gloom. No, this won't do. There is no need to turn into an animal. People are different in that they can make conscious decisions, even if it seems at first glance that the decision could lead to death. Man is a social creature, and caring for others is an internal, deep need, which possibly underlies the development of humanity. If people did not show mutual assistance, care for each other, then they would not be able to organize themselves into large groups and build a civilization. Perhaps they would still be running around the forests. Simeon smiled, because this is exactly what they will all do now. What irony! Yes, it seems that here the main test will not be physical strength and dexterity, but all the moral and ethical achievements of civilization. Human qualities will be tested, and in this it will be necessary not to lose face. Because of the pleasure received from the depth of his thought and such logical philosophical reasoning, Simeon smiled even wider, and then caught the surprised look of the man sitting opposite him. Despite the fact that it was quite cool inside, his face was covered in large beads of sweat. It was obvious that he was very tense and scared. He did not understand how one could smile in such a situation. Yeah, thought Simeon, you can't cook porridge with such partners. If you get involved with one, he will undoubtedly drag you to the bottom. And there is a very high chance that he, having sensed the strength in you, will become attached and will constantly follow you around, reasonably assuming that this will increase his chances. Why did you come here, my friend? I'm scared too, but I'm not going to panic. But you, perhaps, will fall at the first sign of danger. Simeon looked away, so as not to establish visual contact, and not give him a reason to talk to him later as if they had become friends. But then he ran into the gaze of the girl, the one who was alone. She was also interested in his smile, but she looked at him not with surprise, but with curiosity. He remembered her well. It seemed she had flown in with him and Valera, and they often ended up in the same groups during training. She was very small, probably less than 1.5 meters, like a child. But she had incredible athletic training. She constantly surprised everyone during training. Climbing somewhere was a piece of cake for her. There were places in the gym where no one else could climb. She was simply ape-like in agility. And she had plenty of strength, perhaps because she was so light. She climbed a rope and an imitation rock with just her hands. She ran like a rocket, swam like a fish. In general, Simeon thought, if anyone had a chance to survive, it was her. He would have to stay close to her. Together we could act effectively. And then he caught himself thinking that he was trying to apply to her the model that he did not want to be applied to him. Latch on to the stronger one. Or maybe it's better for two strong people to stick together, just in case. But where is the criterion of strength? Perhaps she sees him as unadapted as he sees that guy across from her. Or, on the contrary, she feels strength in him, but not in herself. Maybe she feels like a fragile girl in need of protection and sees a potential protector in him. Simeon decided that he needed to take a closer look at the whole team and make a kind of rating to know who he could count on. He looked at the girl again. It turned out that she was still looking at him. Suddenly, she winked and smiled too. He smiled back. Perhaps she was doing the same thing as he was, looking for potential allies. And his smile, albeit accidental, showed her that he was confident in himself and the situation was under control. Well, so be it. He turned his gaze to the two older girlfriends. They leaned towards each other, as far as the restraining frame allowed, and were peacefully talking about something. It was as if they were in a movie theater before the show started. It seemed that, carried away by the conversation, they really forgot where they were. They didn't radiate any fear or confidence. Just two friends chatting. Sayoma glanced at the others. At first glance, he was unlucky with his team. The men did not look cheerful and ready for what awaited them. The only one who looked the most calm was the one who looked out of place here. Not young, plump, balding, wearing glasses, looking like a university professor. Physically, he was probably the worst prepared of all, but he looked completely unperturbed, if not indifferent. It seemed to him that what was happening was a familiar routine for him, as if such landings were a common thing for him. Or maybe that was true. Perhaps his main weapon was his mind. Sayoma decided not to judge by appearances and take a closer look at him. The professor, the miniature girl, Sayoma began to form his own small team in his mind. The one who was sweating opposite him was a little embarrassing. He kept looking at Semyon, and obviously couldn't wait for the moment when they would be unfastened and he would run up to introduce himself. Semyon no longer doubted that this would happen. But while nothing could be done, he began to examine the rest of the team and analyze their capabilities. Chapter 9. About a kilometer before reaching the cache, she tied the prisoner to a tree, and she herself went to take the backpack. The boss was doing well, considering his pre-fainting state. He understood that his only chance was to reach where they were taking him at all costs. And then we'll see. Because if he doesn't reach there, they'll throw branches at him like Python by the road. Therefore, even when she tied him to the tree, he didn't utter a word, didn't say anything even when she left. She left a large backpack in the cache and took a small, work one. She decided that first she needed to deal with the prisoner and then do the rest of the work. The plan was this. Put him in a cage for a week with a minimum supply of food and water, do the food distribution herself, then meet the long-awaited landing, work it out, bring the trophies, and only then visit the prisoner. During this time, he should realize the gravity of his situation and hand over all his contacts. Someone tipped him and his friends off to her. Maybe not only to her. This is bad. The rat must be caught. She had no doubt that she would be able to squeeze an answer out of him. After what happened, she had no moral barriers left in relation to him. At the same time, she changed her clothes, had a snack. She really wanted to take a nap in a calm environment, but she overcame herself and went back. The main one, she continued to call him that to herself, was where she had left him. He was sleeping peacefully near a tree. She poked him with a gun. Get up, come on. It's time to move. Yes, Commander. As soon as you untie me, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. It is not so far, but 3 hours, and if you walk too slowly, even more, you will have to stop. Yes, it is too far. Maybe we can find a place closer? I see you have recovered a little. You started talking again. Save your strength. Otherwise, as soon as the difficulties with you exceed the expected benefit, you will have nothing left to live for. Cool. What a wonderful, cruel lady you are. Forward. She pointed the barrel of the gun at him, and he calmly obeyed. Such obedience inspired some concerns. Perhaps he had something in mind, but decided to first regain his strength to increase his chances of escape. You need to not relax and be on guard all the time. An hour later, seeing that the prisoner was starting to give in again, Liana decided to make a short stop. Having seated him on a log, she stood opposite him at some distance and leaned against a tree. She tried to keep her distance all the time, not forgetting about his training and all the time expecting a surprise. After a pause, she asked, "What is your name? Why do you need it? You shouldn't get close to me and humanize me. Don't destroy the image of the enemy. It will be harder to kill me later. And you have no illusions. You are surprisingly calm for a suicide bomber. What? No desire to break free? Of course there is. But for now there is little chance. Yes, it would be better to do something on the way, but I'm afraid the wound won't let me. So I'll wait. So frankly, why beat around the bush? You're experienced too, you understand everything yourself. And anyway, I won't lie to you. Maybe I won't want to say something, but I won't lie. I don't see the point. How sweet. What's your name? Lumberjack. You. Not a great nickname. Don't like it? No? Why did they call you that? Or did you come up with it yourself? No, my comrades in the army. Once, on a mission, we got trapped and were left without weapons. I hacked 11 people to death with an axe and led the group out. SOSO story. But it looks like your best days are behind you, since a girl did it to you. Looks like it. But to be fair, I should say that I underestimated you. But you really turned out to be good. Hats off. There is no shame in losing to a worthy opponent. I won't call you that. What is your human name? I haven't used it for a long time. And yet, why do you need it? Call me whatever you want. To be honest, when this mess started, I defined you as the main one, and I continued to call you that in my mind. But I don't want to call you the main one. Too much honor. So say your name. I don't think that's the point. You want to get deeper into my head, so that it would be easier to extract information. After all, you can call me whatever you want. You want to understand me, what kind of person I am, and it's best to start with my name, of course. It immediately builds a bridge. You dig deep. Everything is simpler. Yes, of course, I just explained the mechanism. Where are you taking me? Why do you need me? It's clear that I'm not a slave in a mine to mine gold. I can give you only one thing. Information. For example, how do we know so much about you? That's obvious. And in order to get it, you need to convince or force me to part with it. And for that, you need to get to know me better and find levers with which you can influence me. But I'll tell you everything myself. Not now and not just like that. And how? If information is the only thing you need from me, then parting with it will make me lose all value to you. So it's not in my interests. Do you think you can exchange it for life? Don't count on it. I don't think so, but as long as I have it, I'm alive. And even an hour of life is better than death. And then we'll see. You're not a soldier, but a philosopher. I had a good education before the army. Well done. So what's your name? He paused, weighing whether he should really say the name, and then said it anyway. Igor. A good boy. Well, Igor, it's time to go. It's time. Then it's time. He stood up and walked forward hesitantly. They reached the cage closer to evening. The cage was indeed a cage, a cube welded from thick rods with 3-meter sides. On one side there was a door made of the same rods on massive hinges. This cube was buried in the ground. A log flooring was made on top and covered with earth. It turned out to be a dugout, a prison. Inside there was a dressing room, the size of the cell itself. The narrow entrance was in the windfall between fallen trees and was completely invisible. And getting to it through the labyrinth of dried branches and trunks, not knowing the way, was not easy. There was almost nothing inside. There was only a rusty bucket in the cage, apparently used as a latrine, and a few planks lying on the floor bars, used as a bed. There was a bench in the dressing room. And that was it. There was absolutely nothing else. This was indeed a prison, and there were no things that would create comfort or facilitate an escape. Plus, this atmosphere should have exerted psychological pressure on the prisoner. But it seemed not this time. The prisoner that Liana brought seemed even glad to see his cell, which surprised her greatly. You didn't seem upset at all that you would have to sit in this cage. This begs the question, where did you live before, if the cage makes you so happy? You don't understand. He was clearly pleased with the development of events. The unknown is much worse. While we were walking, I didn't know what awaited me. Now I know. I will definitely be alive for some time, and I will sit here. I'll rest. You can't imagine how exhausted I am. I'm wounded, remember? There's a roof here and a horizontal surface to sleep on. At the moment, that's more than I could have hoped for. Well, everything is relative. Well, if you like it here so much, make yourself at home. She took a bundle out of her backpack. This is your food. I advise you to save a lot, because I don't know when I'll be back. She threw it, and it fell on the boards that served as a bed. Igor went inside. She locked the door. Come here and stand with your back to her. He obeyed. She untied his hands. Thank you. It was obvious that he was surprised. You'll untie yourself anyway. And there's no point in leaving the rope. That's reasonable. There's a tube sticking out in the corner. Dew or rainwater from above flows through it. Not much, but you won't die from dehydration. He looked there and saw a pipe. It was right above the bucket. He looked inside. There were 4 to 5 centimeters of water at the bottom of the bucket. Not much, considering that it looks like no one has been here for a long time. But I won't drink from this vessel. And no need. Liana went to the earthen wall, and from an inconspicuous niche took out an aluminum mug without a handle. Here you go. Then, after a slight hesitation, she took a plastic flask of water from her backpack and also handed it to the prisoner. Well, now we can live. It seemed that he was sincerely happy. Now he would be locked up for some time, but at least he would be safe, and starvation would not threaten him in the first days. You seem to know how to appreciate life. Everything is relative, as you said. For someone dying of thirst, a sip of water seems to be the highest value. I could be dead, but I'm alive. I have a place to sleep, some water and food. For today, this is simply fantastic wealth. And for tomorrow? Tomorrow will be tomorrow. We'll see. I have only one request. A request? Liana looked at him skeptically. It was clear from her that he would not get anything else. Yes, a mere trifle. Please, do not die where you are going. Otherwise, I don't really want to lick the condensation from the grate and eat my leg. It would be better to get a bullet. Do you admit that you can start eating yourself from hunger? I don't know. I haven't reached that point yet, but I wouldn't want to find out. Okay, I will fulfill this request. I am also interested in this. Liana smiled. If it weren't for everything she had to endure because of him, she might even have liked him. But he screwed up too badly. Bye, prisoner. I have to go. She turned and headed for the exit. Good luck, and believe me, this wish is sincere. She nodded without turning around and went up the steps. Igor stood for a minute, resting his forehead on the bars, then lay down on the boards and closed his eyes. While he had the chance, he needed to rest and recuperate. Despite everything, he was in a pretty good mood, and the future did not seem gloomy. A few minutes later, he fell asleep. Liana walked quickly to the nearest base. This was not the one where she had left her backpack with food. She also needed rest. Her father and grandfather had always instilled in her that she should not work herself to exhaustion unless absolutely necessary, that she should rest at every opportunity. And now she decided that she needed to lie down and recuperate. The nearby den had everything she needed for this. A comfortable bed, food, water, and even candy, which she always wanted when she was very tired. It took about an hour and a half to get there. She moved with a light, brisk step, sometimes breaking into a run, especially down the hill. The negative aftertaste, after that day, lay on all her thoughts like a thin film, but it gradually thinned out, and her mood returned to normal. She had no doubt that she would find out from Igor who the informant was, but she was worried about what to do with him next. Since the state of effect had passed, eliminating him would be an execution and cold-blooded murder. She had to kill a lot, but usually circumstances forced her to do so, like today, for example. But executing someone sitting in a cell was a little different. She had never done that before, and it worried her. She couldn't let him go either. He knew a lot about her and might want revenge. It was unknown what was going on in his head. One thing was clear: if she let him go, she would walk around and look back for the rest of her life. She was guaranteed paranoia. Of course, she could forget about him and throw the remains out of the cell in a year. She would live through that time without her. It is not often that you have to take prisoners. It is more of an insurance for an extreme case, like now. But moral principles prevented you from doing so. Conscience does not sleep and will gnaw and gnaw at you from the inside. You cannot allow yourself to do things that can destroy you. And this is exactly the case. It is better to really shoot, since there is no choice. With these thoughts, she quietly reached the shelter. She called this type of cache a den. It was small in size. It was impossible to enter it. You had to climb through a wide hole. The entrance was well camouflaged in the slope of the hill. It was impossible to stand up inside, but it was quite comfortable to lie on the bed. The walls were insulated with moisture-resistant material. The exhaust hood leading up passed through a dry tree hollow inside and provided good traction. So, there was no dampness. It was dry and warm. In extreme cases, there was a heater and power supplies for it. There was also a regular stove, in reserve, but it was rarely used, since the smell of smoke could give it away. They might not find the den itself. The exhaust hood goes quite far, but they might notice the approximate location. And in their business, stealth and caution are most important. It turned out to be quite warm in the den. She didn't have to heat it. She took bed linen, a blanket, a pillow out of the vacuum bag, undressed, climbed into bed, and, turning on the electronic control and notification system, almost instantly passed out, without even eating. The night flew by in a single moment. Waking up, Liana looked at the small control panel. All the lights were green, which meant that no one had approached her shelter. The monitor showed the space in front of the entrance. Everything was quiet. She stretched and began to make herself breakfast. Despite her forest life, she loved comfort. And even in the dens, she always had clean bed linen, food from which she could cook, if desired, both the first and second courses, and tea and coffee. Of course, a lot of it was in the form of canned food, but if you wanted fresh meat, you could always hunt. She could also live like a Spartan, and sometimes she had to. But since she spent a lot of time in the forest, the life at all her points was well arranged. Of course, a lot had been done by her father and grandfather, but when all this farming fell to her, she put a woman's hand to it. Now, in any part of her territory, she could comfortably rest and have a snack. None of the other miners approached the matter so seriously, and although they all spent a lot of time in the forests, their home was elsewhere, and hers was here. After having breakfast with porridge and brewing the remains of coffee on the electric stove, she thought that the batteries also needed to be taken out for recharging. The end of the week was supposed to be free. I needed to fill in all the gaps. It wasn't easy to maintain such a large number of points, but when the extraction began, it was a pleasure to work. She had hiding places and shelters in any part of the forest. Having collected all the dead batteries, she was going to take them to the point where the backpack with food was left, closer to the main base, and then finally deliver this long-suffering food. Having collected the linen in a vacuum bag, which perfectly protected from all uninvited guests who wanted to settle in a pillow or blanket, she cleaned up after herself, washed the dishes, and, turning off the security system, finally got outside. The day was already in full swing. She allowed herself to sleep well and rest. Having climbed the hill, she looked around the surroundings. Everything was calm. The day was hot, so she took off her jacket, remaining in a sleeveless t-shirt, and tied it at the waist. She shouldered the noticeably heavier backpack and was about to go, when she was overcome by an anxious premonition. Something was wrong. She froze. It was still quiet, but some vague sound was not even heard, but rather guessed. She raised her head. In the clear and blue sky, without a single cloud, suddenly, at first barely distinguishable, dark dots began to appear. There were more and more of them. "Damn," said Liana, and how could she not curse, if this was the unexpected landing? She watched the ships gradually growing in size. There were too many of them. Gradually it became possible to distinguish their colors. First, the green ones flew. These were tourists. There were about 10 of them, a large landing. Behind them came the blue ones. It was a zoo, but that was not all. She anxiously peered, trying to discern the color of the group coming last. Although she did not have to try, everything was clear anyway. Finally, their color became distinguishable. Then came a group of black ones with red stripes. There were about, or maybe exactly, as many of them as there were ships with tourists. Damn, damn, damn. Liana was overcome. They were hunters. In the coming days, this forest would be hot, and a lot of blood would be spilled. The most reasonable thing would be to return to the main base and wait it out, but the temptation to hunt the hunters themselves was too great. Few dared to do that, and it was impossible to prepare for their arrival. They always appeared unexpectedly. But if you were lucky, you could get hold of modern weapons and equipment from them, which are prohibited to bring to the planet. One stun gun costs a fortune, because it is a pleasure to rob tourists with it, bloodlessly and safely. Any hunter would shell out his annual earnings for it, because with a stun gun, he will immediately double or triple it. Not to mention deadly weapons and medical equipment. These guys have the latest technology. No, she definitely can't miss this opportunity. Liana felt anger boiling inside her. She always felt it when she thought about hunters. They flew here specifically to hunt people, those who usually don't even suspect it. These animals themselves are worthy of extermination. Of all the animals, they can be killed with a clear conscience. It's time to open a hunt for hunters. She carefully watched where the ships landed. Those with tourists landed in more or less standard places. She knew all these sites. The animals were dropped off further to the coast, so that the tourists had time to get used to it and not be eaten right away. By the way, they thought that the animals just lived in this forest, but they were brought especially for them, and then taken back to the station. They did not take root here. Too much concentration of predators for a small food supply. So they began to disperse and share the territory, and tourists could go the entire route without encountering anything more dangerous than a squirrel. In addition, the hunters did not want to be eaten either, and mercilessly shot those they brought. Now they brought their zoos specially before landing, and after the tour was over, they activated the beacons, and the animals, guided by electrical impulses implanted in the brain, came back and loaded into the ships. It was much more effective this way. The hunters, on the contrary, landed closer to the mountains. When the tourists went to the coast, they would follow. She would need to go around them and follow them. Tourists, hunters behind them, Liana behind them. Usually the hunters gave the tourists a head start. In order not to arrange a massacre at the landing site, they waited a day or two, let the tourists disperse, and only then set off in pursuit. So it was more like a hunt. One of the ships with survivalists landed very close, no more than an hour away. Liana thought that she could wait with the hunters. If she went straight away, she would have to find an observation post and wait there for at least a day. So, for now, it's possible to pinch those tourists who landed nearby, so as not to waste time. The prey will be familiar, of course, without any special frills. But it's not worth neglecting. At the same time, you can warm up and turn on your hunting instincts. She hurried down the slope, to the entrance to the den. She needed to change into a tourist uniform. Fortunately, she had a spare set here, as well as at almost all points. Chapter 10. They flew longer than Simeon expected. After landing, they were not released right away either. They had to wait. The pilot said that they were undergoing preparatory procedures. What this meant remained unclear. He expected something somewhat different. He thought that they would be dropped almost on the move, like a landing force. Reality turned out to be much more prosaic. They landed and sat strapped in complete silence. The wait lasted about 15 minutes. For some reason, everyone was silent. Finally, something clicked and the clamps rose up. At the same time, the sound of working hydraulics was heard, and one wall lowered down, forming a ramp. In the opening, at a short distance, a forest was visible. Above it was a completely ordinary sky. At first glance, everything was exactly the same as on Simeon's planet. Everyone stirred, began to get up and slowly make their way to the exit. This certainly did not look like a landing. On the street, Simeon took a deep breath. The air was completely ordinary, only filled with numerous smells of living nature that were unusual for a city dweller. The forest lived its own life, at first glance quite peaceful. Birds sang, leaves rustled on the trees from a light breeze. The picture was quite peaceful. The hydraulics sighed again, and the panels on the sides of the landing capsule moved up, opening compartments with equipment. Sayoma went up to his own, took out a backpack and put it on his shoulders. After that, he took a pistol out of a special niche and fastened it to his belt, then pulled a rifle out of special fastenings and hung it horizontally on his neck in front. The quiet but insistent voice of the pilot was heard, asking to take the equipment and move away from the ship. Everyone obediently moved towards the trees. Well, has it started? A creaky voice was heard right above his ear. Without even turning around, Sayoma realized that it was the neighbor across the street. Looks like it. He answered in a tone that hinted that he did not want to continue the conversation and walked faster. The man did not lag behind. My name is Moses. Congratulations. Even his name turned out to be somehow unpleasant. Sayoma quite clearly demonstrated irritation and unwillingness to communicate. I think we need to stick together. Moses obviously decided to get down to business right away. I don't think so. We have a better chance together. My opinion doesn't interest you at all? Of course it does, and I see that you're not in the mood to talk right now. I understand, you need to get comfortable. But keep in mind, I'm nearby. He reluctantly walked away, apparently deciding to continue processing another time. Or decided to find himself another victim, a friendlier one. Do you think there's less chance together, or does it depend on who you're with? A female voice was heard nearby. Simeon turned around and saw a petite athlete with whom he wanted to join forces. Of course, it depends on who you're with. He smiled with relief. He wouldn't have to look for reasons to contact. She took the initiative herself. And what didn't suit you about him? Well, when he looks like you, maybe I'll consider him as a candidate. Thank you. You're welcome. Simeon decided to play it straight. You see, the main thing here is that one doesn't become a burden to the other. This one, with the strange name Moses, seems to be looking for someone to latch on to in order to increase his chances, at the expense of a stronger partner, while he himself will lower his chances. I think that by teaming up with him, I will be in the role of the stronger one. Therefore, my chances will decrease, and I don't want that at all. But next to you, I will be the opposite, as a weakling. So think about whether you need this. You underestimate yourself and overestimate me. I can repeat your phrase, and it will be much closer to the truth. Calm down. We won't swear eternal friendship and loyalty to each other. We'll just stick close. And if anything, we'll try to help each other. I've been watching you during training. You need to work on your self-esteem. So you think I'm a good guy? Quite a good guy? Self-esteem, think about it. She looked around the group. Most of them were rummaging through their backpacks, checking their gear, and getting ready to move. You singled me out, I noticed that. But do you have anyone else in mind? Yes, but you'll find it strange. That one over there. Sayoma nodded his chin slightly towards the professor, as he had nicknamed him to himself. Diamond Eye. The right choice. Why? This is Sansanik. He's a scientist and a former athlete. Of course, he's let himself go, but inside that unprepossessing body there's immeasurable strength. He can lift a bull, plus a wagon of Mitch. For him, we're definitely ballast. If we were betting, I'd bet on him to definitely reach the finish line, she smiled. But he wouldn't refuse our company. How do you know? He said it himself. I met him and became friends. It was his idea to keep an eye on the others and choose possible allies. Lucky that I ended up in the same group with him. You were among the favorites, by the way, as were your friends. Too bad they are not with us. How did you agree to act? And how do you know that we agreed? Well, if you are not complete idiots, then you should have. How else? People who have become close and are flying to the same dangerous place, but on different ships. Won't they think through a plan of action? Won't they want to unite? In my opinion, it's natural. Yes, you're right. We agreed to move to the evacuation point on parallel courses, trying to cross them. The problem is that we couldn't find out who landed where, at least on the right or left, which way to deviate, so as not to move further away. In this case, we decided to just follow the route and hope for luck. Otherwise, we could complicate things and die. Besides, we were scattered into 3 groups. Okay, that's a pretty smart decision. Rushing to search would be stupid and dangerous. Oh, by the way, we still haven't met. My name is Semyon. I know, and mine is Vajya. Vajya? Vasilisa, just Vajya for friends. And are we friends? I think so, or at least we will be. If you're talking about what to call me, then of course Vajya. Okay, and you can call me Semyon. So, shall we go meet the professor? Who? Well, your scientist friend. I nicknamed him Professor to myself. No, it's too early. Let's not immediately form a group. When a guy and a girl chat, it's more than natural, but if we put together a small gang, not everyone might like it. So what? What should we be afraid of? You never know what and who might think. I don't know, but you shouldn't give away all your cards at once. It's always better to have an ace up your sleeve. Consider that you already know each other, you just don't show it. In fact, I've recruited you now, and we need your help no less than you need ours. Anyway, let's play spy for a bit. Often, danger can lie in wait not in the forest, but among those who walk next to you. Semyon felt like he'd been doused with ice water. Do you think there could be planted people here? Damn, that thought never even occurred to us. Why? After all, they don't have a goal to destroy us. We have to suffer, but survive in the majority, otherwise their business will go under. I'll say it again, I don't know, but if I were them, I'd send controllers who can make life difficult on the spot, or they can make it easier. To keep the passions running high. Well, then they are not saboteurs, why hide? Who knows? It's just better to be prepared for anything. Otherwise, the gun might not fire for some reason, or the batteries in the flashlight might die, or something else. This will definitely happen. But whether it was an accident or not, that's the question. Sayoma thought about it. Okay, he finally said, I'm ready to share your paranoia. That's good. While they were talking, everyone had already equipped themselves for the hike and began to move deeper into the forest. My friends, it was Moses's nasty voice. Let's not wander off. It's better to go in an organized group. Most of them turned to look at him, but then they continued on their way, probably thinking that if he wanted to stick together in a group, he should stick together on his own. It seemed that no one trusted him. After standing there for a while and realizing that no one was going to listen to him, he sadly trudged after them. We need to go too, so as not to fall too far behind. We'll stay close, but not in the thick of it. I might go separately, but I'll come up to you sometimes. Agreed. Sayoma followed the others. There was no need to tell everyone to stick together, No one was trying to break away anyway. When people are around, it's somehow calmer. According to the recommendations they were given, they should spend no more than 2 or 3 hours on the road today, and then find a place to stop and set up camp. On the first day, they shouldn't exhaust themselves. They needed to adapt to the environment. The backpack, which at first seemed moderately heavy, began to noticeably gain weight after an hour of walking, as if someone was sneaking up from behind and hanging weights. Thinking about how much longer they had to go, Simeon became sad. How many more hours would he have to trudge before the end of the route? And that's not even counting all the other difficulties. As he walked, he began to think about his friends. He wondered what they were doing now and how far away they were from him. Maybe just a kilometer away, or maybe 10, and from what side, interestingly. It is possible that Valera also began to make acquaintances and look for partners, but the girls are unlikely. They are already together. They probably won't want to spread themselves too thin. Although who knows? A little ahead and to the right, Simeon saw the professor, calmly and confidently wandering between the trees. Sinsanik, as Vasilisa called him. She herself was nowhere to be seen yet. Unconsciously, he began to move a little to the right and gradually get closer to the professor. When he was close enough, the latter apparently felt or heard that someone was walking nearby, turned around, saw Simeon, nodded to him, as to an old friend, and just as calmly and confidently continued on his way. Here and there, the backs of walking people flashed among the trees. Like a herd, he whispered. If someone wants to attack us, they are unlikely to meet resistance. Most likely, everyone will scatter in all directions. An hour later, the backpack became simply unbearable and continued to fill with lead. In another half hour, he was ready to abandon it and make a stop, even if he was alone. I wonder who will command to stop, he thought. Judging by the behavior of the group, it does not want a leader. Everyone prefers to make their own decisions, although they stick close. And if someone suggests stopping, most will move on as a matter of principle, so as not to seem like they are obeying. Before he had time to think about it, he came out into a clearing, in the middle of which a small fire was burning, in front of which Vasilisa was sitting and stirring something in a pot with a spoon. The people coming out into the clearing began to throw off their backpacks and fall into the grass. A place to stop had been found. What a little manipulator, he said under his breath. She didn't even say a word, but everyone did as she decided. Approaching her close enough, but not right next to her, leaving about 3 meters, he also threw off his backpack and fell to the ground. Close, but not together. The others also did not form a common camp, but each settled in individually. I wonder if it's always like this, thought Simeon, or does it depend on the composition of the group every time? So to speak, the arithmetic mean of all individuals. Simeon turned over on his stomach, pressing his cheek to the ground. It was warm, heated by the sun. Right before his eyes was a blade of grass curved into an arc, along which a small bug was crawling. In the background, out of focus, there was a forest, above it a blue sky with a single small lost cloud. Oh my God, how good! It was worth coming. Chapter 11. Having dressed in a tourist uniform, Liana climbed the hill again and tried to reconstruct the landing sites of the ships from memory. The distance between the landings was about 10 kilometers. The hunters landed closer to the mountains, 7 or 8 kilometers. Usually, after landing, the survivalists were not released immediately. They waited until all the ships with groups and animals landed. This time there were also hunters, so perhaps they were kept inside even longer. While she was changing clothes and getting ready, about 15 minutes passed, and right now they were probably getting out. They would stop for a rest quite early, according to the instructions, and on the first day no one goes far. They needed to get closer, observe, and mark potential victims, those who would be left without their things at night. Then carefully work, throw the junk into the den and move to the rear of the hunters, so that they would be ready to sit on their tail. She didn't particularly care that she was leaving people without equipment on an alien planet. She always left them emergency beacons that they could use to request evacuation. However, this time they wouldn't be able to use them anyway. They sent hunters, which means that all the tourists have already been written off. They don't plan to take anyone. Information about such a hunt should not leak out. Even if someone is not caught, he will not be able to get off the planet. The poor guys wanted a thrill. Here you go. About 200 people arrived, and no one will return home. Even if she wanted to save them, she could not. There were also several dozen hunters, judging by the number of ships, from 50 to 100 people. Plus, they were all scattered across a huge territory. These people signed their own death warrants. Liana believed that those who came were just going crazy with fat. The main thing for her was to get her own benefit from all this mess. And, of course, not to die. If the hunters don't clean up after themselves, which is to be expected, you can walk around the forest for a long time and collect weapons and equipment from these poor guys. The harvest will be solid. The main thing is caution and take a position above the fray. At that moment, the ships on which the survivalists arrived began to take off. She headed to the landing site to begin the pursuit from there. She got there in less than an hour. Having examined the clearing, she did not find anything interesting. Trampled and yellowed grass at the landing site, many tracks around. No one forgot anything, lost anything, no signs of a struggle, etc. The group simply landed and went. Okay, we can follow. They will go slowly. Out of habit, their actions will be unhurried and disorganized. They have also been on the road for about an hour, but have covered a much shorter distance in this time. Liana chose a direction away from the chain of tracks, so as not to accidentally run into the straggler, and went to catch up. Never before had a survivalist group posted guards, or even observers, at least not on the first night. This had never happened in her memory, and it had not happened now. She caught up with them pretty quickly. They had chosen a nice clearing for a campsite, and were acting pretty carefree. The group was at its maximum, about 20 people. Everyone was settling in separately. No one caught my eye, except for a couple in the center of the clearing. A guy and a girl were sitting next to each other and chatting. The girl was very short, the guy was quite ordinary, and everything would be fine. But with an experienced eye, Liana saw that they were practically the only ones who remained vigilant. While talking, they quietly looked at their colleagues and glanced at the forest. The rest were completely unfocused. Someone was obviously scared, someone feigned indifference, someone tried to feign vigorous activity. But behind all this, confusion was felt. Except for these two, they analyzed, planned, and were very attentive to the surroundings. They would need to be neutralized first, and then you could do whatever you wanted in this chicken coop. Liana found a tree on a small hill nearby, climbed it, and tried to get comfortable, because she had to sit on it for a long time. The tree turned out to be successful. She found a place where 3 thick branches came out from one place. She sat astride one. The other 2 formed a kind of chair back behind her. It was quite comfortable to sit, but the bark, although smooth, still unpleasantly dug into her bare thighs. She slipped her jacket under them, and it became a little better. From her observation point, the clearing was not completely visible, only individual pieces in the gaps between the trees, but this was enough to control the situation. As usual, on the first day the survivalists were not going to leave the camp. Instead of getting used to the unfamiliar forest, they arranged a real picnic for themselves, gradually began to huddle together in small groups. Chat, and sometimes even laughter could be heard. Their fear after landing and tension decreased, but carelessness came instead. They began to feel and behave as if they were in a park, where if trouble arose, you could call the guards. So they hid from what frightened them, tried not to notice the danger. Unfortunately, she did not see those who attracted her attention from the very beginning. Those who were on the lookout. They did not fall into the field of vision, and it was impossible to observe them. And they were perhaps the only ones worth watching. But no problem. You shouldn't expect any special surprises even from them. Sitting in the shade, blown by a light breeze, indulging in thoughts, Liana suddenly realized that she was falling asleep. It was becoming increasingly difficult to fight sleep, and in order to avoid a stupid death or injury, she tied herself to a tree just in case. Waiting is the hardest part of being a miner, and sometimes even the most experienced and seasoned fall asleep. Now I need to wait for darkness, Liana thought, and began to fall asleep. The sleep was not deep. Through it she heard the rustling of leaves, the singing of birds, distant voices at the survivalists' camp. But when she suddenly jerked and the sleep flew off without a trace, like a blanket falling from a painting, she saw the world as if anew. She didn't even immediately realize where she was and what she was doing. It was already quite dark, which meant that she had slept for quite a long time. Perhaps yesterday's blow to the head was making itself felt, and the brain used all its free time to recover. The next thought was that her body was terribly numb from sitting in the tree for so long, and it was unclear how to go down now. Very carefully, she threw one leg over, and sitting on the side of the trunk, began to slowly stretch, warm up, disperse the blood with her hands to return the muscles to working condition. After about 5 minutes, she decided that she was ready to go down and climb down. Trying to be unnoticeable, she very carefully, stepping softly, like a shadow, began to make her way to the survivalists' camp. There was still a slight bustle there. Everyone was talking and not thinking about safety at all. Coming closer, she noticed one of the tourists who left the open space and was sitting at the very edge of the forest, in a cozy corner formed on one side by several closely growing trees, on the other by a fallen tree trunk torn out of the ground with its roots. She recognized him. It was the one she had classified as wary, though he was alone now, sitting and rummaging through his gear. Well, he had picked a good place to spend the night, at least compared to the others. That was where we should start. Liana was about to sneak up on him when she suddenly froze. Her instincts kicked in before her brain realized what was going on. Something was wrong. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow flicker. Then another, from the opposite side. Then another shadow further into the forest. Someone was sneaking up on the camp and surrounding it. Having made out the attacker closest to her a little through the foliage of the bushes, she saw a red bandage on his head. They were hunters. They could be dressed and equipped as they liked. It was their personal business. But they always had red bandages on their heads, so that they would not shoot each other. This rule was constant and unchangeable, and perhaps the only strict one for them. But why now? Why so early? They should not have attacked immediately. They always gave their prey a head start so that they could leave, disperse, and reach the animals. Then it was a hunt. Otherwise, everything turned into a massacre. Attacking an unprotected camp that was not ready to resist would ruin all the fun. But this time, for some reason, they decided to do just that. It was bad, and they needed to urgently change their plan of action. She began to watch the nearest hunter. He apparently also noticed the guy she wanted to rob first. Leaning against a tree, he began to aim at him, to Liana's disappointment, with a good, but ordinary firearm. If they were all armed like that, with ordinary weapons, then her prey would not be as fat as she had hoped, and hunting hunters would lose its meaning. The risk would not be justified. It would be easier to walk and clean up after them. Something prevented him from aiming properly. He moved to a neighboring tree and began to aim from there. Obeying a sudden impulse, Liana, in a few big jumps, found herself next to the survivalist, jumped up onto a tree lying nearby, putting one foot on the trunk and the other on a protruding rhizome, and trying not to be seen from the hunter's position behind the trees. The guy turned around at the rustle she made, saw her, and his eyes began to widen in surprise. "If you want to live, run after me," she managed to say. At that moment, lightning flashed in the sky behind her, illuminating her silhouette. A shot immediately rang out and splinters of wood sprayed out near the guy's head. A clap of thunder was heard, and shots crackled from all sides, breaking through it. Liana realized that she had to leave, jumped off the log, and slid into the nearest bush. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the guy, deftly jumping over the log, rushing after her. She smiled to herself. Always works. Chapter 12. Sayoma did not quite understand why they had to set up camp so early. Perhaps this was done so that contact could be established between the members of the group. Otherwise, after resting, they could have walked a lot more that day. And although this was not an order, but a recommendation, and it could well be violated, Sayoma decided not to break away from the group. Having chatted enough with Vajja, he decided to find himself a more comfortable place to spend the night. Hanging out in the middle of a clearing was not very cozy. He wanted a place more hidden from view. Some instincts were awakening, which centuries of civilized human life had not been able to eradicate from the gene pool. A comfortable place was found almost immediately, a tree uprooted by the wind and several aspens standing in a dense group nearby, as Semyon identified them, created a very cozy nook, open to the clearing. Having dragged his things there, he arranged a sleeping place for himself and invited Vasilisa to have a look, offering, if she liked it, to settle down next to him. She assessed his choice positively, but refused to join. She said that decent girls do not stay the night with a man on the day of their acquaintance, laughed, and went off somewhere again. despite all of Semyon's assurances that he did not mean that. Out of boredom, he took out and rearranged all of his gears several times. The work was not useless. He got used to things, thought through situations in which they could be used. After all, even a flashlight, if your hands are not used to it, cannot be turned on quickly, especially if you need to do it urgently. Of course, they learned all of this during training, but now these things were his, and he was developing muscle memory for turning them on and off, fastening and unfastening, charging and discharging, and so on. At some point Vasilisa appeared again, saw what he was doing, nodded her head approvingly, and left again without saying a word. She tries to be everywhere and nowhere, a good tactic. Everyone will get used to her behavior and stop noticing, and she will notice everything, thought Semyon. She inspired confidence in him that everything would be fine, because she herself radiated this confidence, which cannot be said about everyone else. The camp was in disarray and confusion. People began to gather in small groups and get to know each other better. Everything seemed right. He also became friends with Vasilisa. But all this seemed inappropriate because of the general relaxation. It somehow imperceptibly began to replace nervousness and tension. It was difficult to explain, but the atmosphere was somehow wrong. While Semyon was busy with equipment, he constantly watched what was happening from his secluded place. Moses gathered the largest group around himself. And, apparently, he managed to gather the most insecure. It was strange, thought Semyon, that during training these same people looked much more prepared. But in the forest it became immediately obvious that basically everyone was just ordinary city dwellers. The forest seemed to have undressed everyone, removed their masks. And in the absence of instructors, many hurried to hide in their usual shell, as if they had already completed the survival tour, there, at the station, and now it was just a walk. It seemed to them that everything was already over, and not just beginning. Perhaps this was a defensive reaction from fear. The brain refuses to accept such an unfamiliar reality, the presence of real dangers, and the very possibility of death. If such a situation develops in groups in most cases, then it is not clear how 3/4 survive. Probably this route is not very difficult. These thoughts filled him with confidence that he had a much better chance of success than most. Yes, the main thing was not to fall into euphoria, inflated self-esteem, and not to lose vigilance. Pride is a sin, and can ruin you no worse. While he was thinking about it, evening came unnoticed, and it was getting dark. Syoma thought it would be nice to have dinner, and decided not to make a fire, but to use the burner that was given to him, which they recommended not to use unless necessary, because the fuel supply would not be enough for the entire route. That is why everyone lit fires on the first night. The fuel limit is probably also one of the elements of survival. He did not want to have dinner alone, and he began to look for Vasilisa with his eyes. But she was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that she had flickered somewhere literally 15 minutes ago, but now there was no trace. The professor was also nowhere to be seen, the place where his things were empty. Syoma prepared some canned food and began to fiddle with the burner. He inserted a gas cylinder into it, but when he tried to light it, nothing happened. The igniter refused to work. It clicked and clicked, but there was still no fire. Vasilisa's words about how the devices would start to fail at the right moment came to mind, but it would be strange to believe in malicious intent here. He tested it. It worked, and no one had the opportunity to pick it up. Most likely it broke. A manufacturing defect, or he himself did something careless and broke it. Sighing, Syoma put it on the ground and picked up a can of his dinner, wondering whether to eat it or to make a fire. At that moment, it seemed to him that the birds, who had been chirping incessantly in the forest and adding peace to the whole group, suddenly fell silent. He froze with the can in his hands. It was strange. There was a rustling sound behind him. He turned around. He hadn't expected to see anything like that here. She was standing on a log, one foot on a protruding root. High dark brown lace-up boots, a short black and brown skirt made of loose leather scraps, a leather button-down top of the same color, hair pulled back into a long ponytail, a bow in her hands, and a quiver of arrows sticking out over her shoulder, a knife on her belt. It looked very much like a picture from a book, and the word Amazon immediately flashed in Syoma's mind. Then she spoke. "If you want to live, run after me." The next moment lightning flashed behind her, sharply outlining her silhouette against the sky. Somewhere nearby there was a sharp shot, and at the same time, wood chips splashed into his face. He saw where it came from. There was no doubt. It was a bullet that hit him, or rather, it didn't hit him. A feeling arose in his lower abdomen, as if his testicles wanted to hide inside his body. A similar feeling arises when you see someone suddenly fall hard and hurt themselves before your eyes, and your body reacts to this alien danger, and a strange feeling arises in the groin. A clap of thunder was heard, and after it, shots rang out from all sides. The Amazon jumped off the log and began to dissolve into the twilight. Semyon shook off his numbness, grabbed his backpack with one hand, his gun with the other, and rushed after her. She had no intention of waiting for him, but was running quickly through the forest. For some reason, Syoma immediately believed her. The shots left no time for doubt. It was good that he had not fallen into a stupor. He had not had time to put on his backpack, and it was impossible to do so while running, because his other hand was busy with his weapon. He did not want to drop either one. It was incredibly difficult to run with a heavy backpack in his hand, especially since it was unfastened and something was periodically falling out of it. The Amazon was running lightly, and he could not keep up with her, as a result of which the distance between them began to increase. Then he saw a man with a red bandage on his head appear right in front of him and begin to raise his gun to shoot his savior. Without slowing down, she grabbed an arrow from her quiver with her right hand, jumped forward, somersaulted, and appeared right in front of him. Without stopping her movement, she drove the arrow under his chin so that it came out on the top of his head. Stepping over the fallen body, she looked back at Semyon and ran on. Although her gaze did not express any emotions, as it seemed to Semyon, despite the fact that she had just casually killed a man, he understood it like this: either follow me or stay. I am giving you a chance, but whether you will be able to use it depends only on you. In short, survive. Or maybe she just looked back. Semyon did not quite understand what was happening, but there was already enough information to draw some conclusions. People appeared who wanted to kill him, and someone appeared who wanted to save him. There was no time to find out why and for what. Now the main thing is to stay alive. He regretfully dropped his backpack and, already lightly, ran after the Amazon. Syoma even started to catch up with her a little when a thought exploded in his mind. What about Vasilisa? At first, in a state of affect, he did not have time to think about anyone. But now, when the first danger had passed, he felt an insistent desire to go back and try to save her. Although he did not know how and whether he had enough strength. But to remember later for the rest of his life how he ran away and did not try to help. No, this is too much. At that moment, he realized that they were not running in a straight line, but were making an arc. That is, in fact, they were returning back. From this thought, he was imbued with even greater respect for his savior. So she wanted to help someone else. Then she suddenly stopped and crouched down, raising her left hand, which probably meant that Syoma should remain silent. Crouching down, he quietly approached her and said in a whisper, "I need to go back to the camp." She put her finger to her lips, took out an arrow, aimed and fired. Only after watching the arrow's flight did Syoma see the man between the trees. The arrow entered his temple, and he fell like a sack of potatoes. The Amazon turned and confidently took the rifle from Syoma's hands. He didn't even think about holding it and gave it to her without complaint. She said, "Run in that direction," and pointed him in the direction from which they had just run. The main thing is not to turn anywhere and not to make noise. "I need to go back." Syoma didn't want to run away. "They're chasing your girlfriend. If we shoot at them, they might switch to us and she'll have a chance. True, we might have a hard time. There are quite a lot of them." Syoma believed her again immediately, didn't say anything, just nodded, turned, and ran. Thinking about it later, he still couldn't understand why he suddenly began to trust the stranger so unconditionally. Maybe because she saved his life, although she might not have done so. Anyway, he ran as fast as he could, and after about 30 meters he heard a shot behind him, then another and another. He counted 5, after which return shots rang out, and his gun fell silent. He stopped and looked back anxiously, but the Amazon was fine. She was quickly catching up with him. He ran on. "What? Did you want to come back for me now? Stop it, or they'll shoot you." "But thank you. I can't help myself." He answered her already in the back, because she overtook him and began to break away. It It was uncomfortable to run last. He literally felt the breath of his pursuers on the back of his head. They were neither heard nor seen, but he knew that they were somewhere behind. Or rather, he was both afraid that they were behind and hoping for it. If they were running after them, they weren't running after Vajia, according to Amazon, and at that moment he trusted her unconditionally. It was good that he had trained at home. It was good that he had a training course. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this sprint turning into a marathon. But despite the training, his strength was gradually leaving him. It was already completely dark, and he was guided only by his bare thighs, arms, and the strip between his top and skirt, glittering in the moonlight. He didn't see anything else. Only body parts moving rhythmically in the darkness. She slowed down so that he wouldn't fall behind, and chose a smoother road. If there were obstacles, he simply repeated her movements. She jumped, and he jumped when he reached this place. She was going around something, and he was following her maneuver exactly. He caught himself thinking that he trusted literally every move she made, and followed her without thinking at all. Finally, she stopped. Sayoma ran up to her and leaned against a tree with a loud exhalation. "Sit down, rest, I'll be back soon," she said and disappeared into the darkness. He had no strength to argue. He lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to catch his breath. "We broke away. We can't hear anyone." She sat down next to him. "And what about those we distracted them from? Are you worried about your friend?" "How should I know? We gave her a chance. We'll see what happens next. But she seems quick." "She's not my friend. She's my friend. Whatever you say, I don't care. Turn away, I'll change." Only then did Sayoma notice that she had returned with a small backpack. He delicately turned away. "Were you supervising our group?" She laughed sharply and cheerfully, apparently out of surprise. Sayoma had not expected such a reaction and turned around. She was wearing only panties and was carefully folding her Amazon costume. She was very visible in the moonlight, and it felt like her body was simply glowing. Noticing that he had turned around, she did not cover herself or turn away. She just looked at him reproachfully. He came to his senses and turned away. "Dude, no offense, but yesterday I exceeded my limit on nudity by a year in advance." "What do you mean?" "Don't worry about it. I'm kidding, just don't turn around yet. We're not close enough yet." "Still?" he asked, implying that they would become close. "Don't cling to words. Think about how long you can last here alone if I leave." Semiya didn't like this turn of conversation at all, not even as a joke. He couldn't imagine that she could abandon him to his fate. It began to seem to him that she was now responsible for him, that she was his guardian angel. He said the word angel to himself with special warmth, and this was the first sign that perhaps this was not so, that he did not fully understand the situation, that what was happening still needed to be properly sorted out, that he had not yet had time to properly analyze the situation. And now, when the sense of reality was slowly returning, he realized that he had more questions than answers. "Why are you so quiet, scared?" she asked quite seriously. "As far as I understand, you don't even know what's going on. And I don't really want to tell you now, because I still have a lot to do today. Help me, then I'll tell you everything you want to know." "Why not now?" "I'll be honest, you won't like what you hear. You might get depressed, and then you won't be of any use to me. But we can be of great help to each other." "How can I be of any use to you? You're so cool, tough, impressive." "That's true. I'm not very interested in you as a fighter. I need you as a man." "What do you mean?" "Don't flatter yourself. I'll just need to move some things. Considering everything that happened, it sounds more than strange." "What kind of things?" "You'll find out later. Let's go, it's time to go." He turned around. Now she was dressed in a regular uniform, like a military one. It's much more comfortable than running around the forest with bare legs. "And what kind of clothes were those?" "I thought you wore this." "A suit for tourists." "For what tourists?" "In this case, for you. I'll tell you everything later. Let's go." "Where are we going?" "To visit those guys who attacked you." "To visit?" "Well, not literally, of course, not to drink tea. To kill. And stop asking again, it's starting to irritate me." "Kill? Did you hear what I said? If you keep asking again, I won't be able to resist, and I'll hit you." "Sorry, I'm just completely confused. You came here for the thrill, right? Here you go, the full program. You can't even imagine how close you were to death, and now it's far from over." She turned and walked deeper into the forest, gradually accelerating, and, at the end, breaking into a run again. It seemed like the marathon was still going on. They weren't running very fast, so as not to break their legs in the dark. She had an excellent sense of direction in this forest, and she probably saw better in the dark. She never gave him back the rifle. She continued to carry it herself, along with a backpack, albeit a small one, a bow and arrows. Sayoma was running completely light. They moved silently and rather quietly, two shadows gliding through the forest in the dark. There was nothing left to do but join in this alien game and see how it all ends. They ran for about an hour. Suddenly the Amazon began to slow down and stopped, raising her left hand. Sayoma already knew what it meant. Listening, he approached her and stopped next to her. Apart from the usual forest rustling and chirping, he heard nothing. She turned and looked at him. He pointed to his ears and shook his head, as if to say, "I don't hear anything unusual." She also shook her head and pointed to her nose, as if to say, "Don't listen, but smell." Sayoma sniffed, and indeed, there was some kind of weak, but quite distinguishable smell in the air, which was clearly of technogenic origin. He nodded his head vigorously, showing that he could smell it too. The smell was surprisingly familiar, but because it was weak, he couldn't figure out what it was. She waved her hand at him to follow her and went stealthily to the right. Sayoma obeyed. The smell gradually grew stronger, and then it dawned on him. It was the smell of space flights. It smelled like that at the spaceports, in the hangars, and even from the ships themselves, flying through the airless space. It wasn't the smell of anything specific. It was more like a cocktail of rocket fuel, a working engine, metal that could withstand overloads and high temperatures, and God knows what else. There was no doubt there was a spaceship somewhere nearby. A few minutes later they stopped. Ahead, through the foliage of the bush, a light was visible. They began to make their way closer. A sound like a mutter reached their ears. Finally, a picture opened up before them. In a small clearing stood a landing ship, black with red stripes. The airlock was open. Light was coming from it. Right next to the airlock stood a box. On it sat a man, his head hanging low, muttering, slightly moving his hands lying on his knees. Apparently, he was having a lively internal conversation with an invisible interlocutor. There was no doubt that he was dead drunk. They hid and listened to what was happening for a while, trying to catch any sounds and understand if there was anyone else here. The mumbler sometimes agreed with someone, sometimes argued, helping himself with sluggish gesticulation. It seemed that he was alone here. The Amazon carefully, but confidently, and quickly came out of her hiding place and headed towards the ship. Passing by the mumbler, she hit him with the butt without stopping, and he fell unconscious like a rag doll. She went inside, and there was complete silence. Sayoma sat under the cover of the bushes and did not know what to do. Either run after her or wait. She did not give any orders, so he decided to wait. The minutes dragged on painfully long. It seemed to him that people would appear from the forest at any moment and attack them, but it was still quiet. After 10 agonizing minutes, which seemed like an eternity, she appeared in the airlock opening and, invitingly waving her hand at him, disappeared inside again. Looking around, Semyon crossed the open space on half-bent legs and ran inside. "Are you scared?" she asked. "I saw how you ran hunched over," and pointed to the monitor that showed the space in front of the ship. "That's right, but you can relax. I turned on the alarm, and if a living creature appears within 100 meters, we will know about it. And if the owners return? The system doesn't care. It doesn't know friend or foe. Help me. This crap won't come out." She pointed to the wall in the pilot's cabin, which was covered with displays, lights, and sensors. Among other things, there was a square at chest level with 2 semicircular handles. It must have been stuck since the ship was built. It's completely stuck. What is this? A lighthouse. If the communication system, which can also be used to triangulate and determine the location of a ship, can be turned off by turning a switch, then the lighthouse cannot be turned off in any way. It can only be physically destroyed. You want to steal a ship? Of course. It costs more than I could ever earn on tourist routes in my entire life. And what I found in his arsenal is a nice bonus, worth as much as the ship itself. But that's a crime. Listen, if I start explaining, it will take a very long time. Be patient, I'll tell you everything, but later. We are still in danger and are currently doing a very risky business. Let's do it together. And she took the handle with both hands. Semyon took the other. "E1," she commanded, They pulled, but to no avail. E2. Again without moving. E3. This time the block moved slightly and came out of the wall by half a centimeter. Now it will definitely work, she said, and they continued to pull. They had to pull 5 more times before the block was completely pulled out and remained hanging on the very edge, connected by bundles of wires. Stop. That's enough for now. If the connection with the ship is lost, the signal will be sent to the station, and they can send rescuers, and we are not ready to fly away yet. Let's go. They left the ship. You won't like the next scene, and neither will I, but war is war. Are we at war? And you haven't noticed? They shoot at us. We shoot. Extermination and survival. However, that's what you wanted when you flew here, right? I imagined it all a little differently. And here is such, how can I say it, a mess. Wait, there's more to come. She took the unconscious body by the legs and dragged it unceremoniously towards the forest. She dragged it to the nearest spreading tree, threw it down, and took a rope from her backpack. She threw it over a branch, at a height of about 3 meters, and began to tie a loop. When Simeon realized what she was doing, he felt slightly sick. Having put the loop on the hunter's neck, Liana took the other end and began to move away, pulling the rope. Help me, he's pretty heavy, she told Simeon. No, I won't do that. Why? Do you think this is a person? That's your mistake. He just looks like a person. This is a lesson. Learn to dehumanize your enemies. Otherwise you won't survive. And that's what you wanted to learn, right? This is a beast in human form, who flew here with only one purpose, to kill you. The fact that he didn't try is just a coincidence. If you let him go, he will try, rest assured. But why hang him? Psychological pressure. There are more enemies. We need to try to demoralize them. Let's hurry. We are taking a big risk. They can come back. Sioma sighed and obeyed. The rope was quite thin, and his body was heavy. Even with 2 people, it was not so easy to lift him. When his feet were about to leave the ground, he suddenly came to his senses and twitched. He wheezed, began to grab the rope with his hands and kick his legs. Sioma closed his eyes. There was a tree nearby. The Amazon wrapped the rope around it several times and tied it. The nausea intensified, and he leaned against the tree. Apparently, his brain understood that he, with his own hands, had just helped kill a man, and this caused some kind of glitch in the program. If it had happened in a state of effect, it would have been easier, and the realization of the murder would have caught up with him later, but now it happened consciously and slowly, and the brain still did not understand what to do with it. Apparently, there is something embedded in a person that makes the deprivation of life unnatural. Simeon turned to the tree, pressed his cheek against it, and began to breathe rapidly. She looked at him with sympathy. But the hanged man did not die, and continued to twitch. Yes, it's an unpleasant sight, she said. She suddenly ran up, jumped up, and hung on the hunter. Something crunched in his neck, and he finally went quiet. She immediately jumped to the ground and walked towards the ship as if nothing had happened. This was too much. Simeon bent in half and vomited as he probably never had in his life. Literally turned inside out. Having spat, he staggered to the side, plopped down on the ground, and began to breathe deeply and evenly, trying to come to his senses. The Amazon returned from the ship with some kind of iron panel with holes around the perimeter, came up and cut off the remaining end of the rope with a knife. What's your name? For some reason, Simeon's voice did not obey him. It came out hoarse and at the same time squeaky. Oh, decided to get acquainted? It's about time. Especially after the joint murder, she said and winked at him. The joke was cruel, but it no longer made an impression on him. Some kind of inner emptiness set in. Liana, and you? Simeon. Usually everyone calls Simeon. Okay, Sioma, come to your senses, we're speeding up. Liana tied the rope to the corners of the plate, took out a lipstick. Who would have thought? Lipstick looked especially surreal in this situation. She wrote something on the plate, went up to the hanged man, and, jumping slightly, threw the rope around his neck. It was written there. She stepped back and admired the results of her work. Sioma thought that the disappearance of the ship, the hanging corpse with the sign, and the death of several of them at the hands of Liana should really throw their opponents off track, whoever they were. What she did was scary, but it was cool in its own way, and probably effective. The negativity that had begun to accumulate in him towards Liana suddenly evaporated and was again replaced by immense trust and respect. He caught himself thinking that he was reasoning very inconsistently and was being thrown from side to side, but he decided to give in to the circumstances for now. They climbed on board, and Liana sat down in the pilot's seat. She looked carefully at all the levers and instruments, walked along them with her hands, lightly touching them, but not turning on anything. Apparently, she was remembering how it worked and rehearsing the sequence of actions to herself. Then she nodded to herself. Okay, let's try. She got up from her seat and went to the beacon sticking out of the wall. Semyon joined in without waiting to be called, and in one movement, they pulled it out of the wall. It was left hanging on the cables and wires. Leaving him to hold it in his arms, she quickly pulled out all the connections and nodded towards the exit, to the street, faster. Semyon ran, and she followed, grabbing a steel rod she had prepared in advance along the way. He dragged the beacon to the hanged man and threw it at his feet. Liana, swinging it like a crowbar, hit the box from above several times. Something inside squealed pitifully and gradually died down. I hope he's dead, she said. Hurry up, we need to fly away immediately. They rushed to the ship. Liana took the pilot's seat again and began to quickly click the switches. The airlock closed. The engine could be heard starting up, and Semyon realized that they were already taking off. The call light on the panel began to blink persistently. You said that the connection could be turned off, right? We can, but it's too early, she said, and Semyon saw on the monitor that they were gaining altitude. The picture was good. Everything was visible as if it were daytime. After a while, she reached out and turned off one of the switches. The call light went out. She immediately made a sharp turn and flew in the opposite direction, descending. After a while, they were already flying close to the treetops. She was piloting manually, and Semyon felt a little uneasy. They were flying fast and low. He could only hope that she was an experienced pilot. The mountain range was rapidly approaching. Liana began to slow down. They flew right above the bed of a small river running down from the mountains, then dived into a gorge, under a rocky ledge, and Semyon realized that the sky was not visible on the monitor. Are we in a cave? Yeah, great, right? Yeah, and they won't find us here? I hope not, but we won't check. We're getting out of here very quickly. So you're not sure? Of course not. They could have stuffed something here that I don't know about. I doubt it, but they could have. So, it will stay here, in the sump. For a long time, maybe even a year. When it becomes clear that they did not find it, and there is no ambush, we can study it in more detail. But overall, I did well for the first time, right? What first time? What? Is this your first time piloting? Of course. There are no ships on our planet. Well, almost none. My grandfather dreamed and planned to steal a ship, my father, but they did not succeed. But I did an impromptu. In the morning, I did not even suspect that everything would turn out like this. Now we will run away as far as possible and lie low. We just need to send an alarm signal to our people so that no one comes here. Otherwise, the disappearance of the ship will not go unnoticed. They will turn everything upside down here. I have friends there. I want to help them. Is this girl quick? Not only that, there are 3 more on other ships. I am very sorry. Either they are already dead or will be soon. A ship of hunters flew to each of your ships. Although, they usually do not attack on the first day. It seems that yours simply drank too much and did not want to postpone. But those who take hunting more seriously will not rush. So, your friends have a couple of days. But we will not help them. We simply will not be able to find them. So what is going on? Some people bought a more expensive tour than you, which gives them the opportunity to hunt people. You are just game. You have been written off. There is simply no return for you. This is some kind of nonsense. This simply cannot be. In the modern world, such a thing is impossible. Analyze what happened after the landing and think about whether to believe me or not. But rest assured that if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have survived. I don't wish you any harm, but I don't need you anymore. What we might have had to carry, we transported in one flight, and collecting junk in the forest after the hijacking would be too dangerous. Greed has ruined many miners. So don't argue with me and listen to me. Then I will help you get out of here, and, perhaps, you will be able to settle in our society. I don't know, what you say may be true, but I can neither comprehend it nor believe it yet. This. I don't know. I'm not ready for this. It seems to me that all of this is some kind of game, a script for my tour. That all of this is planned. The sooner you understand that this is reality, the more chances you will have to save your life. And who are you? I'll tell you the rest later, as I promised. I decided to enlighten you a little, so that your mind wouldn't go crazy. There's no time for the rest right now. She went into the cargo hold and approached a 3-meter box. She patted it, and here's our transport. The box turned out to be a cargo walker. 6 legs, similar to a spider's, an elongated body on which you can load cargo, or you can ride it. Cool thing, I've been dreaming of one for a long time. One condition, you'll have to be blindfolded. Why? It's not that I don't trust you, but imagine that you get caught. They use inhumane interrogation methods on you, and you give away the place where the ship is hidden. How can I give it away if I don't even know where we are? You can notice something along the way, some landmark, and that will be enough for them to find the area, and they will learn from you that they need to look for a large cave. And then it's a matter of technique. Don't worry, this thing has a soft ride. You won't fall. I'm not worried about that. I just don't want to give up my senses. Well, I'm not going to blind you. Well, there's no point in arguing with you. I already understood that. But there's no need to be afraid of me. I'm not a bad person. I'm just merciless to my enemies. If I were different, I would have died already. Okay, give orders. If I trusted you until now, why stop? But I'll try to find friends. You lead me closer to them, and then I'll manage somehow. Do you think you can handle it? Your zeal is commendable, but suicidal. However, it's up to you. Let's go. She blindfolded him with a black cloth that she tore off some packaging, helped him sit down on the walker, hung bags on the sides, in which she collected some of the weapons and equipment from the cargo compartment, and they drove off. The device really turned out to be not bad. It moved its legs quickly, but almost silently, placed them very carefully, so that despite the fact that they were not moving along the road, in the saddle there was a feeling that there was a smooth highway under them. After a few minutes of movement, Semyon felt a breath of fresh air on his face and realized that they had left the cave. And you didn't think that I could remember the place during the flight? I didn't think. Now I'll have to kill you. I hope you're joking. I'm joking, of course. I really didn't think about it. I had no time. But I still won't untie your eyes. The less you know, the better. She was sitting in front and controlling the walker. It was more than 1.5 meters behind, after a pair of middle legs. While we're driving, maybe you can tell me what you promised. I've conveyed the main idea to you. Ask me what you don't understand. I'll tell you. We weren't told that people live on the planet. It must be uninhabited. And you, as I understand it, are not the only person here? Yes, not the only one. We are from the first settlers. They all died. A tale? In general, forget what they told you there. This is an amazing planet. Like a park of wonders. There are simply unimaginable things here. When this began to be revealed, some rich people wanted to take it over and remove all the settlers from here so that they could live here themselves. A kind of paradise for the rich. But the settlers were not satisfied with this prospect. The war for independence began. We were driven underground. We learned to hide and didn't let them colonize the planet the way they wanted. Then it turned out that it's not that easy to live here. There are some difficulties. In general, they started studying it and simultaneously doing business here, the scale of which is enormous. You can't even imagine how many people fly here. Well, why not? I was at the training camp. I saw it. Now imagine that there are hundreds of such camps. Hundreds? Yes, hundreds. Have you seen the station in the sky? Can you imagine its size? A business on a planetary scale. What is so valuable here that they needed to start a war? People don't age here. Well, almost. Oh, come on. I'm not kidding. How old do you think I am? Well, I don't know. It's a delicate question. Speak boldly. There's no answer that would offend me. Probably 27, 28 years old, Semyon said cautiously. Almost 150. Oh no, that can't be. Well, you're right. The devices show me my biological age as you said, but I'm 149 years old. Local years, but they almost perfectly match the standard earthly ones, which are accepted everywhere as a conventional unit. Of course, you're sorry, but I don't believe it. How is this even possible? Nobody knows. It hasn't been possible to find out. They're still fighting, as far as I understand, to no avail. If it were true, they would have found a way to live here and exterminate you. They would have found one, if the planet hadn't resisted. What? Well, that's already mystical. But the fact remains that when they started settling here, as you assumed, under guard, The mortality rate among them began to exceed all conceivable and inconceivable norms. Diseases, accidents, and our partisans got us some of them. In different ways, but in the end, they fled with their tails between their legs. Clearing an entire planet of us is also an expensive matter, and they will suffer great losses, believe me. So, over time, some parity was established. They do business and science here, trying to hold back our technological development if possible. We rob those who fly in. This is one of the few ways to get weapons and some technical equipment. And in general, to get something interesting, because they identify and destroy any more or less large-scale production. They are driving us into the Stone Age. So, you are highwaymen? Yes, but we have our own code. We do not kill tourists without special need. Did you see what costume I was wearing? Amazon. You could say so. Do you know who she is? I am familiar with earthly mythology, don't worry. It's strange, for a girl living in the forest. In general, this is practically a whole performance. Many are happy to give everything. Meeting a mysterious stranger in the forest who robbed them. Yes, these are the best memories in their lives. They will remember the beautiful, as you said, Amazon for a long time. You don't suffer from modesty. It's reality, my friend. He could tell from her voice that she was smiling. Well, what other wonders can you find here? Ever heard of dragons? Well, I almost believed your fairy tales. Oh, come on. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. And the island with dragons does exist. A large island or a small continent. They call it by different names. But they only live there. I have never seen them myself. Here, each continent or island has its own peculiarities. It's like you're in another world. It's just hard to move around. They track watercraft too. I don't know. I think you're making it up, to put it mildly. The reality is that whether you like it or not, if you survive the next few days, you'll live with us. And you'll get the opportunity to live a long, but not very technological life. It happens. Tourists who, for various reasons, don't fly away, are forced to stay here and look for a place for themselves in the sun. And you've never left the planet? Nope. Yeah, right. I haven't been to many places on my own planet, but perhaps everything is still ahead. I'm still young, she giggled. I feel like you don't really believe me, but that's your business. They rode in silence for a while. A weak light began to penetrate through the blindfold, and Simeon realized that it was slowly getting light. Do we have a long way to go? I think about 3 hours. But we're moving pretty briskly. Maybe it will be faster. After we send the warning, we'll need to find a place and sleep. Lack of sleep can backfire badly if difficulties begin. As you say, Simeon said, and caught himself on the fact that he had been fighting sleep for quite some time. The light rhythmic rocking and the quick, quiet movement of the walker's spider legs had a hypnotic effect. Considering that he couldn't look at the world around him because of the blindfold, resisting sleep became an impossible task. As he was falling, Sioma only had time to think about the main thing, not to fall off the seat, and he grabbed the handle tighter. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he woke up from the fact that he almost fell when the walker stopped. Even with his eyes blindfolded, it was clear that it was already quite light. A confident and careful hand pulled the blindfold off him. Squinting from the bright light, he saw Liana's smiling face. Well, did you get enough sleep? Do you know that you snore? I must say that it's very revealing, she chuckled. Okay, get off, here we go. Probably just an uncomfortable position. And anyway, why should I believe you? No one ever told me that I snore. All snorers say that, she said, and went to the nearest bushes. She parted the branches and a pile of deadwood opened up to her eyes. In the very middle, there was a place among the dry branches through which a person could crawl. She got down on all fours and prepared to climb, but then turned to Simeon. Are you coming? Can I? Yes, here. In a couple of hours, this place will most likely cease to exist. And even if it doesn't, then it's still not worth coming back here. Okay, let's go have a look. He swung his leg over to get off the walker and only then realized how numb his whole body was. A groan escaped from his throat. Is it hard for you? Yeah, I'm completely numb. My back, my neck, I can't bend at all. Well, look, if you can, crawl after me. No, wait here, she said, standing on all fours, and crawled into the gap between the branches. Sioma, groaning, dropped to his knees and crawled after him. Curiosity got the better of him. After about 3 meters, the space widened, and in the cocoon of tangled branches, a hatch was discovered. It was already open, Liana was below, the light was already on. Having descended, he found himself in a cramped dugout. It was completely empty. There was only a large stump as a table, and a smaller one as a stool. On the table stood some kind of homemade device, which Liana was fiddling with. When she connected everything, she leaned over it and said, 14, red. After which she began pressing some buttons again. What are you doing? I recorded a phrase that will be broadcast on a loop, on our emergency frequency, continuously. And what does that mean? 14, region, red, danger level. Simple. Yes, it's not hard to understand. When they intercept the transmission, they'll understand what we're talking about. Of course, they're not idiots either. But they won't get any extra information about us. And then what? Next, I'll set a timer so that the message starts broadcasting in a couple of hours. And during that time, we'll try to get as far away as possible. Because there's a high probability that this place will be covered. Bomb it. Maybe they'll bomb it. Or maybe they'll send a group to check what's going on here. In any case, we'd better be far away by then. And if they don't fly in and bomb it, in a couple of days, the battery will die and the broadcast will stop. But even if they don't do anything, they'll still take control of the place. And yours, will they get the message and be careful? I hope they'll just keep quiet and not show themselves in any way. Stealing a ship has never happened before, as far as I know. It's every miner's dream. It's like a fairy tale that never came true. We were very lucky. They just got completely drunk. That's why they attacked you ahead of time, didn't set up a security system, and generally ignored all security measures. In a normal situation, if protocol had been followed, we wouldn't have been able to get anywhere near the ship. So we were just lucky? Partly. Remember how I pierced one hunter with an arrow? You can't forget that. I was very close to him and smelled the strong fumes. Plus, the untimely attack. The thought had already crept in then. I needed to check it out. I was right. Many people spend their whole lives chasing a ship, setting traps, but to no avail. And look how we distinguished ourselves. You said that life would be enough for me, didn't you? Don't count on an equal share, but I'll throw you some startup capital to get settled in for the first time, out of joy. Although, it's too early to divide the spoils. But if there is a ship, then it means that we can fly away from here? No. Firstly, they will notice the launch and intercept. Secondly, there is nowhere to fly. This planet is owned by very influential people, and in the modern world they will get and find anyone. It will not be possible to hide. Of course, you can hang out in outer space for some time, but what kind of joy is that? The only place where you can live freely and at ease is here. You said that you are under surveillance? Yes, the sluggish confrontation continues, and they greatly limit us, but here we are still free. Much freer than anywhere else in the explored space. Despite all the apparent freedom, you are under total control. How do you know so much about life beyond this planet? The tourist told me. She looked at him and smiled, apparently deciding to joke. But does that mean the ship is useless then? Well, I wouldn't say so. Firstly, the lack of an opportunity to fly away doesn't mean that no one wants to try. Secondly, these are technologies and the development of science. We are also trying to keep up here as best we can, although it is difficult. Thirdly, we also have our own rich people who would like to have something that no one else has. Or maybe tomorrow there will be some kind of accident at their station, and it will blow up to hell. Then those who have a ship will have freedom of action. Maybe we will even form our own small planetary military fleet. But this is a fantasy, of course. In short, there is demand. There are problems with supply. And what? Your people don't have a single ship. I didn't say that. Actually, there are. And where from? If they haven't captured anything yet. They were left over from the time of colonization. We managed to hide some things. There were rumors about captures, too, but they were unverified. But hunters, and with a full hold of equipment, I haven't even heard of such a legend. Is it more difficult with hunters? Of course. They are better prepared than tourists, and it is not known where and when they will appear. But tourists are also on the lookout. They drop off the group and fly away, so as not to expose themselves. The easiest way is probably to capture a zoo, but it has its own complications. What zoo? A ship that brings animals to make your life difficult. And I thought they lived here. All these are elements of your tour, except for the hunters. And in this case, we ourselves, as you said, are game. Right, move to the exit. They got out of the dugout, again saddled the walker. Where to now? There is a place nearby. We will lie on the bottom. At this speed, it will take 2.5 hours. To be honest, I have long wanted to stop and take a breath. Or rather, to hide somewhere in a corner, put my thumb in my mouth and sit like that until it's all over. But you understand that it won't end? I understand, but I don't really want to believe it. You'll have to. They rode in silence for a while. Finally, Liana decided to break the silence. Yes, it was strange. What exactly? Yes, everything. It's strange with you. I've never been involved in rescuing tourists. I saved you. I wanted to use you for business, but it wasn't necessary. But despite this, I still drag you around with me instead of abandoning you. Is this where I should say thank you? As you wish. I've probably started getting used to you. You seem normal. I always tried to work alone, to be responsible only for myself, and then a partner showed up. She turned to him. Temporarily, don't flatter yourself. A sudden stroke of luck with the capture of the ship. My usual algorithms are also getting confused by all this. I need to digest it a bit. I was almost killed before your arrival. I got into a serious mess. All this came together. Conclusion, I need a good rest. What happened? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was stupid myself. I got myself into trouble. Don't be surprised. Life is in full swing here, even without the guests from above. Are you trying to tell me that you've been walking on the edge for 150 years? I feel like you don't believe my age. Don't be offended, but no. Why be offended? I don't care. But, answering your question, no, of course not. Usually everything goes much more calmly. Of course, you need to show certain abilities in order to get the loot, and to preserve your life, and, preferably, not to stain your conscience. It's probably especially difficult during robberies. I think I explained everything to you. Although, to be fair, I should say that there are some scumbags among us too. It was exactly those who almost killed me. Funny. You'll die laughing. They rode in silence for a while again. Suddenly the walker made a sound inside itself, like a rocket leaving the ground, spread all 6 legs wide with its last step, and froze. Damn it. Liana cursed. I was hoping we'd make it. Are the batteries dead? Yes. Okay, help me. She threw the bags hanging on the sides onto the ground and grabbed the walker from the front. Simeon grabbed it from behind. They lifted it up and carried it to the nearest thicket, about 20 meters away. The vehicle turned out to be very heavy. They managed to cover this distance only in 3 attempts. Having pushed it into the bushes, they covered it with branches so that it wouldn't be noticeable. So you're going to come back for it? Simeon asked. Of course, it's a very valuable thing. I'll have to bring a spare battery for it, and it'll be as good as new. I have a similar unit, only smaller, and unfortunately it doesn't work. And then it'll be a pleasure to drive through the forest on this one. No need to break your back. Carrying loads over a distance is one of the main activities of a miner. Well, after selling the ship, I can probably give up your craft, right? I don't know. For now, I'm working according to the old scheme. Everything in the house, and I'll figure it out later. She handed him one of the bags. We'll run. We'll try to get there in an hour. Hang it on yourself. Make sure everything is comfortable, doesn't hit, doesn't knock on your body. Otherwise, you'll be covered in bruises. A heavy bag, maybe at a walk? Run in an hour, or walk in 2. She looked at him. In 2.5? Okay, go ahead. And Simeon was the first to run in the same direction they were traveling. Although they were not running very fast, rather measuredly, like marathon runners, he soon began to get tired. Thoughts from fatigue began to get confused, and the same one kept spinning in his head more and more persistently, like a boomerang, sometimes flying away, sometimes returning again. Finally, it captured him so much that he could not run any further and abruptly stopped. Liana, stop. She had long since overtaken him and was running ahead, all the time trying to break away. He stopped and threw his bag on the ground. She stopped and turned to him. What happened? Are you out of breath? Yes, but that's not it. What? I can't do this. I tried to forget and not think about it, to convince myself that I can't help them, but I can't anymore. I have to try. I am grateful to you for saving me. Forgive me for not repaying you in any way, but I am leaving. I understand that maybe I won't be able to do anything. Maybe I'll just get lost in the forest and die of hunger, but I have to try. Just at least go there and try to find them. Otherwise, I'll regret this all my life. I'm not asking your permission. I'm really leaving, but I'd be grateful if you tell me which way to go. Liana stood silently and stared at him. Finally, she broke the long pause. You'll die? There's no doubt about it. I don't know why, but you won't survive. You're not ready. You're a good guy, and I understand your impulse, but I don't approve of it. If you want to go, go. Let's get to the place. It's on the way anyway. I'll pick you up something good from the captured weapons. Something you can handle. I'll tell you where to go and what's best to do. If you really want that. No, I'm leaving right now. Otherwise, some reasons, pretexts, business will appear again and I'll remain under your wing. But what if they need my help? Right now? What if I can help them? Of course, I can carry 2 bags. I can throw them here and pick them up later, but I don't want to. I want you to do at least this little thing for me. Take the girl home, and then go wherever you want. I'm not going to hold you back. I can even kick you out myself. But don't throw me these snotty tantrums. I don't care if you chicken out or change your mind. Bring me the bag and go wherever you want. Liana got seriously worked up. It's not about the bags. It's a matter of principle. You owe me. She was almost screaming. I know that I have nothing to oppose you with, that you can kill me right now, but I made my decision. All this time they were slowly getting closer, and now they were standing face to face. After the last phrase, Simeon turned around abruptly, getting ready to leave, and took a step. A scarlet ribbon shot up from the grass. Liana screamed and swung her hand sharply. The ribbon split in 2 and fell to the ground. Only now did Simeon realize that he had stepped on something. He looked down and saw a bright scarlet snake cut in half. Then he turned his gaze to Liana, who was looking at her hand, which already had a knife in it, and 2 bright dots stood out on her wrist. She doesn't attack anyone at all. You can even pick her up. She's bright red. You can see her from a kilometer away. And you managed to step on her. But she didn't bite you for it. She bit me. Sorry. Simeon began to understand from her tone that things were bad, and she was frantically looking for a way out. This is what happens when you start throwing tantrums in the forest. I'm sorry. He felt guilty and didn't know how to make amends. It was as if she didn't hear him. Finally, she made some kind of decision. Listen carefully. I have very little time. Your rescue operation is canceled. You will save me. Sioma nodded obediently. This poison is deadly. I have no more than 2 hours to take the antidote. Fortunately, it is there. Unfortunately, it is far away. I'm running away. No, the plan is different. You won't be able to bring it, that's for sure. I won't be able to walk either, because if the blood circulates quickly, I won't last even half an hour. I'll inject myself with a drug that will slow down my vital activity. I have it. And you'll carry me. When you get there, give me another injection to wake me up. I don't know how to give injections. You'll take and stick a needle into me, and then press the contents inside. No time for delicacy. Do you even understand the extent of my trust? I'm going to fall asleep now, and if you screw up, I'll never wake up. I understand that you can immediately leave me and go away, but I'm going for it. I have no choice. I hope that you will do everything possible. Then we'll be even. Sim was shaking slightly. He understood that if she was ready for this, then there really was no choice. He really wanted not to let her down. Listen carefully. Do you see that mountain? Simeon nodded. Go straight to it. At the foot you will see a hollow. Go straight up in the middle. It will be difficult to walk there, much more difficult than through the forest. Climb up it to the arch. There is a hollow in the stones, semicircular. You won't get confused if you see it. The main thing is not to miss. After the arch, start going to the right. There will be a black stone not far away. Big, stands out from the rest. Give me an injection near it. She took out a rectangular metal container about 5 centimeters. Here, this is for you. Be careful not to lose it. Take a small gray pistol from your bag. It's a stun gun. Don't take anything else. It's just the lightest. Take the bags under the bushes and hide them. Simeon moved to do it. Faster. She took a syringe out of another container and injected herself in the forearm. Sioma came up and sat down next to her. Take care of me. She tried to smile. Remember that if I die, you won't last long either. I believe in you. I'll do everything possible to save you. But then I'll demand that you help me find my friends. Bastard. She said the last thing on an exhale and passed out. Sioma thought that his last phrase was completely unnecessary. He put her on his shoulder and ran. You can find the audiobooks continuation in the playlist on the Audiobooks and Stories channel. If you like the audiobook, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like it, and leave a comment.